The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, a novel by Taylor Jenkins Reid.
New York Tribune. Evelyn Hugo to auction off gowns by Priya Amrit, March 2, 2017. Film legend and 60s it girl Evelyn Hugo has just announced that she will auction off 12 of her most memorable gowns through Christie's to raise money for breast cancer research. At the age of 79, Hugo has long been an icon of glamour and elegance. She is known for a personal style both sensual and restrained, and many of Hugo's most famous looks are considered touchstones of the fashion and Hollywood archives. Those looking to own a piece of Hugo history will be intrigued not only by the gowns themselves, but also by the context in which they were worn. Included in the sale will be the emerald green Miranda Laconda that Hugo wore to the 1959 Academy Awards, the violet soufflé and organdy scoopneck she donned at the premiere of Anna Karenina in 1962, and the navy blue silk Michael Maddox that she was wearing in 1982 when she won her Oscar for All of Us. Hugo has weathered her share of Hollywood scandals, not the least of which being her 7 marriages, including her decades-long relationship with film producer Harry Cameron. The two Hollywood insiders shared a daughter, Connor Cameron, who was no doubt the influence for the auction. Ms. Cameron passed away last year from breast cancer, soon after turning 41. Born Evelyn Elena Herrera in 1938, the daughter of Cuban immigrants, Hugo grew up in the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood of New York City. By 1955, she had made her way to Hollywood, gone blonde, and been rechristened Evelyn Hugo. Almost overnight, Hugo became a member of the Hollywood elite. She remained in the spotlight for more than 3 decades before retiring in the late 80s and marrying financier Robert Jameson, older brother of 3-time Oscar-winning actress Celia St. James. Now widowed from her 7th husband, Hugo resides in Manhattan. Preternaturally beautiful and a paragon of glamour and daring sexuality, Hugo has long been a source of fascination for moviegoers the world over. This auction is expected to raise upward of $2 million.
Can you come into my office? I look around at the desks beside me, and then back at Frankie, trying to confirm to whom exactly she's talking. I point to myself. Do you mean me? Frankie has very little patience. Yes, Monique, you. That's why I said, Monique, can you come into my office? Sorry, I just heard the last part. Frankie turns. I grab my notepad and follow her. There is something very striking about Frankie. I'm not sure that you'd say she was conventionally attractive. Her features are severe, her eyes very wide apart, but she is nevertheless someone you can't help but look at and admire. With her thin, 6-foot-tall frame, her short-cropped afro, and her affinity for bright colors and big jewelry, when Frankie walks into a room, everyone takes notice. She was part of the reason I took this job. I have looked up to her since I was in journalism school, reading her pieces in the very pages of the magazine she now runs and I now work for. And if I'm being honest, there is something very inspiring about having a black woman running things. As a biracial woman myself, light brown skin and dark brown eyes courtesy of my black father, and abundance of face freckles courtesy of my white mother, Frankie makes me feel more sure that I can one day run things too. Take a seat, Frankie says as she sits down and gestures toward an orange chair on the opposite side of her lucite desk. I calmly sit and cross my legs. I let Frankie talk first. So, puzzling turn of events, she says, looking at her computer. Evelyn Hugo's people are inquiring about a feature, an exclusive interview. My gut instinct is to say, holy shit, but also, why are you telling me this? About what, in particular? I ask. My guess is it's related to the gown auction she's doing, Frankie says. My understanding is that it's very important to her to raise as much money for the American Breast Cancer Foundation as possible. But they won't confirm that? Frankie shakes her head. All they will confirm is that Evelyn has something to say. Evelyn Hugo is one of the biggest movie stars of all time. She doesn't even have to have something to say for people to listen. This could be a big cover for us, right? I mean, she's a living legend. Wasn't she married 8 times or something? 7, Frankie says. And yes, this has huge potential, which is why I hope you'll bear with me through the next part of this. What do you mean? Frankie takes a big breath and gets a look on her face that makes me think I'm about to get fired. But then she says, Evelyn specifically requested you. Me? This is the second time in the span of 5 minutes that I've been shocked that someone was interested in speaking to me. I need to work on my confidence. Suffice it to say, it's taken a beating recently, although why pretend it was ever really soaring? To be honest, that was my reaction too, Frankie says. Now I'll be honest. I'm a little offended, although obviously I can see where she's coming from. I've been at Vivant for less than a year, mostly doing puff pieces. Before that, I was blogging for The Discourse, a current events and culture site that calls itself a news magazine but is effectively a blog with punchy headlines. I wrote mainly for the Modern Life section, covering trending topics and opinion pieces. After years of freelancing, the Discourse gig was a lifesaver. But when Vivant offered me the job, I couldn't help myself. I jumped at the chance to join an institution, to work among legends. On my first day of work, I walked past walls decorated with iconic, culture-shifting covers. The one of women's activist Debbie Palmer, naked and carefully posed, standing on top of a skyscraper overlooking Manhattan in 1984. The one of artist Robert Turner in the act of painting a canvas while the text declared that he had AIDS back in 1991. It felt surreal to be a part of the Vivant world. I have always wanted to see my name on its glossy pages. But unfortunately, for the past 12 issues, I've done nothing but ask old guard questions of people with old money, while my colleagues back at the Discourse are attempting to change the world while going viral. So, simply put, I am not exactly impressed with myself. Look, it's not that we don't love you, we do, Frankie says. We think you're destined for big things at Vivant. But I was hoping to put one of our more experienced top hitters on this. And so, I want to be upfront with you when I say that we did not submit you as an idea to Evelyn's team. We sent 5 big names, and they came back with this. Frankie turns her computer screen toward me and shows me an email from someone named Thomas Welch, who I can only assume is Evelyn Hugo's publicist. From Thomas Welch to Troop, Frankie, CC, Stamy, Jason, Powers, Ryan. It's Monique, Grant, or Evelyn's out. I look back up at Frankie, stunned, and, to be honest, a little bit starstruck that Evelyn Hugo wants anything to do with me. Do you know Evelyn Hugo? Is that what's going on here? Frankie asks me as she turns the computer back toward her side of the desk. No, I say, surprised even to be asked the question. I've seen a few of her movies, but she's a little before my time. You have no personal connection to her. I shake my head. Definitely not. Aren't you from Los Angeles? Yeah, but the only way I'd have any connection to Evelyn Hugo, I suppose, is if my dad worked on one of her films back in the day. He was a still photographer for movie sets. I can ask my mom. Great. Thank you. Frankie looks at me expectantly. Did you want me to ask now? Could you? I pull my phone out of my pocket and text my mother. Did Dad ever work on any Evelyn Hugo movies? I see 3 dots start to appear, and I look up only to find that Frankie is trying to get a glimpse of my phone. She seems to recognize the invasion and leans back. My phone dings. My mother texts, "Maybe." There were so many, it's hard to keep track. Why? Long story, I reply, but I'm trying to figure out if I have any connection to Evelyn Hugo. Think Dad would have known her? Mom answers, "Ha, no, your father never hung out with anybody famous on set, no matter how hard I tried to get him to make us some celebrity friends." I laugh. It looks like no connection to Evelyn Hugo. Frankie nods. Okay. Well then, the other theory is that her people chose someone with less clout so that they could try to control you and thus the narrative. I feel my phone vibrate again. That reminds me that I wanted to send you a box of your dad's old work, some gorgeous stuff. I love having it here, but I think you'd love it more. I'll send it this week. You think they're preying on the weak? I say to Frankie. Frankie smiles softly. Sort of. So, Evelyn's people look up the masthead, find my name as a lower-level writer, and think they can bully me around. That's the idea? That's what I fear. And you're telling me this because... Frankie considers her words. Because I don't think you can be bullied around. I think they are underestimating you, and I want this cover. I want it to make headlines. What are you saying? I ask, shifting slightly in my chair. Frankie clasps her hands in front of her and rests them on the desk, leaning toward me. I'm asking you if you have the guts to go toe-to-toe with Evelyn Hugo. Of all the things I thought someone was going to ask me today, this would probably be somewhere around number 9 million. Do I have the guts to go toe-to-toe with Evelyn Hugo? I have no idea. Yes, I say, finally. That's all? Just yes? I want this opportunity. I want to write this story. I'm sick of being the lowest one on the totem pole, and I need a win, goddammit. Fuck yes? Frankie nods, considering. Better, but I'm still not convinced. I'm 35 years old. I've been a writer for more than a decade. I want a book deal one day. I want to pick my stories. I want to eventually be the name people scramble to get when someone like Evelyn Hugo calls. And I'm being underused here at Vivant. If I'm going to get where I want to go, something has to let up. Someone has to get out of my way. And it needs to happen quickly because this goddamn career is all I have anymore. If I want things to change, I have to change how I do things, and probably drastically. Evelyn wants me, I say. You want Evelyn. It doesn't sound like I need to convince you, Frankie. It sounds like you need to convince me. Frankie is dead quiet, staring right at me over her steepled fingers. I was aiming for formidable. I might have overshot. I feel the same way I did when I tried weight training and started with the 40-pound weights. Too much too soon makes it obvious you don't know what you're doing. It takes everything I have not to take it back, not to apologize profusely. My mother raised me to be polite, to be demure. I have long operated under the idea that civility is subservience. But it hasn't gotten me very far, that type of kindness. The world respects people who think they should be running it. I've never understood that, but I'm done fighting it. I'm here to be Frankie one day, maybe bigger than Frankie, to do big, important work that I am proud of, to leave a mark. And I'm nowhere near doing that yet. The silence is so long that I think I might crack, the tension building with every second that goes by. But Frankie cracks first. Okay, she says, and puts out her hand as she stands up. Shock and searing pride run through me as I extend my own. I make sure my handshake is strong. Frankie's is a vice. Ace this, Monique. For us. And for yourself, please. I will. We break away from each other as I walk toward her door. She might have read your physician-assisted suicide piece for the discourse, Frankie says, just before I leave the room. What? It was stunning. Maybe that's why she wants you. It's how we found you. It's a great story. Not just because of the hits it got, but because of you. Because it's beautiful work. It was one of the first truly meaningful stories I wrote of my own volition. I pitched it after I was assigned a piece on the rise in popularity of microgreens, especially on the Brooklyn restaurant scene. I had gone to the Park Slope Market to interview a local farmer, but when I confessed that I didn't get the appeal of mustard greens, he told me that I sounded like his sister. She had been highly carnivorous until the past year when she switched to a vegan, all-organic diet as she battled brain cancer. As we spoke more, he told me about a physician-assisted suicide support group he and his sister had joined for those at the end of their lives and their loved ones. So many in the group were fighting for the right to die with dignity. Healthy eating wasn't going to save his sister's life, and neither of them wanted her to suffer any longer than she had to. I knew then that I wanted, very deeply, to give a voice to the people of that support group. I went back to the discourse office and pitched the story. I thought I'd be turned down, given my recent slate of articles about hipster trends and celebrity think pieces. But to my surprise, I was greeted with a green light. I worked tirelessly on it, attending meetings in church basements, interviewing the members, writing and rewriting until I felt confident that the piece represented the full complexity, both the mercy and the moral code of helping to end the lives of suffering people. It is the story I am proudest of. I have, more than once, gone home from a day's work here and read that piece again, reminding myself of what I'm capable of, reminding myself of the satisfaction I take in sharing the truth, no matter how difficult it may be to swallow. Thank you, I tell Frankie now. I'm just saying that you're talented. It might be that. It's probably not, though. No, she says. It's probably not. But write this story well, whatever it is. And the next time it will be.
thespill.com. Evelyn Hugo's Coming Clean by Julia Santos, March 4th, 2017. Word on the street is siren/living legend/world's most beautiful blonde Evelyn Hugo is auctioning off gowns and agreeing to an interview, which she has not done in multiple decades. Please tell me she is finally ready to talk about all those damn husbands. I can understand 4, maybe even 5, 6 if you are really pushing it, but 7? 7 husbands? Not to mention the fact that we all know she was having an affair with Congressman Jack Easton in the early 80s. Girl got around. If she won't come clean about the husbands, let's pray she at least goes on the record about how she got those eyebrows. I mean, share the wealth, Evelyn. When you see pictures of E back in the day with her brassy blonde hair, those dark, straight-as-an-arrow eyebrows, that deep tanned skin, and those golden brown eyes, you have no choice but to stop what you are doing and stare right at her. And don't even get me started on that body. No ass, no hips, just huge boobs on a slim frame. I have basically been working my entire adult life for a body like that. Note, I am very far away. Might be the spaghetti bucatini I've been eating for lunch every day this week. Here is the only part that has me heated. Evelyn could have chosen anyone for this. Me. But instead, she chose some newbie at Vivant. She could have had anyone. Me. Why this Monique Grant chick? And not me. Ugh, fine. I'm just bitter it's not me. I should really get a job at Vivant. They get all the good stuff. Comments. Hi Hello 565 says, even people at Vivant don't want to work at Vivant anymore. Corporate overlords producing censored advertiser courting bullshit. PPPPPPPPPPPPPS reply to Hi Hello 565. Yeah, okay, something tells me if the most well-respected, sophisticated magazine in the country offered you a job, you'd take it. Christine 999 says, didn't Evelyn's daughter die of cancer recently? I feel like I read something recently about that. So heartbreaking. BTW, that picture of Evelyn at Harry Cameron's grave, basically ruined me for months. Beautiful family. So sad that she lost them. Mrs. Janine Grams says, I do not care about Evelyn Hugo at all. Stop writing about these people. Her marriages, affairs, and most of her movies just go to prove one thing. Slut. 3 a.m. was a disgrace to women. Focus your attention on people that deserve it. Sexy Lexi 89 says, Evelyn Hugo is maybe the most beautiful woman of all time. That shot in Bout en Train where she's coming out of the water naked and the camera cuts to black right before you see her nipples, so good. Penny Driver KLM says, all hail Evelyn Hugo for making blonde hair and dark eyebrows the look. Evelyn, I salute you. Yuppie Pigs 3 says, too skinny, not for me. Evelyn Hugo is a saint says, this is a woman who has donated millions of dollars to charities for battered women's organizations and LGBTQ+ interests. And now she's auctioning off gowns for cancer research, and all you can talk about is her eyebrow game? Seriously? Julia Santos at The Spill replied to Evelyn Hugo is a saint. This is a fair point, I guess. Sorry. In my defense, she started making millions by being a badass business bitch back in the 60s, and she would never have had the clout to do that without her talent and beauty, and she never would have been as beautiful without them brows. But okay, fair point. Evelyn Hugo is a saint reply to Julia Santos at The Spill. Ugh, sorry for being so bitchy. I skipped lunch. Mea culpa. For what it's worth, Vivant won't do half as well with this story as you would have. Evelyn should have chosen you. Julia Santos at The Spill replied to Evelyn Hugo is a saint. Right? Who is Monique Grant anyway? Boring. I'm coming for her.
I've spent the past few days researching everything I can about Evelyn Hugo. I was never a big film buff, let alone interested in any old Hollywood stars. But Evelyn's life, at least the version on record as of now, is enough for 10 soap operas. There's the early marriage that ended in divorce when she was 18. Then the studio set up courtship and tumultuous marriage to Hollywood royalty Don Adler. The rumors that she left him because he beat her. Her comeback in a French New Wave film. The quickie Vegas elopement with singer Mick Riva. Her glamorous marriage to the dapper Rex North, which ended in both of them having affairs. The beautiful love story of her life with Harry Cameron and the birth of their daughter Connor. Their heartbreaking divorce and her very quick marriage to her old director Max Girard. Her supposed affair with the much younger Congressman Jack Easton, which ended her relationship with Girard. And finally, her marriage to financier Robert Jameson, rumored to have at least been inspired by Evelyn's desire to spite former co-star and Robert's sister, Celia St. James. All of her husbands have passed away, leaving Evelyn as the only one with insight into those relationships. Suffice it to say, I have my work cut out for me if I want to get her to talk about any of it. After staying late at the office this evening, I finally make my way home a little before 9. My apartment is small. I believe the most appropriate term is teeny tiny sardine box. But it's amazing how vast a small place can feel when half of your things are gone. David moved out 5 weeks ago, and I still haven't managed to replace the dishes he took with him. or the coffee table his mother gave us last year as a wedding present. Jesus, we didn't even make it to our first anniversary. As I walk in my front door and put my bag on the sofa, it strikes me again just how needlessly petty it was of him to take the coffee table. His new San Francisco studio came fully furnished, courtesy of the generous relocation package offered with his promotion. I suspect he put the table in storage, along with the one nightstand he insisted was rightfully his, and all of our cookbooks. I don't miss the cookbooks. I don't cook. But when things are inscribed to Monique and David for all your many years of happiness, you think of them as half yours. I hang up my coat and wonder, not for the first time, which question gets closer to the truth. Did David take the new job and move to San Francisco without me, or did I refuse to leave New York for him? As I take off my shoes, I resolve once again that the answer is somewhere in the middle. But then I come back to the same thought that always stings afresh. He actually left. I order myself pad thai and then get in the shower. I turn the water to nearly scalding hot. I love water so hot it almost burns. I love the smell of shampoo. My happiest place might just be under a shower head. It is here in the steam covered in suds that I do not feel like Monique Grant, woman left behind, or even Monique Grant, stalled writer. I'm just Monique Grant, owner of luxury bath products. Well, after I've pruned, I dry myself off, put on my sweatpants, and pull my hair away from my face, just in time for the delivery man to make his way to my door. I sit with the plastic container, trying to watch TV. I attempt to zone out. I want to make my brain do something, anything other than think about work or David. But once my food is gone, I realize it's futile. I might as well work. This is all very intimidating. The idea of interviewing Evelyn Hugo, the task of controlling her narrative, of trying to make sure she doesn't control mine. I'm often inclined to over-prepare. But more to the point, I've always been a bit like an ostrich, willing to bury my head in the sand to avoid what I don't want to face. So for the next 3 days, I do nothing but research Evelyn Hugo. I spend my days pulling up old articles about her marriages and her scandals. I spend my evenings watching her old movies. I watch clips of her in Carolina Sunset, Anna Karenina, Jade Diamond, and All for Us. I watch the gif of her coming out of the water in Bout-en-Train so many times that when I fall asleep, it plays over and over in my dreams. And I start to fall in love with her just the littlest bit as I watch her films. Between the hours of 11 p.m. and 2 a.m., while the rest of the world is sleeping, my laptop flickers with the sight of her, and the sound of her voice fills my living room. There is no denying that she is a stunningly beautiful woman. People often talk about her straight, thick eyebrows and her blonde hair, but I can't take my eyes off her bone structure. Her jawline is strong, her cheekbones are high, and all of it comes to a point at her ever-so-swollen lips. Her eyes are huge, but not so much round as an oversized almond shape. Her tanned skin next to her light hair looks beachy, but also elegant. I know it's not natural, hair that blonde with skin that bronze, and yet I can't shake the feeling that it should be, that humans should be born looking like this. I have no doubt that's part of the reason film historian Charles Redding once said that Evelyn's face felt inevitable. So exquisite, so nearly perfect, that when looking at her, you get the sense that her features in that combination, in that ratio, were bound to happen sooner or later. I pin images of Evelyn in the 50s wearing tight sweaters and bullet bras, press, photos of her and Don Adler at the Sunset Studios lot shortly after they were married, shots of her from the early 60s with long straight hair and soft thick bangs and wearing short shorts. There is a photo of her in a white one-piece sitting on the shoreline of a pristine beach with a large floppy black hat covering most of her face, her white blonde hair and the right side of her face illuminated by the sun. One of my personal favorites is a black and white shot from the Golden Globes in 1967. She is seated on the aisle, her hair pulled back into a loose updo. She is wearing a light-colored lace gown with a deep scoop neckline, her cleavage controlled but on full display, and her right leg escaping through the high slit of the skirt. There are two men seated next to her, names lost to history, who are staring at her as she looks ahead at the stage. The man next to her is staring at her chest. The one next to him is staring at her thigh. Both of them seem so enraptured and hoping to see the tiniest bit farther. Maybe I'm overthinking that photo, but I'm starting to notice a pattern. Evelyn loves leaving you hoping you'll get just a little bit more. And she always denies you. Even in her much-talked-about sex scene in 3 a.m. from 1977, in which she writhes, reverse cowboy style, on top of Don Adler, you see her full breasts for less than 3 seconds. It was rumored for years that the incredible box office numbers for the film were because couples were going to see it multiple times. How does she know just how much to give and just how much of herself to withhold? And does all that change now that she's got something to say? Or is she going to play me the same way she played audiences for years? Is Evelyn Hugo going to tell me just enough to keep me on the edge of my seat, but never enough to truly reveal anything? I wake up a half hour before my alarm. I check my emails, including one from Frankie with the subject line, "Keep me updated," yelling at me in all caps. I make myself a small breakfast. I put on black slacks and a white t-shirt with my favorite herringbone blazer. I gather my long, tight curls into a bun at the top of my head. I forego my contacts and choose my thickest black-framed glasses. As I look in the mirror, I notice that I've lost weight in my face since David left. While I have always had a slim frame, my butt and face seem to be the first to pick up any weight. And being with David, during the 2 years we dated and the 11 months since we married, meant I put on a few. David likes to eat, and while he would get up in the early mornings to run it off, I slept in. Looking at myself now, pulled together and slimmer, I feel a rush of confidence. I look good. I feel good. Before I make my way out the door, I grab the camel cashmere scarf that my mother gave me for Christmas this past year, and then I put one foot in front of the other, down to the subway, into Manhattan, and uptown. Evelyn's place is just off Fifth Avenue overlooking Central Park. I've done enough internet stalking to know she's got this place and a beachfront villa just outside of Malaga, Spain. She's had this apartment since the late 60s, when she bought it with Harry Cameron. She inherited the villa when Robert Jameson died almost 5 years ago. In my next life, please remind me to come back as a movie star with points on the back end. Evelyn's building, at least from the outside, limestone, pre-war, Beaux-Arts style, is extraordinary. I am greeted before even walking in by an older, handsome doorman with soft eyes and a kind smile. "How may I help you?" he says. I find myself embarrassed even to say it. "I'm here to see Evelyn Hugo. My name's Monique Grant." He smiles and opens the door for me. It's clear he was expecting me. He walks me to the elevator and presses the button for the top floor. "Have a nice day, Ms. Grant," he says, and then disappears as the elevators close. I ring the doorbell of Evelyn's apartment at 11 a.m. on the dot. A woman in jeans and a navy blouse answers. She looks to be about 50, maybe a few years older. She is Asian American with straight jet black hair pulled into a ponytail. She's holding a stack of half-opened mail. She smiles and extends her hand. "You must be Monique," she says as I hold out my own. She seems like the sort of person who genuinely delights in meeting other people, and I already like her, despite my strict promise to myself to remain neutral to everything I encounter today. "I'm Grace." "Hi, Grace," I say. "Nice to meet you." "Likewise. Come on in." Grace steps out of the way and beckons to invite me in. I put my bag on the ground and take off my coat. "You can put it right in here," she says, opening a closet just inside the foyer and handing me a wooden hanger. This coat closet is the size of the one bathroom in my apartment. It's no secret that Evelyn has more money than God, but I need to work at not letting that intimidate me. She's beautiful, and she's rich, and she's powerful and sexual and charming. And I'm a normal human being. Somehow I have to convince myself that she and I are on equal footing, or this is never going to work. "Great," I say, smiling. "Thank you." I put my coat on the hanger, slip it over the rod, and let Grace shut the closet door. "Evelyn is upstairs, getting ready. Can I get you anything? Water? Coffee? Tea?" "Coffee would be great," I say. Grace brings me into a sitting room. It is bright and airy, with floor-to-ceiling white bookcases and two overstuffed cream-colored chairs. "Have a seat," she says. "How do you like it?" "My coffee?" I ask, unsure of myself. "With cream? I mean, milk is fine too, but cream is great. Or whatever you have." I get a hold of myself. What I'm trying to say is that I'd like a splash of cream if you have it. Can you tell I'm nervous? Grace smiles. "A little? But you don't have anything to worry about. Evelyn's a very kind person. She's particular and private, which can take some getting used to. But I've worked for a lot of people, and you can trust me when I say Evelyn's better than the rest." "Did she pay you to say that?" I ask. I am trying to make a joke, but it sounds more pointed and accusatory than I intended. Luckily, Grace laughs. "She did send my husband and me to London and Paris last year as my Christmas bonus. So, in an indirect way, yeah, I suppose she did." Jesus. "Well, that settles it. When you quit, I want your job." Grace laughs. "It's a deal. And you've got coffee, with a splash of cream coming right up." I sit down and check my cell phone. I have a text from my mom wishing me good luck. I tap to respond, and I am lost in my attempts to properly type the word early without autocorrect changing it to earthquake when I hear footsteps on the stairs. I turn around to see the 79-year-old Evelyn Hugo walking toward me. She is as breathtaking as any of her pictures. She has the posture of a ballerina. She's wearing slim black stretch pants and a long gray and navy striped sweater. She's just as thin as she ever was, and the only way I know she's had work done on her face is because no one her age can look like that without a doctor. Her skin is glowing and just the littlest bit red, as if it's been rubbed clean. She's wearing false eyelashes, or perhaps she gets eyelash extensions. Where her cheeks were once angular, they are now a bit sunken, but they have just a tint of soft rosiness to them, and her lips are a dark nude. Her hair is past her shoulders, a beautiful array of white, gray, and blonde, with the lightest colors framing her face. I'm sure her hair is triple processed, but the effect is that of a gracefully aging woman who sat out in the sun. Her eyebrows, however, those dark, thick, straight lines that were her signature, have thinned over the years, and they are now the same color as her hair. By the time she reaches me, I notice that she's not wearing any shoes, but instead big, chunky knit socks. "Monique!" "Hello," Evelyn says. I am momentarily surprised at the casualness and confidence with which she says my name, as if she's known me for years. "Hello," I say. "I'm Evelyn." She reaches out and takes my hand, shaking it. It strikes me as a unique form of power to say your own name when you know that everyone in the room, everyone in the world, already knows it. Grace comes in with a white mug of coffee on a white saucer. "There you go, with just a bit of cream." "Thank you so much," I say, taking it from her. "That's just the way I like it as well," Evelyn says, and I'm embarrassed to admit it thrills me. I feel as if I've pleased her. "Can I get either of you anything else?" Grace asks. I shake my head, and Evelyn doesn't answer. Grace leaves. "Come," Evelyn says. "Let's go to the living room and get comfortable." As I grab my bag, Evelyn takes the coffee out of my hand, carrying it for me. I once read that charisma is charm that inspires devotion, and I can't help but think of that now when she's holding my coffee for me. The combination of such a powerful woman and such a small and humble gesture is enchanting, to be sure. We step into a large, bright room with floor-to-ceiling windows. There are oyster-gray chairs opposite a soft slate-blue sofa. The carpet under our feet is thick, bright ivory, and as my eyes follow its path, I am struck by the black grand piano, open under the light of the windows. On the walls are two blown-up black and white images. The one above the sofa is of Harry Cameron on the set of a movie. The one above the fireplace is the poster for Evelyn's 1959 version of Little Women. Evelyn, Celia St. James, and two other actresses' faces make up the image. All four of these women may have been household names back in the 50s, but it is Evelyn and Celia who stood the test of time. Looking at it now, Evelyn and Celia seem to shine brighter than the others, but I'm pretty sure that's simply hindsight bias. I'm seeing what I want to see, based on how I know it all turns out. Evelyn puts my cup and saucer down on the black lacquer coffee table. "Sit," she says, as she takes the seat herself in one of the plush chairs. She pulls her feet up underneath her. "Anywhere you want." I nod and put my bag down. As I sit on the couch, I grab my notepad. "So you're putting your gowns up for auction," I say as I settle myself. I click my pen, ready to listen. Which is when Evelyn says, "Actually, I've called you here under false pretenses." I look directly at her. Sure, I've misheard. "Excuse me?" Evelyn rearranges herself in the chair and looks at me. "There's not much to tell about me handing a bunch of dresses over to Christie's." "Well, then, I called you here to discuss something else." "What is that?" "My life story." "Your life story?" I say, stunned, and trying hard to catch up to her. "A tell-all." An Evelyn Hugo tell-all would be, I don't know, something close to the story of the year? "You want to do a tell-all with Vivant?" "No," she says. "You don't want to do a tell-all?" "I don't want to do one with Vivant." "Then why am I here?" I'm even more lost than I was just a moment ago. "You're the one I'm giving the story to." I look at her, trying to decipher what exactly she's saying. "You're going to go on record about your life, and you're going to do it with me, but not with Vivant?" Evelyn nods. "Now you're getting it." "What exactly are you proposing? There is no way that I have just walked into a situation in which one of the most intriguing people alive is offering me the story of her life for no reason. I must be missing something. I will tell you my life story in a way that will be beneficial to both of us. Although, to be honest, mainly you. Just how in-depth are we talking about here? Maybe she wants some airy retrospective, some lightweight story published somewhere of her choosing? The whole 9 yards. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Whatever cliché you want to use that means I'll tell you the truth about absolutely everything I've ever done. Whoa. I feel so silly for coming in here expecting her to answer questions about dresses. I put the notebook on the table in front of me and gently put the pen down on top of it. I want to handle this perfectly. It's as if a gorgeous, delicate bird has just flown to me and sat directly on my shoulder, and if I don't make the exact right move, it might fly away. Okay. If I understand you correctly, what you're saying is that you'd like to confess your various sins. Evelyn's posture, which until this point has shown her to be very relaxed and fairly detached, changes. She is now leaning toward me. I never said anything about confessing sins. I said nothing about sins at all. I back away slightly. I've ruined it. I apologize, I say. That was a poor choice of words. Evelyn doesn't say anything. I'm sorry, Mrs. Hugo. This is all a bit surreal for me. You can call me Evelyn, she says. Okay, Evelyn. What's the next step here? What precisely are we going to do together? I take the coffee cup and put it up to my lips, sipping just the littlest bit. We're not doing a Vivant cover story, she says. Okay, that much I got, I say, putting the cup down. We're writing a book. We are? Evelyn nods. You and I, she says. I've read your work. I like the way you communicate clearly and succinctly. Your writing has a no-nonsense quality to it that I admire, and that I think my book could use. You're asking me to ghostwrite your autobiography? This is fantastic. This is absolutely positively fantastic. This is a good reason to stay in New York. A great reason. Things like this don't happen in San Francisco. Evelyn shakes her head again. I'm giving you my life story, Monique. I'm going to tell you the whole truth, and you are going to write a book about it. And we'll package it with your name on it and tell everyone you wrote it. That's ghostwriting. I pick up my cup again. My name won't be on it. I'll be dead. I choke on my coffee, and in doing so, stain the white carpet with flecks of umber. Oh, my God, I say, perhaps a bit too loudly, as I put down the cup. I spilled coffee on your carpet. Evelyn waves this off, but Grace knocks on the door and opens it just a crack, poking her head in. Everything okay? I spilled, I'm afraid, I say. Grace opens the door fully and comes in, taking a look. I'm really sorry. I just got a bit shocked, is all. I catch Evelyn's eye, and I don't know her very well, but what I do know is that she's telling me to be quiet. It's not a problem, Grace says. I'll take care of it. Are you hungry, Monique? Evelyn says, standing up. I'm sorry? I know a place just down the street that makes really great salads. My treat. It's barely noon, and when I'm anxious, the first thing to go is my appetite, but I say yes anyway, because I get the distinct impression that it's not really a question. Great, Evelyn says. Grace, will you call ahead to Trambino's? Evelyn takes me by the shoulder. and less than 10 minutes later we're walking down the manicured sidewalks of the Upper East Side. The sharp chill in the air surprises me, and I noticed Evelyn grab her coat tightly around her tiny waist. In the sunlight, it's easier to see the signs of aging. The whites of her eyes are cloudy, and the complexion of her hands is in the process of becoming translucent. The clear blue tint to her veins reminds me of my grandmother. I used to love the soft, papery tenderness of her skin, the way it didn't bounce back, but stayed in place. Evelyn, what do you mean you'll be dead? Evelyn laughs. I mean that I want you to publish the book as an authorized biography, with your name on it, when I'm dead. Okay, I say, as if this is a perfectly normal thing to have someone say to you, and then I realize, no, that's crazy. Not to be indelicate, but are you telling me you're dying? Everyone's dying, sweetheart. You're dying. I'm dying. That guy is dying. She points to a middle-aged man walking a fluffy black dog. He hears her, sees her finger aimed at him, and realizes who it is that's speaking. The effect on his face is something like a triple take. We turn toward the restaurant, walking the 2 steps down to the door. Evelyn sits at a table in the back. No host guided her here. She just knows where to go and assumes everyone else will catch up. A server in black pants, a white shirt, and a black tie comes to our table and puts down 2 glasses of water. Evelyn's has no ice. Thank you, Troy, Evelyn says. Chopped salad? He asks. Well, for me, of course, but I'm not sure about my friend, Evelyn says. I take the napkin off the table and put it in my lap. A chopped salad sounds great, thank you. Troy smiles and leaves. You'll like the chopped salad, Evelyn says, as if we are friends having a normal conversation. Okay, I say, trying to redirect. Tell me more about this book we're writing. I've told you all you need to know. You've told me that I'm writing it, and you're dying. You need to pay better attention to word choice. I may feel a little out of my league here, and I may not be exactly where I want to be in life right now, but I know a thing or two about word choice. I must have misunderstood you. I promise I'm very thoughtful with my words. Evelyn shrugs. This conversation is very low stakes for her. You're young, and your entire generation is casual with words that bear great meaning. I see. And I didn't say I was confessing any sins. To say that what I have to tell is a sin is misleading and hurtful. I don't feel regret for the things I've done, at least not the things you might expect, despite how hard they may have been, or how repugnant they may seem in the cold light of day. Je ne regrette rien, I say, lifting my glass of water and sipping it. That's the spirit, Evelyn says, although that song is more about not regretting because you don't live in the past. What I mean is that I'd still make a lot of the same decisions today. To be clear, there are things I regret. It's not really the sordid things. I don't regret many of the lies I told or the people I hurt. I'm okay with the fact that sometimes doing the right thing gets ugly. And also, I have compassion for myself. I trust myself. Take, for instance, when I snapped at you earlier, back at the apartment when you said what you did about my confessing sins. It wasn't a nice thing to do, and I'm not sure you deserved it. But I don't regret it, because I know I had my reasons, and I did the best I could with every thought and feeling that led up to it. You take umbrage with the word sin because it implies that you feel sorry. Our salads appear, and Troy wordlessly grates pepper onto Evelyn's, until she puts her hand up and smiles. I decline. You can be sorry about something and not regret it. Evelyn says. Absolutely, I say. I see that. I hope that you can give me the benefit of the doubt going forward, that we're on the same page, even if there are multiple ways to interpret exactly what we're talking about. Evelyn picks up her fork, but doesn't do anything with it. I find it very important with a journalist who will hold my legacy in her hands, to say exactly what I mean, and to mean what I say. Evelyn says, if I'm going to tell you about my life, if I'm going to tell you what really happened, the truth behind all of my marriages, the movies I shot, the people I loved, who I slept with, who I hurt, how I compromised myself, and where it all landed me, then I need to know that you understand me. I need to know that you will listen to exactly what I'm trying to tell you, and not place your own assumptions into my story. I was wrong. This is not low stakes for Evelyn. Evelyn can speak casually about things of great importance, but right now, in this moment, when she is taking so much time to make such specific points, I'm realizing this is real. This is happening. She really intends to tell me her life story. A story that no doubt includes the gritty truths behind her career and her marriages and her image. That's an incredibly vulnerable position she's putting herself in. It's a lot of power she's giving me. I don't know why she's giving it to me, but that doesn't negate the fact that she is giving it to me. And it's my job right now to show her that I am worthy of it and that I will treat it as sacred. I put my fork down. That makes perfect sense, and I'm sorry if I was being glib. Evelyn waves this off. The whole culture is glib now. That's the new thing. Do you mind if I ask a few more questions? Once I have the lay of the land, I promise to focus solely on what you're saying and what you mean, so that you feel understood at such a level that you can think of no one better suited to the task of gatekeeping your secrets than me. My sincerity disarms her ever so briefly. You may begin, she says as she takes a bite of her salad. If I'm to publish this book after you have passed, what sort of financial gain do you envision? For me or for you? Let's start with you. None for me, remember. I'll be dead. You've mentioned that. Next question. I lean in conspiratorially. I hate to pose something so vulgar, but what kind of timeline do you intend? Am I to hold on to this book for years until you die? Well, yes, I say. Next question. What? Next question, please. You didn't answer that one. Evelyn is silent. All right, then. What kind of financial gain is there for me? A much more interesting question. And I've been wondering why it took you so long to ask. Well, I've asked it. You and I will meet over the next however many days it takes, and I will tell you absolutely everything. And then our relationship will be over, and you will be free, or perhaps I should say bound, to write it into a book and sell it to the highest bidder. And I do mean highest. I insist that you be ruthless in your negotiating, Monique. Make them pay you what they would pay a white man. And then once you've done that, every penny from it will be yours. Mine, I say, stunned. You should drink some water. You look ready to faint. Evelyn, an authorized biography about your life in which you talk about all 7 of your marriages, yes. A book like that stands to make millions of dollars, even if I didn't negotiate. But you will. Evelyn says, taking a sip of her water and looking pleased. The question has to be asked. We've been dancing around it for far too long. Why on earth would you do that for me? Evelyn nods. She's been expecting this question. For now, think of it as a gift. But why? Next question. Seriously. Seriously, Monique. Next question. I accidentally drop my fork onto the ivory tablecloth. The oil from the dressing bleeds into the fabric, turning it darker and more translucent. The chopped salad is delicious, but heavy on the onions, and I can feel the heat of my breath permeating the space around me. What the hell is going on? I'm not trying to be ungrateful, but I think I deserve to know why one of the most famous actresses of all time would pluck me out of obscurity to be her biographer and hand me the opportunity to make millions of dollars off her story. The Huffington Post is reporting that I could sell my autobiography for as much as $12 million. Jesus Christ! Inquiring minds want to know, I guess. The way Evelyn is having so much fun with this, the way she seems to delight in shocking me, lets me know that this is, at least a little bit, a power play. She likes to be cavalier about things that would change other people's lives. Isn't that the very definition of power? Watching people kill themselves over something that means nothing to you? 12 million is a lot. Don't get me wrong, she says, and she doesn't need to finish the sentence in order for it to be completed in my head. But it's not very much to me. But still, Evelyn, why? Why me? Evelyn looks up at me, her face stoic. Next question. With all due respect, you're not being particularly fair. I'm offering you the chance to make a fortune and skyrocket to the top of your field. I don't have to be fair. Certainly not, if that's how you're going to define it, anyway. On the one hand, this feels like a no-brainer, but at the same time, Evelyn has given me absolutely nothing concrete. And I could lose my job by stealing a story like this for myself. That job is all I have right now. Can I have some time to think about this? Think about what? About all of this. Evelyn's eyes narrow ever so slightly. What on earth is there to think about? I'm sorry if it offends you, I say. Evelyn cuts me off. You haven't offended me. Just the very implication that I could get under her skin gets under her skin. There's a lot to consider, I say. I could get fired, she could back out, I could fail spectacularly at writing this book. Evelyn leans forward, trying to hear me out. For instance? For instance, how am I supposed to handle this with Vivant? They think they have an exclusive with you. They're making calls to photographers this very moment. I told Thomas Welch not to promise a single thing. If they have gone out and made wild assumptions about some cover, that's on them. But it's on me, too, because now I know you have no intention of moving forward with them. So? So what do I do? Go back to my office and tell my boss that you're not talking to Vivant, that instead you and I are selling a book? It's going to look like I went behind their backs on company time, mind you, and stole their story for myself. That's not really my problem, Evelyn says. But that's why I have to think about it, because it's my problem. Evelyn hears me. I can tell she's taking me seriously from the way she puts her water glass down and looks directly at me, leaning with her forearms on the table. You have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity here, Monique. You can see that, right? Of course. So do yourself a favor and learn how to grab life by the balls, dear. Don't be so tied up trying to do the right thing when the smart thing is so painfully clear. You don't think that I should be forthright with my employers about this? They'll think I conspired to screw them over. Evelyn shakes her head. When my team specifically requested you, your company shot back with someone at a higher level. They only agreed to send you out once I made it clear that it was you or it was no one. Do you know why they did that? Because they don't think because they run a business, and so do you. And right now your business stands to go through the roof. You have a choice to make. Are we writing a book together or not? You should know. If you won't write it, I'm not going to give it to anyone else. It will die with me in that case. Why would you tell only me your life story? You don't even know me. That doesn't make sense. I'm under absolutely no obligation to make sense to you. What are you after, Evelyn? You ask too many questions. I'm here to interview you. Still. She takes a sip of water, swallows, and then looks me right in the eye. By the time we are through, you won't have any questions, she says. All of these things you're so desperate to know. I promise I'll answer them before we're done. But I'm not going to answer them 1 minute before I want to. I call the shots. That's how this is going to go. I listen to her and think about it, and realize I would be an absolute moron to walk away from this, no matter what her terms are. I didn't stay in New York and let David go to San Francisco because I like the Statue of Liberty. I did it because I want to climb the ladder as high as I possibly can. I did it because I want my name, the name my father gave me in big, bold letters one day. This is my chance. Okay, I say. Okay, then. Glad to hear it. Evelyn's shoulders relax. She picks up her water again and she smiles. Monique, I think I like you, she says. I breathe deeply, only now realizing how shallow my breathing has been. Thank you, Evelyn. That means a lot. Evelyn and I are back in her foyer. I'll meet you in my office in a half hour. Okay, I say, as Evelyn heads down the corridor and out of sight. I take off my coat and put it in the closet. I should use this time to check in with Frankie. If I don't reach out to update her soon, she'll track me down. I just have to decide how I'm going to handle it. How do I make sure she doesn't try to wrestle this away from me? I think my only option is to pretend everything is going according to plan. My only plan is to lie. I breathe. One of my earliest memories from when I was a child was of my parents bringing me to Zuma Beach in Malibu. It was still springtime, I think. The water hadn't yet warmed enough for comfort. My mom stayed on the sand, setting down our blanket and umbrella, while my dad scooped me up and ran with me down to the shoreline. I remember feeling weightless in his arms, and then he put my feet in the water and I cried, telling him it was too cold. He agreed with me. It was cold, but then he said, just breathe in and out 5 times, and when you're done, I bet it won't feel so cold. I watched as he put his feet in. I watched him breathe, and then I put my feet back in and breathed with him. He was right, of course. It wasn't so cold. After that, my dad would breathe with me any time I was on the verge of tears. When I skinned my elbow, when my cousin called me an Oreo, when my mom said we couldn't get a puppy, my father would sit and breathe with me. It still hurts all these years later to think about those moments. But for now, I keep breathing right there in Evelyn's foyer, centering myself as he taught me. And then, when I feel calm, I pick up my phone and dial Frankie. Monique, she answers on the second ring. Tell me, how's it going? It's going well, I say. I'm surprised at how even and flat my voice is. Evelyn is pretty much everything you'd expect from an icon. Still gorgeous, charismatic as ever. And things are progressing. Is she committing to talk about any other topics than the gowns? What can I say now to start covering my ass? You know, she's pretty reticent about anything other than getting some press for the auction. I'm trying to play nice at the moment, get her to trust me a bit more before I start pushing. Will she sit for cover? It's too early to tell. Trust me, Frankie, I say. And I hate how sincere it sounds coming out of my mouth. I know how important this is, but right now, the best thing for me to do is to make sure Evelyn likes me so that I can try to garner some influence and advocate for what we want. Okay, Frankie says. Obviously, I want more than a few sound bites about dresses, but that's still more than any other magazine has gotten from her in decades, so... Frankie keeps talking, but I've stopped listening. I'm far too focused on the fact that Frankie's not even going to get sound bites. And I'm going to get far, far more. I should go, I say, excusing myself. She and I are talking again in a few minutes. I hang up the phone and breathe out. I've got this shit. As I make my way through the apartment, I can hear Grace in the kitchen. I open the swinging door and spot her cutting flower stems. Sorry to bother you. Evelyn said to meet her in her office, but I'm not sure where that is. Oh, Grace says, putting down the scissors and wiping her hands on a towel. I'll show you. I follow her up a set of stairs and into Evelyn's study area. The walls are a striking flat charcoal gray, the area rug a golden beige. The large windows are flanked by dark blue curtains, and on the opposite side of the room are built-in bookcases. A gray-blue couch sits facing an oversized glass desk. Grace smiles and leaves me to wait for Evelyn. I drop my bag on the sofa and check my phone. You take the desk, Evelyn says as she comes in. She hands me a glass of water. I can only assume the way this works is that I talk and you write. I suppose, I say, sitting in the desk chair. I've never attempted to write a biography before. After all, I'm not a biographer. Evelyn looks at me pointedly. She sits opposite me on the sofa. Let me explain something to you. When I was 14 years old, my mother had already died, and I was living with my father. The older I got, the more I realized that it was only a matter of time until my father tried to marry me off to a friend of his or his boss, someone who could help his situation. And if I'm being honest, the more I developed, the less secure I was in the fact that my father might not try to take something of me for himself. We were so broke that we were stealing the electricity from the apartment above us. There was one outlet in our place that was on their circuit, so we plugged anything we needed to use into that one socket. If I needed to do homework after dark, I plugged in a lamp in that outlet and sat underneath it with my book. My mother was a saint, I really mean it, stunningly beautiful, an incredible singer, with a heart of gold. For years before she died, she would always tell me that we were going to get out of Hell's Kitchen and go straight to Hollywood. She said she was going to be the most famous woman in the world and get us a mansion on the beach. I had this fantasy of the two of us together in a house, throwing parties, drinking champagne. And then she died, and it was like waking up from a dream. Suddenly I was in a world where none of that was ever going to happen, and I was going to be stuck in Hell's Kitchen forever. I was gorgeous, even at 14. Oh, I know the whole world prefers a woman who doesn't know her power, but I'm sick of all that. I turned heads. Now, I take no pride in this. I didn't make my own face. I didn't give myself this body. But I'm also not going to sit here and say, "Oh, shucks, people really thought I was pretty, like some kind of prig." My friend Beverly knew a guy in her building named Ernie Diaz, who was an electrician. And Ernie knew a guy over at MGM. At least, that was the rumor going around. And one day, Beverly told me she heard that Ernie was up for some job rigging lights in Hollywood. So that weekend, I made up a reason to go over to Beverly's, and I accidentally knocked on Ernie's door. I knew exactly where Beverly was, but I knocked on Ernie's door and said, "Have you seen Beverly Gustafson?" Ernie was 22. He wasn't handsome by any means, but he was fine to look at. He said he hadn't seen her, but I watched as he continued to stare at me. I watched as his eyes started at mine, and grazed their way down, scanning every inch of me in my favorite green dress. And then Ernie said, "Sweetheart, are you 16? I was 14, remember? But do you know what I did? I said, "Why, I just turned." Evelyn looks at me with purpose. Do you understand what I'm telling you? When you're given an opportunity to change your life, be ready to do whatever it takes to make it happen. The world doesn't give things. You take things. If you learn one thing from me, it should probably be that. Wow. Okay, I say. You've never been a biographer before, but you are one starting now. I nod my head. I got it. Good, Evelyn says, relaxing into the sofa. So, where do you want to begin? I grab my notebook and look at the scribbled words I've covered the last few pages with. There are dates and film titles, references to classic images of her, rumors with question marks after them. And then, in big letters that I went over and over with my pen, darkening each letter until I changed the texture of the page, I've written, "Who was the love of Evelyn's life?" That's the big question. That's the hook of this book. 7 husbands. Which one did she love the best? Which one was the real one? As both a journalist and a consumer, that's what I want to know. It won't be where the book begins, but maybe that is where she and I should begin. I want to know, going into these marriages, which is the one that matters the most? I look up at Evelyn to see her sitting up, ready for me. Who was the love of your life? Was it Harry Cameron? Evelyn thinks and then answers slowly. Not in the way you mean. No. In what way, then? Harry was my greatest friend. He invented me. He was the person who loved me the most unconditionally. The person I loved the most purely, I think, other than my daughter. But no, he was not the love of my life. Why not? Because that was someone else. Okay. Who was the love of your life, then? Evelyn nods, as if this is the question she's been expecting, as if the situation is unfolding exactly as she knew it would. But then she shakes her head again. You know what? She says, standing up. It's getting late, isn't it? I look at my watch. It's mid-afternoon. Is it? I think it is, she says, and she walks toward me, toward the door. All right, I say, standing up to meet her. Evelyn puts her arm around me and leads me out into the hallway. Let's pick up again on Monday. Would that be okay? Sure. Evelyn, did I say something to offend you? Evelyn leads me down the stairs. Not at all, she says, waving my fears aside. Not at all. There is a tension that I can't quite put my finger on. Evelyn walks with me until we hit the foyer. She opens the closet. I reach in and grab my coat. Back here, Evelyn says, Monday morning? What do you say we start around 10? Okay, I say, putting my thick coat around my shoulders, if that's what you'd like. Evelyn nods. She looks past me for a moment over my shoulder, but appearing not to actually be looking at anything in particular. Then she opens her mouth. I've spent a very long time learning how to spin the truth, she says. It's hard to undo that wiring. I've gotten too good at it, I think. Just now, I wasn't exactly sure how to tell the truth. I don't have very much practice in it. It feels antithetical to my own survival. But I'll get there. I nod, unsure how to respond. So, Monday? Monday, Evelyn says with a long blink and a nod. I'll be ready then. I walk back to the subway in the chilly air. I cram myself into a car packed with people, holding on to the handrail above my head. I walk to my apartment and open my front door. I sit on my couch, open my laptop, and answer some emails. I start to order something for dinner, and it is only when I go to put my feet up that I remember there is no coffee table. For the first time since he left, I have not come into this apartment immediately thinking of David. Instead, what plays in the back of my mind all weekend, from my Friday night in to my Saturday night out and my Sunday morning at the park, isn't how did my marriage fail, but rather, who the hell was Evelyn Hugo in love with? I'm once again in Evelyn's study. The sun is shining directly into the windows, lighting Evelyn's face with so much warmth that it obscures her right side from view. We're really doing this, Evelyn and me. Subject and biographer. It begins now. She is wearing black leggings and a man's navy blue button-down shirt with a belt. I'm wearing my usual jeans, t-shirt, and blazer. I dressed with the intention of staying here all day and all night, if need be. If she keeps talking, I will be here listening. So, I say. So, Evelyn says, her voice daring me to go for it. Sitting at her desk while she is on the couch feels adversarial somehow. I want her to feel as if we are on the same team, because we are, aren't we? Although I get the impression you never know with Evelyn. Can she really tell the truth? Is she capable of it? I take a seat in the chair next to the sofa. I lean forward with my notepad in my lap and a pen in my hand. I take out my phone, open the voice memo app, and hit record. You sure you're ready? I ask her. Evelyn nods. Everyone I loved is dead now. There's no one left to protect, no one left to lie for but me. People have so closely followed the most intricate details of the fake story of my life. But it's not. I want them to know the real story, the real me. All right, I say. Show me the real you then, and I'll make sure the world understands. Evelyn looks at me and briefly smiles. I can tell I've said what she wants to hear. Fortunately, I mean it. Let's go chronologically, I say. Tell me more about Ernie Diaz, your first husband, the one who got you out of Hell's Kitchen. Okay, Evelyn says, nodding. It's as good a place to start as any.
Poor Ernie Diaz. My mother had been a chorus girl off-Broadway. She'd emigrated from Cuba with my father when she was 17. When I got older, I found out that chorus girl was also a euphemism for a prostitute. I don't know if she was or not. I'd like to think she wasn't, not because there's any shame in it, but because I know a little bit about what it is to give your body to someone when you don't want to. And I hope she didn't have to do that. I was 11 when she died of pneumonia. Obviously, I don't have a lot of memories of her, but I do remember that she smelled like cheap vanilla, and she made the most amazing caldo gallego. She never called me Evelyn, only Mija, which made me feel really special, like I was hers and she was mine. Above all else, my mother wanted to be a movie star. She really thought she could get us out of there and away from my father by getting into the movies. I wanted to be just like her. I've often wished that on her deathbed she'd said something moving, something I could take with me always. But we didn't know how sick she was until it was over. The last thing she said to me was, "Dile a tu padre que estaré en la cama." Tell your father I'll be in bed. After she died, I would cry, only in the shower, where no one could see me or hear me, where I couldn't tell what were my tears and what was the water. I don't know why I did that. I just know that after a few months, I was able to take a shower without crying. And then, the summer after she died, I began to develop. My chest started growing, and it wouldn't stop. I had to rifle through my mom's old things when I was 12 years old, looking to see if there was a bra that would fit. The only one I found was too small, but I put it on anyway. By the time I was 13, I was 5'8", with dark, shiny brown hair, long legs, light bronze skin, and a chest that pulled at the buttons of my dresses. Grown men were watching me walk down the street, and some of the girls in my building didn't want to hang out with me anymore. It was a lonely business. Motherless, with an abusive father, no friends, and a sexuality in my body that my mind wasn't ready for. The cashier at the Five and Dime on the corner was this boy named Billy. He was the 16-year-old brother of the girl who sat next to me in school. One October day, I went down to the Five and Dime to buy a piece of candy, and he kissed me. I didn't want him to kiss me. I pushed him away, but he held onto my arm. "Oh, come on," he said. The store was empty. His arms were strong. He grasped me tighter, and in that moment, I knew he was going to get what he wanted from me, whether I let him or not. So I had two choices. I could do it for free, or I could do it for free candy. For the next 3 months, I took anything I wanted from that Five and Dime, and in exchange, I saw him every Saturday night and let him take my shirt off. I never felt I had much choice in the matter. Being wanted meant having to satisfy. At least that was my view of it back then. I remember him saying in the dark, cramped stockroom with my back against a wooden crate, "You have this power over me." He'd convinced himself that his wanting me was my fault, and I believed him. Look what I do to these poor boys, I thought, and yet also, here is my value, my power. So when he dumped me because he was bored with me, because he'd found someone else more exciting, I felt both a deep relief and a very real sense of failure. There was one other boy like that, whom I took my shirt off for because I thought I had to, before I started realizing that I could be the one doing the choosing. I didn't want anyone. That was the problem. To be perfectly blunt, I'd started to figure my body out quickly. I didn't need boys in order to feel good, and that realization gave me great power. So I wasn't interested in anyone sexually, but I did want something. I wanted to get far away from Hell's Kitchen. I wanted out of my apartment, away from my father's stale tequila breath and heavy hand. I wanted someone to take care of me. I wanted a nice house and money. I wanted to run far away from my life. I wanted to go where my mom had promised me we'd end up someday. Here's the thing about Hollywood. It's both a place and a feeling. If you run there, you can run towards Southern California, where the sun always shines and the grimy buildings and dirty sidewalks are replaced by palm trees and orange groves. But you also run toward the way life is portrayed in the movies. You run toward a world that is moral and just, where the good guys win and the bad guys lose, where the pain you face is only in an effort to make you stronger, so that you can win that much bigger in the end. It would take me years to figure out that life doesn't get easier simply because it gets more glamorous. But you couldn't have told me that when I was 14. So I put on my favorite green dress, the one I had just about grown out of, and I knocked on the door of the guy I heard was headed to Hollywood. I could tell just by the look on his face that Ernie Diaz was glad to see me. And that's what I traded my virginity for, a ride to Hollywood. Ernie and I got married on February 14th, 1953. I became Evelyn Diaz. I was just 15 by that point, but my father signed the papers. I have to think Ernie suspected I wasn't of age, but I lied right to his face about it, and that seemed good enough for him. He wasn't a bad-looking guy, but he also wasn't particularly book-smart or charming. He wasn't going to get many chances to marry a beautiful girl. I think he knew that. I think he knew enough to grab the chance when it swung his way. A few months later, Ernie and I got into his '49 Plymouth and drove west. We stayed with some friends of his as he started his job as a grip. Pretty soon we had saved enough to get our own apartment. We were on Detroit Street and DeLongpre. I had some new clothes and enough money to make us a roast on the weekends. I was supposed to be finishing high school, but Ernie certainly wasn't going to be checking my report cards, and I knew school was a waste of time. I had come to Hollywood to do one thing, and I was going to do it. Instead of going to class, I would walk down to the Formosa Cafe for lunch every day and stayed through happy hour. I had recognized the place from the gossip rags. I knew famous people hung out there. It was right next to a movie studio. The red building with cursive writing and a black awning became my daily spot. I knew it was a lame move, but it was the only one I had. If I wanted to be an actress, I would have to be discovered. And I wasn't sure how you went about that except by hanging around the spots where movie people might be. So I went there every day and nursed a glass of Coke. I did it so often, and for so long, that eventually the bartender got sick of pretending he didn't know what gamble I was running. "Look," he said to me about 3 weeks in, "if you want to sit around here hoping Humphrey Bogart shows up, that's fine, but you need to make yourself useful. I'm not giving up a paying seat for you to sip a soda." He was older, maybe 50, but his hair was thick and dark. The lines on his forehead reminded me of my father's. "What do you want me to do?" I asked him. I was slightly worried that he'd want something from me that I had already given to Ernie, but he threw a waiter's pad at me and told me to try my hand at taking orders. I had no clue how to be a waitress, but I certainly wasn't going to tell him that. "All right," I said, "where should I start?" He pointed at the tables in the place, the booths, in a tight row. "That's table 1. You can figure out the rest of the numbers by counting." "Okay," I said, "I got it." I stood up off the bar stool and started walking over to table 2, where 3 men in suits were seated, talking, their menus closed. "Hey, kid," the bartender said. "Yes?" "You're a knockout. $5 says it happens for you." I took 10 orders, mixed up 3 people's sandwiches, and made $4. 4 months later, Harry Cameron, then a young producer at Sunset Studios, came in to meet with an exec from the lot next door. They each ordered a steak. When I brought the check, Harry looked up at me and said, "Jesus." 2 weeks later, I had a deal at Sunset Studios. I went home and told Ernie that I was shocked that anyone at Sunset Studios would be interested in little old me. I said that being an actress would just be a fun lark, a thing to do to pass the time until my real job of being a mother began. Grade A bullshit. I was almost 17 by that point, although Ernie still thought I was older. It was late 1954, and I would get up every morning and head to Sunset Studios. I didn't know how to act my way out of a paper bag, But I was learning. I was an extra in a couple of romantic comedies. I had one line in a war picture. And why shouldn't he? That was the line. I played a nurse taking care of a wounded soldier. The doctor in the scene playfully accused the soldier of flirting with me, and I said, "And why shouldn't he?" I said it like a child in a fifth-grade play, with a slight New York accent. Back then, so many of my words were accented. English spoken like a New Yorker, Spanish spoken like an American. When the movie came out, Ernie and I went to see it. Ernie thought it was funny, his little wife with a little line in a movie. I had never made much money before, and now I was making as much as Ernie after he was promoted to key grip. So I asked him if I could pay for acting classes. I'd made him arroz con pollo that night, and I specifically didn't take my apron off when I brought it up. I wanted him to see me as harmless and domestic. I thought I'd get further if I didn't threaten him. It grated on my nerves to have to ask him how I could spend my own money, but I didn't see another choice. "Sure," he said. "I think it's a smart thing to do. You'll get better, and who knows, you might even star in a picture one day." I would star. I wanted to punch his lights out. But I've since come to understand that it wasn't Ernie's fault. None of it was Ernie's fault. I'd told him I was someone else, and then I started getting angry that he couldn't see who I really was. 6 months later, I could deliver a line with sincerity. I wasn't great by any means, but I was good enough. I'd been in 3 more movies, all day-player roles. I'd heard there was a part open to play Stu Cooper's teenage daughter in a romantic comedy, and I decided I wanted it. So I did something that not many other actresses at my level would have had the guts to do. I knocked on Harry Cameron's door. "Evelyn," he said, surprised to see me, "to what do I owe the pleasure?" "I want the Caroline part," I said, "in Love Isn't All." Harry motioned for me to sit down. He was handsome for an executive. Most producers around the lot were rotund, a lot of them losing their hair. But Harry was tall and slim. He was young. I suspected he didn't even have a decade on me. He wore suits that fit him nicely and always complimented his ice-blue eyes. There was something vaguely Midwestern about him, not so much in how he looked, but in the way he approached people, with kindness first, then strength. Harry was one of the only men on the lot who didn't stare directly at my chest. It actually bothered me, as if I'd been doing something wrong to not get his attention. It just goes to show that if you tell a woman her only skill is to be desirable, she will believe you. I was believing it before I was even 18. "I'm not going to bullshit you, Evelyn. Ari Sullivan is never going to approve you for that part." "Why not?" "You're not the right type." "What's that supposed to mean?" "No one would believe you were Stu Cooper's daughter." "I certainly could be." "You could not." "Why?" "Why?" "Yes, I want to know why." "Your name is Evelyn Diaz." "So?" "I can't put you in a movie and try to pretend you're not Mexican." "I'm Cuban." "For our purposes, same difference." It was not the same difference, but I saw absolutely no merit in trying to explain that to him. "Okay," I said, "then how about the movie with Gary DuPont?" "You can't play a romantic lead with Gary DuPont." "Why not?" Harry looked at me as if to ask if I was really going to make him say it. "Because I'm Mexican?" I asked. "Because the movie with Gary DuPont needs a nice blonde girl." "I could be a nice blonde girl." Harry looked at me. I tried harder. "I want it, Harry, and you know I can do it. I'm one of the most interesting girls you guys have right now." Harry laughed. "You're bold, I'll give you that." Harry's secretary knocked on the door. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but Mr. Cameron, you need to be in Burbank at 1. Harry looked at his watch. I made one last play. "Think about it, Harry. I'm good, and I can be even better, but you're wasting me in these small roles." "We know what we're doing," he said, standing up. I stood up with him. "Where do you see my career a year from now, Harry? Playing a teacher with 3 lines?" Harry walked past me and opened his door, ushering me out. "We'll see," he said. Having lost the battle, I resolved to win the war. So the next time I saw Ari Sullivan at the studio dining hall, I dropped my purse in front of him and accidentally gave him an eyeful as I bent down to pick it up. He made eye contact with me, and then I walked away as if I wanted nothing from him, as if I had no idea who he was. A week later, I pretended I was lost in the executive offices, and I ran into him in the hallway. He was a portly guy, but it was a weight that suited him. He had eyes that were so dark brown it was hard to make out the irises, and the kind of 5 o'clock shadow that was permanent. But he had a pretty smile, and that was what I focused on. "Mrs. Diaz," he said. I was both surprised and not surprised to find that he had learned my name. "Mr. Sullivan," I said. "Please call me Ari." "Well, hello, Ari," I said, grazing my hand on his arm. I was 17. He was 48. That night, after his secretary left for the day, I was laid across his desk with my skirt around my hips and Ari's face between my legs. It turned out Ari had a fetish for orally pleasing underage girls. After about 7 minutes of it, I pretended to erupt in reckless pleasure. I couldn't tell you whether it was any good, but I was happy to be there because I knew it was going to get me what I wanted. If the definition of enjoying sex means that it is pleasurable, then I've had a lot of sex that I didn't enjoy. But if we're defining it as being happy to have made the trade, then, well, I haven't had much I hated. When I left, I saw the row of Oscars that Ari had sitting in his office. I told myself that one day I'd get one too. Love Isn't All and the Gary DuPont movie I'd wanted came out within a week of each other. Love Isn't All tanked, and Penelope Quills, the woman who'd gotten the part I'd wanted opposite Gary, got terrible reviews. I cut out a review of Penelope and sent it by interoffice mail to Harry and Ari with a note that said, "I would have knocked it out of the park." The next morning, I had a note from Harry in my trailer. "Okay, you win." Harry called me into his office and told me that he had discussed it with Ari, and they had 2 potential roles for me. I could play an Italian heiress as the 4th lead in a war romance, or I could play Jo in Little Women. I knew what it would mean, playing Jo. I knew Jo was a white woman, and still I wanted it. I hadn't gotten on my back just to take a baby step. "Jo," I said, "give me Jo." And in so doing, I set the star machine in motion. Harry introduced me to studio stylist Gwendolyn Peters. Gwen bleached my hair and cut it into a shoulder-length bob. She shaped my eyebrows. She plucked my widow's peak. I met with a nutritionist who made me lose 6 pounds exactly, mostly by taking up smoking and replacing some meals with cabbage soup. I met with an elocutionist who got rid of the New York in my English and who banished Spanish entirely. And then, of course, there was the 3-page questionnaire I had to fill out about my life until then. What did my father do for a living? What did I like to do in my spare time? Did I have any pets? When I turned in my honest answers, the researcher read it in one sitting and said, "Oh, no, no, no. This won't do at all. From now on, your mother died in an accident, leaving your father to raise you. He worked as a builder in Manhattan, and on weekends during the summer, he'd take you to Coney Island. If anyone asks, you love tennis and swimming, and you have a St. Bernard named Roger." I sat for at least 100 publicity photos, me with my new blonde hair, my trimmer figure, my whiter teeth. You wouldn't believe the things they made me model. Smiling at the beach, playing golf, running down the street being tugged by a St. Bernard that someone borrowed from a set decorator. There were photos of me salting a grapefruit, shooting a bow and arrow, getting on a fake airplane. Don't even get me started on the holiday photos. It would be a sweltering hot September day, and I'd be sitting there in a red velvet dress, next to a fully lit Christmas tree, pretending to open a box that contained a brand-new baby kitten. The wardrobe people were consistent and militant about how I was dressed, per Harry Cameron's orders, and that look always included a tight sweater buttoned up just right. I wasn't blessed with an hourglass figure. My ass might as well have been a flat wall. You could hang a picture on it. It was my chest that kept men's interest. And women admired my face. To be honest, I'm not sure when I figured out the exact angle we were all going for, but it was sometime during those weeks of photo shoots that it hit me. I was being designed to be two opposing things, a complicated image that was hard to dissect but easy to grab onto. I was supposed to be both naive and erotic. It was as if I was too wholesome to understand the unwholesome thoughts you were having about me. It was bullshit, of course, but it was an easy act to put on. Sometimes I think the difference between an actress and a star is that the star feels comfortable being the very thing the world wants her to be. And I felt comfortable appearing both innocent and suggestive. When the pictures got developed, Harry Cameron pulled me into his office. I knew what he wanted to talk about. I knew there was one remaining piece that needed to be put into place. "What about Amelia Dawn? That has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?" he said. The two of us were sitting in his office, him at his desk, me in the chair. I thought about it. "How about something with the initials E.H.?" I asked. I wanted to get something as close to the name my mother gave me, Evelyn Herrera, as I could. "Ellen Hennessy?" He shook his head. "No, too stuffy." I looked at him and sold him the line I'd come up with the night before, as if I'd just thought of it. "What about Evelyn Hugo?" Harry smiled. "Sounds French," he said. "I like it." I stood up and shook his hand, my blonde hair, which I was still getting used to, framing my sight. I turned the knob to his door, but Harry stopped me. "There's one more thing," he said. "Okay?" "I read your answers to the interview questions." He looked at me directly. "Ari is very happy with the changes you've made. He thinks you have a lot of potential. The studio thinks it would be a good idea if you went on a few dates. If you were seen around town with some guys like Pete Greer and Brick Thomas, maybe even Don Adler." Don Adler was the hottest actor at Sunset. His parents, Mary and Roger Adler, were two of the biggest stars of the 1930s. He was Hollywood royalty. "Is that going to be a problem?" Harry asked. He wasn't going to mention Ernie directly because he knew he didn't have to. "Not a problem," I said, "not at all." Harry nodded. He handed me a business card. "Call Benny Morris. He's a lawyer over in the bungalows. Handled Ruby Riley's annulment from Mac Riggs. He'll help you straighten it out." I went home and told Ernie I was leaving him. He cried for 6 hours straight, and then in the wee hours of the night, as I lay beside him in our bed, he said, "Bien, if that's what you want." The studio gave him a payout, and I left him a heartfelt letter telling him how much it hurt me to leave him. It wasn't true, but I felt I owed it to him to finish out the marriage as I'd started it, pretending to love him. I'm not proud of what I did to him. It didn't feel casual to me, the way I hurt him. It didn't then, and it doesn't now. But I also know how badly I'd needed to leave Hell's Kitchen. I know what it feels like to not want your father to look at you too closely, lest he decides he hates you and hits you, or decides he loves you a little too much. And I know what it feels like to see your future ahead of you. The husband who's really just a new version of your father, surrendering to him in bed when it's the last thing you want to do, making only biscuits and canned corn for dinner because you don't have money for meat. So how can I condemn the 14-year-old girl who did whatever she could to get herself out of town? And how can I judge the 18-year-old who got herself out of that marriage once it was safe to do so? Ernie ended up remarried to a woman named Betty, who gave him 8 children. I believe he died in the early 90s, a grandfather many times over. He used the payout from the studio to put a down payment on a house in Mar Vista, not far from the Fox lot. I never heard from him again. So if we are going by the metric that all's well that ends well, then I guess it's safe to say that I'm not sorry.
Evelyn? Grace says as she comes into the room. You have a dinner with Ronnie Beelman in an hour. I just wanted to remind you. Oh, right, Evelyn says. Thank you. She turns to me once Grace has left. How about we pick this up tomorrow, same time? Yeah, that's fine, I say, starting to gather my things. My left leg has fallen asleep, and I tap it against the hardwood to try to wake it up. How do you think it's going so far? Evelyn asks as she gets up and walks me out. You can make a story out of it. I can do anything, I say. Evelyn laughs and says, Good girl. How are things? My mom asks the moment I pick up the phone. She says things, but I know she means, how is your life without David? Fine, I say as I set my bag on the couch and walk toward the refrigerator. My mother cautioned me early on that David might not be the best man for me. He and I had been dating a few months when I brought him home to Encino for Thanksgiving. She liked how polite he was, how he offered to set and clear the table. But in the morning before he woke up on our last day in town, my mom told me she questioned whether David and I had a meaningful connection. She said she didn't see it. I told her she didn't need to see it, that I felt it. But her question stuck in my head. Sometimes it was a whisper, other times it echoed loudly. When I called her to tell her we'd gotten engaged a little more than a year later, I was hoping my mother could see how kind he was, how seamlessly he fit into my life. He made things feel effortless, and in those days that seemed so valuable, so rare. Still, I worried she would air her concerns again, that she would say I was making a mistake. She didn't. In fact, she was nothing but supportive. Now I'm wondering if that was more out of respect than approval. I've been thinking, my mom says as I open the refrigerator door. Or I should say, I've hatched a plan. I grab a bottle of Pellegrino, the plastic basket of cherry tomatoes, and the watery tub of burrata cheese. Oh, no, I say, what have you done? My mom laughs. She's always had such a great laugh. It's very carefree, very young. Mine isn't consistent. Sometimes it's loud. Sometimes it's wheezy. Other times I sound like an old man. David used to say he thought my old man laugh was the most genuine, because no one in their right mind would want to sound like that. Now I'm trying to remember the last time it happened. I haven't done anything yet, my mom says. It's still in the idea phase, but I'm thinking I want to come visit. I don't say anything for a moment, weighing the pros and cons as I chew the massive chunk of cheese I just put into my mouth. Con? She will critique every single outfit I wear in her presence. Pro? She will make macaroni and cheese and coconut cake. Con? She will ask me if I'm okay every 3 seconds. Pro, for at least a few days when I come home, this apartment will not be empty. I swallow. Okay, I say finally. Great idea. I can take you to a show, maybe. Oh, thank goodness, she says. I already booked the ticket. Mom, I say, groaning. What? I could have canceled if you'd said no, but you didn't. So great. I'll be there in about 2 weeks. That works, right? I knew this was going to happen as soon as my mom partially retired from teaching last year. She spent decades as the head of the science department at a private high school, and the moment she told me she was stepping down and only teaching 2 classes, I knew that extra time and attention would have to go somewhere. Yeah, that works, I say as I cut up the tomatoes and pour olive oil on them. I just want to make sure you're okay, my mom says. I want to be there. You shouldn't. I know, Mom, I say, cutting her off. I know. I get it. Thank you for coming. It will be fun. It won't be fun, necessarily, but it will be good. It's like going to a party when you've had a bad day. You don't want to go, but you know you should. You know that even if you don't enjoy it, it will do you good to get out of the house. Did you get the package I sent? She says. The package? With your dad's photos. Oh, no, I say. I didn't. We are quiet for a moment, and then my mom gets exasperated by my silence. For heaven's sake, I've been waiting for you to bring it up, but I can't wait any longer. How's it going with Evelyn Hugo? She says. I'm dying to know when you're not offering anything. I pour my Pellegrino and tell her that Evelyn is somehow both forthright and hard to read. And then I tell her that she isn't giving me the story for Vivant, that she wants me to write a book. I'm confused, my mom says. She wants you to write her biography? Yeah, I say. And as exciting as it is, there's something weird about it. I mean, I don't think she ever considered doing a piece with Vivant at all. I think she was... I trail off, because I haven't figured out exactly what it is I'm trying to say. What? I think about it more. Using Vivant to get to me. I don't quite know, but Evelyn is very calculating. She's up to something. Well, I'm not surprised. She wants you. You're talented. You're bright. I find myself rolling my eyes at my mother's predictability, but I do still appreciate it. No, I know, Mom. But there's another layer here. I'm convinced of it. That sounds ominous. I guess so. Should I be worried? My mom asks. I mean, are you worried? I hadn't thought about it in such direct terms, but I suppose my answer is no. I think I'm too intrigued to be worried, I say. Well then, just make sure you share the real juicy stuff with your mother. I did suffer through a 22-hour labor for you. I deserve this. I laugh, and it comes out just a little bit like an old man. All right, I say. I promise. Okay, Evelyn says. Are we ready? She is back in her seat. I am in my spot at the desk. Grace has brought us a tray with blueberry muffins, 2 white mugs, a carafe of coffee, and a stainless steel creamer. I stand up, pour my coffee, add my cream, walk back to the desk, press record, and then say, Yes, ready. Go for it. What happened next?
Goddamn Don Adler. Little Women turned out to be a carrot dangled in front of me, because as soon as I became Evelyn Hugo, young blonde, Sunset had all sorts of movies they wanted me to do. Dumb, sentimental comedy stuff. I was okay with it for 2 reasons. 1, I had no choice but to be all right with it because I didn't hold the cards, and 2, my star was rising. Fast. The first movie they gave me to star in was Father and Daughter. We shot it in 1956. Ed Baker played my widowed father, and the 2 of us were falling in love with people at the same time, him with his secretary, me with his apprentice. During that time, Harry was really pushing for me to go out on a few dates with Brick Thomas. Brick was a former child star and a matinee idol who, honest to God, thought he might be the Messiah. Just standing next to him, I thought I might drown in the self-adoration cascading off him. One Friday night, Brick and I met with Harry and Gwendolyn Peters a few blocks from Chasen's. Gwen put me in a dress, hose, and heels. She put my hair in an updo. Brick showed up in dungarees and a T-shirt, and Gwen put him in a nice suit. We drove Harry's brand-new crimson Cadillac Biarritz the half-mile to the front door. People were taking pictures of Brick and me before we even got out of the car. We were escorted to a circular booth where the two of us packed ourselves in tight together. I ordered a Shirley Temple. "How old are you, sweetheart?" Brick asked me. 18, I said. "So I bet you had my picture up on your wall, huh?" It took everything I had not to grab my drink and throw it right in his face. Instead, I smiled as politely as possible and said, "How do you know?" Photographers snapped shots as we sat together. We pretended not to see them, making it look as if we were laughing together, arm in arm. An hour later, we were back with Harry and Gwendolyn, changing into our normal clothes. Just before Brick and I said goodbye, he turned to me and smiled. "Gonna be a lot of rumors about you and me tomorrow," he said. "Sure are. Let me know if you want to make 'em true." I should have kept quiet. I should have just smiled nicely, but instead I said, "Don't hold your breath." Brick looked at me and laughed and then waved goodbye as if I hadn't just insulted him. "Can you believe that guy?" I said. Harry had already opened my door and was waiting for me to get into the car. "That guy makes us a lot of money," he said as I sat down. Harry got in on the other side and turned the key in the ignition, but didn't start driving. Instead, he looked at me. "I'm not saying you should be dallying around too much with these actors you don't like," he said. "But it would do you some good, if you liked one, if things progressed past a photo op or two. The studio would like it. The fans would like it." Naively, I had thought I was done pretending to like the attention of every man I came across. "Okay," I said rather petulantly. "I'll try." And while I knew it was the best thing to do for my career, I grinned through my teeth on dates with Pete Greer and Bobby Donovan. But then Harry set me up on a date with Don Adler, and I forgot why I would ever have resented the idea in the first place. Don Adler invited me out to Mocambo, without a doubt the hottest club in town, and he picked me up at my apartment. I opened the door to see him in a nice suit with a bouquet of lilies. He was just a few inches taller than me in my heels, light brown hair, hazel eyes, square jaw, the kind of smile that the moment you saw it made you smile. It was the smile his mother had been famous for, now on a handsomer face. "For you," he said, just a bit shyly. "Wow," I said, taking them from him. "They're gorgeous. Come in, I'll put them in some water." I was wearing a boat-neck, sapphire blue cocktail dress, my hair up in a chignon. I grabbed a vase from underneath the sink and turned the water on. "You didn't have to do all this," I said, as Don stood in my kitchen, waiting for me. "Well," he said, "I wanted to. I've been hounding Harry to meet you for a while, so it was the least I could do to make you feel special." I put the flowers on the counter. "Shall we?" Don nodded and took my hand. "I saw father and daughter," he said when we were in his convertible and headed over to the Sunset Strip. "Oh, yeah?" "Yeah. Ari showed me an early cut. He says he thinks it's going to be a big hit. Says he thinks you're going to be a big hit." "And what did you think?" We were stopped at a red light on Highland. Don looked at me. "I think you're the most gorgeous woman I've ever seen in my life." "Oh, stop," I said. I found myself laughing, blushing even. "Truly, and a real talent, too. When the movie ended, I looked right at Ari and said, 'That's the girl for me.'" "You did not," I said. Don put up his hand. "Scout's honor." There's absolutely no reason a man like Don Adler should have a different effect on me from the rest of the men in the world. He was no more handsome than Brick Thomas, no more earnest than Ernie Diaz, and he could offer me stardom whether I loved him or not. But these things defy reason. I blame pheromones, ultimately. That and the fact that, at least at first, Don Adler treated me like a person. There are people who see a beautiful flower and rush over to pick it. They want to hold it in their hands. They want to own it. They want the flower's beauty to be theirs, to be within their possession, their control. Don wasn't like that. At least, not at first. Don was happy to be near the flower, to look at the flower, to appreciate the flower simply being. Here's the thing about marrying a guy like that, a guy like Don Adler back then. You're saying to him, this beautiful thing you've been happy to simply appreciate, well, now it's yours to own. Don and I partied the night away at the Macambo. It was a real scene, crowds outside packed tight as sardines trying to get in. Inside a celebrity playground, tables upon tables filled with famous people. High ceilings, incredible stage acts, and birds everywhere. Actual live birds in glass aviaries. Don introduced me to a few actors from MGM and Warner Brothers. I met Bonnie Lakeland, who had just gone freelance and made it big with Money Honey. I heard more than once someone refer to Don as the Prince of Hollywood, and I found it charming when he turned to me after the third time someone said it and whispered, "They are underestimating me. I'll be king one of these days." Don and I stayed at Macambo well past midnight, dancing together until our feet hurt. Every time a song ended, we said we were going to sit down, but once a new one started, we refused to leave the floor. He drove me home, the streets quiet at the late hour, the lights dim all over town. When we got to my apartment, he walked me to my door. He didn't ask to come in. He just said, "When can I see you again?" "Call Harry and make a date," I said. Don put his hand on the door. "No," he said. "Really. Me and you." "And the cameras?" I said. "If you want them there, fine," he said. "If you don't, neither do I." He smiled, a sweet, teasing smile. I laughed. "Okay," I said. "How about next Friday?" Don thought about it a second. "Can I tell you the truth about something?" "If you must." "I'm scheduled to go to the Trocadero with Natalie Ember next Friday night." "Oh." "It's the name, the Adler name. Sunset's trying to squeeze all the fame out of me that they can." I shook my head. "I don't think it's just the name," I told him. "I've seen Brothers in Arms. You're great. The whole audience loved you." Don looked at me shyly and smiled. "You really think so?" I laughed. He knew it was true. He just liked hearing it come out of my mouth. "I won't give you the satisfaction," I said. "I wish you would." "Enough of that," I told him. "I've told you when I'm free. You do with it what you will." He stood tall, listening to what I'd said as if I'd given him orders. "Okay. I'll cancel Natalie, then. I'll pick you up here on Friday at 7. I smiled and nodded. "Good night, Don," I said. "Good night, Evelyn," he said. I started to shut the door, and he put his hand up, stopping me. "Did you have a good time tonight?" he asked me. I thought about what to say, how to say it, and then I lost control of myself, giddy, to feel excited by someone for the first time. "One of the better nights of my life," I said. Don smiled. "Me too." The next day, our picture appeared in Sub Rosa magazine with the caption, "Don Adler and Evelyn Hugo make quite the pair." Father and Daughter was a huge hit. And as a show of just how excited Sunset was about my new persona, they credited me in the beginning of the movie as introducing Evelyn Hugo. It was the first and only time my name was under the marquee. On opening night, I thought of my mother. I knew that if she could have been there with me, she would have been beaming. I did it, I wanted to tell her. We're both out of there. When the movie did well, I thought Sunset would certainly greenlight Little Women, but Ari wanted Ed Baker and me in another movie as fast as possible. We didn't do sequels back then. Instead, we would essentially just make the same movie again with a different name and a slightly different conceit. So we commenced shooting on Next Door. Ed played my uncle, who had taken me in after my parents died. The two of us quickly fell into respective romantic entanglements with the widowed mother and son who lived next to us. Don was shooting a thriller on the lot at the time, and he used to come visit me every day when his set broke for lunch. I was absolutely smitten, in love and lust for the very first time. I found myself brightening up the moment I set eyes on him, always finding reasons to touch him, reasons to bring him up in conversation when he wasn't around. Harry was sick of hearing about him. "Ev, honey, I'm serious," Harry said one afternoon in his office when the two of us were sharing a drink. "I've had it up to my eyeballs with this Don Adler talk." I visited Harry about once a day back then, just to check in, see how he was doing. I always made it seem like business, but even then I knew he was the closest thing I had to a friend. Sure, I'd become friendly with a lot of the other actresses at Sunset. Ruby Riley in particular was a favorite of mine. She was tall and lean, with a dynamite laugh and an air of detachment to her. She never minced words, but she could charm the pants off almost anybody. Sometimes Ruby and I and some of the other girls on the lot would grab lunch and gossip about various goings-on, but to be honest, I would have thrown every single one of them in front of a moving train to get apart, and I think they would have done the same to me. Intimacy is impossible without trust, and we would have been idiots to trust one another. But Harry was different. Harry and I both wanted the same thing. We wanted Evelyn Hugo to be a household name. Also, we just liked each other. "We can talk about Don, or we can talk about when you're greenlighting Little Women," I said teasingly. Harry laughed. "It's not up to me, you know that." "Well, why is Ari dragging his feet?" "You don't want to do Little Women right now," Harry says. "It's better if you give it a few months." "I most certainly do want to do it right now." Harry shook his head and stood up, pouring himself another glass of scotch. He didn't offer me a second martini, and I knew it was because he knew I shouldn't have had the first one to begin with. "You could really be big," Harry said. "Everybody's saying so. If Next Door does as well as Father and Daughter, and you and Don keep going on the way you have been, you could be a big deal." "I know," I said. "That's what I'm banking on." "You want Little Women to come out just when people are thinking you only know how to do one thing." "What do you mean?" "You had a huge hit with Father and Daughter. People know you can be funny. They know you're adorable. They know they liked you in that picture." "Sure." "Now you're going to do it again. You're going to show them that you can recreate the magic. You're not just a one-trick pony." "All right. Maybe you do a picture with Don. After all, they can't print pictures of the two of you dancing at Ciro's or the Trocadero fast enough. But hear me out. You and Don do a picture. A matinee romance, maybe. Something where all the girls want to be you and all the boys want to be with you. Fine. And just when everyone is thinking they know you, that they get Evelyn Hugo, you play Joe. You knock everybody's socks off. Now the audience is going to think to themselves, I knew she was something special. But why can't I just do Little Women now, and they'll think that now? Harry shook his head. Because you have to give them time to invest in you. You have to give them time to get to know you. You're saying I should be predictable. I'm saying you should be predictable and then do something unpredictable, and they'll love you forever. I listened to him, thought about it. You're just feeding me a line, I said. Harry laughed. Look, this is Ari's plan. Like it or not, he wants you in a few more pictures before he's going to give you Little Women. But he is going to give you Little Women. All right, I said. What choice did I have, really? My contract with Sunset was for another 3 years. If I caused too much trouble, they had an option to drop me at any time. They could loan me out, force me to take projects, put me on leave without pay, you name it. They could do anything they wanted. Sunset owned me. Your job now, Harry said, is to see if you can make a real go of it with Don. It's in both of your best interests. I laughed. Oh, now you want to talk about Don. Harry smiled. I don't want to sit here and listen to you talk about how dreamy he is. That's boring. I want to know if the two of you might be ready to make it official. Don and I had been seen around town, our photos taken at every hot spot in Hollywood, dinner at Dan Tana's, lunch at the Vine Street Derby, tennis at the Beverly Hills Tennis Club, and we knew what we were doing, parading around in public. I needed Don's name mentioned in the same sentences as mine, and Don needed to look like he was a part of the new Hollywood. Photos of the two of us double dating with other stars went a long way toward solidifying his image as a man about town. But he and I never talked about any of that, because we were genuinely happy to be around each other. The fact that it was helping our careers felt like a bonus. The night of the premiere of his movie Big Trouble, Don picked me up wearing a slick dark suit and holding a Tiffany box. "What's this?" I asked him. I was wearing a black and purple floral Christian Dior. "Open it," Don said, smiling. Inside was a giant platinum and diamond ring. It was braided on the sides with a square-cut jewel in the middle. I gasped. "Are you—" I knew it had been coming, if only because I knew Don wanted to sleep with me so bad it was nearly killing him. I'd been resisting him despite his very overt advances, but it was getting harder to do. The more we kissed in dark places, the more we found ourselves alone in the backs of limousines, the harder it was for me to push him away. I'd never had that feeling before, physical yearning. I'd never felt what it is to ache to be touched. Until Don. I would find myself next to him, desperate to feel his hands on my bare skin. And I loved the idea of making love to someone. I'd had sex before, but it had never meant anything to me. I wanted to make love to Don. I loved him, and I wanted us to do it right. And here it was, a marriage proposal. I put my hand out to touch the ring, to make sure it was all real. Don shut the box before I could. "I'm not asking you to marry me," he said. "What?" I felt foolish. I'd allowed myself to dream too big. Here I was, Evelyn Herrera, parading around as if my name was Evelyn Hugo and I could marry a movie star. At least not yet. I tried to hide my disappointment. "Have it your way, then," I said, turning away from him to grab my clutch. "Don't be sour," Don said. "Who's sour?" I said. We walked out of my apartment, and I shut the door behind me. "I'm going to ask you tonight." His voice was pleading, nearly apologetic. "At the premiere, in front of everyone." I softened. "I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to know." Don grabbed my hand and got down on one knee. He didn't open the ring box again. He just looked at me sincerely. "Will you say yes?" "We should go," I said. "You can't be late to your own movie." "Will you say yes? That's all I need to know." I looked right at him and said, "Yes, you dumb fool, I'm mad for you." He grabbed me and kissed me. It hurt a little. His teeth hit my lower lip. I was going to get married, to someone I loved this time, to someone who made me feel the way I was pretending to feel in the movies. What could be any further from that tiny, sad apartment in Hell's Kitchen than this? An hour later, on the red carpet, in a sea of photographers and publicists, Don Adler got down on one knee. "Evelyn Hugo, will you marry me?" I cried and nodded. He stood up and put the ring on my finger, and then he picked me up and spun me in the air. As Don put me back down, I saw Harry Cameron by the theater door, clapping for us. He gave me a wink.
Sub Rosa, March 4th, 1957. Dawn and Ev for Ev. You heard it here first, folks. Hollywood's newest it couple, Dawn Adler and Evelyn Hugo, are tying the knot. The most eligible of eligible bachelors has chosen none other than the sparkling blonde starlet to be his bride. The two have been seen canoodling and cavorting all over, and now they've decided to make it official. Rumor has it that Mary and Roger Adler, Dawn's oh-so-proud parents, couldn't be happier to have Evelyn joining the family. You can bet your bottom dollar that the nuptials will be the event of the season. With a Hollywood family this glamorous and a bride this beautiful, the whole town will be talking.
We had a beautiful wedding. 300 guests, hosted by Mary and Roger Adler. Ruby was my maid of honor. I wore a jewel-necked taffeta gown covered with rose-point lace, with sleeves down to my wrists, and a full lace skirt. It was designed by Vivian Worley, the head costumer for Sunset. Gwendolyn did my hair, pulled back into a simple but flawless bun, to which my tulle veil was attached. There wasn't much of the wedding that was planned by us. It was controlled almost entirely by Mary and Roger, and the rest by Sunset. Don was expected to play the game exactly the way his parents wanted it played. Even then I could tell he was eager to get out of their shadow, to eclipse their stardom with his own. Don had been raised to believe that fame was the only power worth pursuing. And what I loved about him was that he was ready to become the most powerful person in any room by becoming the most adored. And while our wedding night might have been at the whim of others, our love and our commitment to each other felt sacred. When Don and I looked into each other's eyes and held hands as we said "I do" at the Beverly Hills Hotel, it felt like it was just the two of us up there, despite being surrounded by half of Hollywood. Toward the end of the night, after the wedding bells and our announcement as a married couple, Harry pulled me aside. He asked me how I was doing. "I'm the most famous bride in the world right now," I said. "I'm great." Harry laughed. "You'll be happy," he asked, "with Don? He's going to take good care of you?" "I have no doubt about it." I believed in my heart that I'd found someone who understood me, or at least understood the me I was trying to be. At the age of 19, I thought Don was my happy ending. Harry put his arm around me and said, "I'm happy for you, kid." I grabbed his hand before he could pull it away. I'd had 2 glasses of champagne and I was feeling fresh. "How come you never tried anything?" I asked him. "We've known each other a few years now, not even a kiss on the cheek." "I'll kiss you on the cheek if you want," Harry said, smiling. "Not what I mean, and you know it." "Did you want something to happen?" he asked me. I wasn't attracted to Harry Cameron, despite the fact that he was a categorically attractive man. "No," I said, "I don't think I did." "But you wanted me to want something to happen." I smiled. "And what if I did? Is that so wrong? I'm an actress, Harry. Don't you forget that." Harry laughed. "You have actress written all over your face. I remember it every single day." "Then why, Harry? What's the truth?" Harry took a sip of his scotch and took his arm off me. It's hard to explain. Try. You're young. I waved him off. Most men don't seem to have any problem with a little thing like that. My own husband is 7 years older than me. I looked over to see Don swaying with his mother on the dance floor. Mary was still gorgeous in her 50s. She'd come to fame during the silent film era and did a few talkies before retiring. She was tall and intimidating, with a face that was striking more than anything. Harry took another swig of his scotch and put the glass down. He looked thoughtful. It's a long and complicated story, but suffice it to say you've just never been my type. The way he said it, I knew he was trying to tell me something. Harry wasn't interested in girls like me. Harry wasn't interested in girls at all. You're my best friend in the world, Harry, I said. Do you know that? He smiled. I got the impression he did so because he was charmed and because he was relieved. He'd revealed himself, however, vaguely, and I was meeting him with acceptance, however indirectly. Am I really? He asked. I nodded. Well, then, you'll be mine. I raised my glass to him. Best friends tell each other everything, I said. He smiled, raising his own glass. I don't buy that, he teased. Not for 1 minute. Don came over and interrupted us. Would you mind terribly, Cameron, if I danced with my bride? Harry put his hands up as if in surrender. She's all yours. That she is. I took Don's hand, and he twirled me around to the dance floor. He looked right into my eyes. He really looked at me, really saw me. Do you love me, Evelyn Hugo? He asked. More than anything in the world. Do you love me, Don Adler? I love your eyes and your tits and your talent. I love the fact that you've got absolutely no ass on you. I love everything about you, so to say yes would be an understatement. I laughed and kissed him. We were surrounded by people, packed onto the dance floor. His father, Roger, was smoking a cigar with Ari Sullivan in the corner. I felt a million miles away from my old life, the old me, that girl who needed Ernie Diaz for anything at all. Don pulled me close and put his mouth to my ear, whispering, Me and you, we will rule this town. We were married for 2 months before he started hitting me. 6 weeks into our marriage, Don and I shot a weepy on location in Puerto Vallarta. Called One More Day, it was about a rich girl, Diane, who spends the summer with her parents at their second home, and the local boy, Frank, who falls in love with her. Naturally, they can't be together because her parents don't approve. The first weeks of my marriage to Don had been nearly blissful. We bought a house in Beverly Hills and had it decorated in marble and linen. We had pool parties nearly every weekend, drinking champagne and cocktails all afternoon and into the night. Don made love like a king, truly, with the confidence and power of someone in charge of a fleet of men. I melted underneath him. In the right moment for him, I'd have done anything he wanted. He had flipped a switch in me, a switch that changed me from a woman who saw making love as a tool into a woman who knew that making love was a need. I needed him. I needed to be seen. I came alive under his gaze. Being married to Don had shown me another side of myself, a side I was just getting to know, a side I liked. When we got to Puerto Vallarta, we spent a few days in town before shooting. We took our rented boat out into the water. We dived into the ocean. We made love in the sand. But as we started shooting and the daily stresses of Hollywood started fracturing our newlywed cocoon, I could tell the tide was turning. Don's last movie, The Gun at Point Doom, wasn't doing well at the box office. It was his first time in a Western, his first crack at playing an action hero. Photo Moment had just published a review saying, "Don Adler is no John Wayne." Hollywood Digest wrote, "Adler looks like a fool holding a gun." I could tell it was bothering him, making him doubt himself. Establishing himself as a masculine action hero was a vital part of his plan. His father had mostly played the straight man in madcap comedies, a clown. Don was out to prove he was a cowboy. It did not help that I had just won an Audience Appreciation Award for Best Rising Star. On the day we shot the final goodbye, where Diane and Frank kiss one last time on the beach, Don and I woke up in our rented bungalow, and he told me to make him breakfast. Mind you, he did not ask me to make him breakfast. He barked the order. Regardless, I ignored his tone and called down to the maid. She was a Mexican woman named Maria. When we had first arrived, I was unsure if I should speak Spanish to the local people, and then, without ever making a formal decision about it, I found myself speaking slow, over-enunciated English to everyone. "Maria, will you please make Mr. Adler some breakfast?" I said into the phone. And then I turned to Don and said, "What would you like, some coffee and eggs?" Our maid back in Los Angeles, Paula, made his breakfast every morning. She knew just how he liked it. I realized in that moment that I'd never paid attention. Frustrated, Don grabbed the pillow from under his head and smashed it over his face, screaming into it. "What has gotten into you?" I said. "If you're not going to be the kind of wife who is going to make me breakfast, you can at least know how I like it." He escaped to the bathroom. I was bothered, but not entirely surprised. I had quickly learned that Don was only kind when he was happy, and he was only happy when he was winning. I had met him on a winning streak, married him as he was ascending. I was quickly learning that sweet Don was not the only Don. Later, in our rented Corvette, Don backed out of the driveway and started heading the 10 blocks towards set. "Are you ready for today?" I asked him. I was trying to be uplifting. Don stopped in the middle of the road. He turned to me. "I've been a professional actor for longer than you've been alive." This was true, albeit on a technicality. He was in one of Mary's silent movies as a baby. He didn't act in a movie again until he was 21. There were a few cars behind us now. We were holding up traffic. "Don," I said, trying to encourage him to move forward. He wasn't listening. The white truck behind us started pulling around, trying to get past us. "Do you know what Alan Thomas said to me yesterday?" Don said. Alan Thomas was his new agent. Alan had been encouraging Don to leave Sunset Studios to go freelance. A lot of actors were navigating their careers on their own. It was leading to big paychecks for big stars, and Don was getting antsy. He kept talking about making more for one picture than his parents had made their whole careers. Be wary of men with something to prove. People around town are asking why you're still going by Evelyn Hugo. I changed my name legally. What do you mean? On the marquee. It should say Don and Evelyn Adler. That's what people are saying. Who is saying that? People. What people? They think you wear the pants. My head fell into my hands. Don, you're being silly. Another car came up around us, and I watched as they recognized Don and me. We were seconds away from a full page in Sub Rosa magazine about how Hollywood's favorite couple were at each other's throat. They'd probably say something like, "The Adlers gone Madlers?" I suspected Don saw the headlines writing themselves at the same time I did, because he started the car and drove us to set. When we pulled onto the lot, I said, "I can't believe we're almost 45 minutes late." And Don said, "Yeah, well, we're Adlers. We can be." I found it absolutely repugnant. I waited until the two of us were in his trailer, and I said, "When you talk like that, you sound like a horse's ass. You shouldn't say things like that where people can hear you." He was taking off his jacket. Wardrobe was due in any moment. I should have just left and gone to my own trailer. I should have let him be. "I think you have gotten the wrong impression here, Evelyn," Don said. "And how is that?" He came right up into my face. "We are not equals, love. And I'm sorry if I've been so kind that you've forgotten that." I was speechless. "I think this should be the last movie you do," he said. "I think it's time for us to have children." His career wasn't turning out the way he wanted. And if he wasn't going to be the most famous person in his family, he surely wasn't going to allow that person to be me. I looked right at him and said, "Absolutely, positively not." And he smacked me across the face. Sharp, fast, strong. It was over before I even knew what happened. The skin on my face stinging from the blow I could barely believe had come my way. If you've never been smacked across the face, let me tell you something. It is humiliating. Mostly because your eyes start to tear up whether you mean to be crying or not. The shock of it and the sheer force of it stimulate your tear ducts. There is no way to take a smack across the face and look stoic. All you can do is remain still and stare straight ahead, allowing your face to turn red and your eyes to bloom. So that's what I did. The way I'd done it when my father hit me. I put my hand to my jaw, and I could feel the skin heating up under my hand. The assistant director knocked on the door. "Mr. Adler, is Miss Hugo with you?" Don was unable to speak. "1 minute, Bobby," I said. I was impressed by how unstrained my voice was, how confident it seemed. It sounded like the voice of a woman who had never been hit a day in her life. There were no mirrors I could get to easily. Don had his back to them, blocking them. I pushed my jaw forward. "Is it red?" I said. Don could barely look at me, but he glanced and then nodded his head. He was boyish and ashamed, as if I were asking him if he'd been the one to break the neighbor's window. "Go out there and tell Bobby I'm having lady troubles. He'll be too embarrassed to ask anything else. Then tell your wardrobe person to meet you in my dressing room. Have Bobby tell mine to meet me in here in a half hour." "Okay," he said, and then grabbed his jacket and slipped out. The minute he was out the door, I locked myself inside and slumped down against the wall, the tears coming fast the moment no one could see them. I had made my way 3,000 miles from where I was born. I had found a way to be in the right place at the right time. I'd changed my name, changed my hair, changed my teeth and my body. I'd learned how to act. I'd made the right friends. I'd married into a famous family. Most of America knew my name. And yet. I got up off the floor and wiped my eyes. I gathered myself. I sat down at the vanity, 3 mirrors in front of me lined with light bulbs. How silly is it that I thought that if I ever found myself in a movie star's dressing room, that meant I'd have no troubles. A few moments later, Gwendolyn knocked on the door to do my hair. "1 second," I yelled out. "Evelyn, we have to move quickly. You guys are already behind schedule. Just 1 second." I looked at myself in the mirror and realized I couldn't force the redness to go away. The question was whether I trusted Gwen, and I decided I did. I had to. I stood up and opened the door. "Oh, sweetheart," she said, "you look a fright." I know. She looked more closely at me and realized what she was seeing. "Did you fall?" "Yes," I said, "I did. I fell right over onto the counter. Jaw caught the worst of it." We both knew I was lying. And to this day, I'm not sure whether Gwen asked me if I fell in order to spare me the need to lie, or to encourage me to keep quiet. I wasn't the only woman being hit back then. A lot of women were negotiating the very same things I was at that moment. There was a social code for these things, the first rule being to shut up about it. An hour later, I was being escorted to set. We were to film a scene just outside a mansion on the beach. Don was sitting in his chair, the 4 wooden legs digging into the sand behind the director. He ran up to me. "How are you feeling, sweetheart?" His voice was so chipper, so consoling, that for a moment I thought he had forgotten what happened. "I'm fine. Let's get on with it." We took our places. The sound guy mic'd us. The grips made sure we were lit properly. I put everything out of my head. Hold on," the director yelled. "Ronnie, what's going on with the boom?" Distracted by a conversation, he walked away from the camera. Don covered his mic and then put his hand on my chest and covered mine. "Evelyn, I'm so sorry," he whispered into my ear. I pulled back and looked at him, stunned. No one had ever apologized for hitting me before. "I never should have laid a hand on you," he said. His eyes were filling with tears. "I'm ashamed of myself for doing anything at all to hurt you." He looked so pained. "I will do anything for your forgiveness." Maybe the life I thought I had wasn't so far away after all. "Can you forgive me?" he asked. Maybe this was all a mistake. Maybe it didn't mean anything had to change. "Of course I can," I said. The director ran back to the camera, and Don leaned back, taking his hands off our mics. And action! Don and I were both nominated for Academy Awards for one more day, and I think the general consensus was that it didn't matter how talented we were. People just loved seeing us together. To this day, I have no idea if either of us is actually any good in it. It is the only movie I've ever shot that I cannot bring myself to watch. A man hits you once and apologizes, and you think it will never happen again. But then you tell him you're not sure you ever want a family, and he hits you once more. You tell yourself it's understandable what he did. You were sort of rude the way you said it. You do want a family someday, you truly do. You're just not sure how you're going to manage it with your movies. But you should have been more clear. The next morning he apologizes and brings you flowers. He gets down on his knees. The third time, it's a disagreement about whether to go out to Romanoff's or stay in, which, you realize when he pushes you into the wall behind you, is actually about the image of your marriage to the public. The fourth time, it's after you both lose at the Oscars. You are in a silk emerald green one-shoulder dress. He's in a tux with tails. He has too much to drink at the after-parties, trying to nurse his wounds. You're in the front seat of the car in your driveway, about to go inside. He's upset that he lost. You tell him it's okay. He tells you that you don't understand. You remind him that you lost too. He says, "Yeah, but your parents are trash from Long Island. No one expects anything from you." You know you shouldn't, but you say, "I'm from Hell's Kitchen, you asshole." He opens the parked car's door and pushes you out. When he comes crawling to you in tears the next morning, you don't actually believe him anymore. But now this is just what you do. The same way you fix the hole in your dress with a safety pin or tape up the crack in a window. That's the part I was stuck in. The part where you accept the apology because it's easier than addressing the root of the problem. When Harry Cameron came to my dressing room and told me the good news, Little Women was getting the green light. It's you as Joe, Ruby Riley as Meg, Joy Nathan as Amy, and Celia St. James is playing Beth. Celia St. James? From Olympian Studios? Harry nodded. What's with the frown? I thought you'd be thrilled. Oh, I said, turning further toward him, I absolutely am. You don't like Celia St. James? I smiled at him. That teenage bitch is going to act me under the table. Harry threw his head back and laughed. Celia St. James had made headlines earlier in the year, At the age of 19, she played a young widowed mother in a war period piece. Everyone said she was sure to be nominated next year. Exactly the sort of person the studio would want playing Beth, and exactly the sort of person Ruby and I would hate. You're 21 years old. You're married to the biggest movie star there is right now, and you were just nominated for an Academy Award, Evelyn. Harry had a point, but so did I. Celia was going to be a problem. It's okay. I'm ready. I'm going to give the best goddamn performance of my life, and when people watch the movie, they are going to say, Beth who? Oh, the middle sister who dies? What about her? I have absolutely no doubt, Harry said, putting his arm around me. You're fabulous, Evelyn. The whole world knows it. I smiled. You really think so? This is something that everyone should know about stars. We like to be told we are adored, and we want you to repeat yourself. Later in my life, people would always come up to me and say, I'm sure you don't want to hear me blabbering on about how great you are, and I always say, as if I'm joking, oh, one more time won't hurt. But the truth is, praise is just like an addiction. The more you get it, the more of it you need just to stay even. Yes, he said, I really think so. I stood up from my chair to give Harry a hug, but as I did, the lighting highlighted my upper cheekbone, the rounded spot just below my eye. I watched as Harry's gaze ran across my face. He could see the light bruise I was hiding, could see the purple and blue under the surface of my skin, bleeding through the pancake makeup. Evelyn, he said. He put his thumb up to my face as if he needed to feel it, to know it was real. Harry, don't. I'll kill him. No, you won't. We're best friends, Evelyn, me and you. I know, I said. I know that. You said best friends tell each other everything. And you knew it was bullshit when I said it. I stared at him as he stared at me. Let me help, he said. What can I do? You can make sure I look better than Celia, better than all of them in the dailies. That's not what I mean. But it's all you can do. Evelyn, I kept my upper lip stiff. There's no move here, Harry. He understood what I meant. I couldn't leave Don Adler. I could talk to Ari. I love him, I said, turning away and clipping my earrings on. It was the truth. Don and I had problems, but so did a lot of people. And he was the only man who had ever ignited something in me. Sometimes I hated myself for wanting him, for finding myself brightening up when his attention was on me, for still needing his approval. But I did. I loved him, and I wanted him in my bed, and I wanted to stay in the spotlight. End of discussion. A moment later, there was another knock on my door. It was Ruby Riley. She was shooting a drama where she played a young nun. She was standing in front of the two of us in a black tunic and a white cowl. Her hood was in her hand. "Did you hear?" Ruby said to me. "Well, of course you heard. Harry's here." Harry laughed. "You both start rehearsals in 3 weeks." Ruby hit Harry on the arm playfully. "No, not that part. Did you hear Celia St. James is playing Beth? That tart's going to show us all up." "See, Harry," I said, "Celia St. James is going to ruin everything." The morning we started rehearsals for Little Women, Don woke me up with breakfast in bed, half a grapefruit and a lit cigarette. I found this highly romantic because it was exactly what I wanted. "Good luck today, sweetheart," he said as he got dressed and headed out the door. "I know you'll show Celia St. James what it really means to be an actress." I smiled and wished him a good day. I ate the grapefruit and left the tray in bed as I got into the shower. When I got out, our maid Paula was in the bedroom cleaning up after me. She was picking the butt of my cigarette off the duvet. I'd left it on the tray, but it must have fallen. I didn't keep a neat house. My clothes from last night were on the floor. My slippers were on top of the dresser. My towel was in the sink. Paula had her work cut out for her, and she didn't find me particularly charming. That much was clear. "Can you do that later?" I said to her. "I'm terribly sorry, but I'm in a rush to get to set." She smiled politely and left. I wasn't in a rush, really. I just wanted to get dressed, and I wasn't going to do that in front of Paula. I didn't want her to see that there was a bruise, dark purple and yellowing on my ribs. Don had pushed me down the stairs 9 days before. Even as I say it, all these years later, I feel the need to defend him, to say that it wasn't as bad as it sounds, that we were toward the bottom of the stairs, and he gave me a shove that bumped me down about 4 steps and onto the floor. Unfortunately, the table by the door where we kept the keys and the mail is what caught my fall. I landed on it on my left side, the handle on the top drawer getting me right in the rib cage. When I said that I thought I might have broken a rib, Don said, "Oh, no, honey, are you all right?" As if he wasn't the one who pushed me. Like an idiot, I said, "I think I'm fine." The bruise wasn't going away quickly. Paula burst back in through the door a moment later. "Sorry, Mrs. Adler, I forgot the—" I panicked. "For heaven's sake, Paula, I asked you to leave." She turned around and walked out. And what pissed me off more than anything was that if she was going to sell a story, why wasn't it that one? Why didn't she tell the world that Don Adler was beating his wife? Why instead did she come after me? 2 hours later, I was on the set of Little Women. The soundstage had been turned into a New England cabin, complete with snow on the windows. Ruby and I were united in our fight against Celia St. James stealing the movie from us, despite the fact that anyone who plays Beth leaves the audience reaching for the hankies. You can't tell an actress that a rising tide lifts all boats. It doesn't work that way for us. But on the first day of rehearsals, as Ruby and I hung out by craft services and drank coffee, it became clear that Celia St. James had absolutely no idea how much we all hated her. "Oh, God," she said, coming up to Ruby and me, "I'm so scared." She was wearing gray trousers and a pale pink, short-sleeved sweater. She had a childlike girl-next-door kind of face. Big, round, pale blue eyes, long lashes, Cupid's bow lips, long strawberry red hair. She was simplicity perfected. I was the sort of beautiful that women knew they could never truly emulate. Men knew they would never even get close to a woman like me. Ruby was the elegant, aloof sort of beauty. Ruby was cool. Ruby was chic. But Celia was the sort of beautiful that felt as if you could hold it in your hands. Like if you played your cards right, you might just get to marry a girl like Celia St. James. Ruby and I both were aware of what kind of power that is. Accessibility. Celia toasted a piece of bread at the craft services table and slathered it with peanut butter and then bit into it. "What on earth are you scared of?" Ruby said. "I have no idea what I'm doing," Celia said. "Celia, you can't really expect us to fall for this aw-shucks routine," I said. She looked at me, and the way she did it made me feel as if no one had ever really looked at me before. Not even Don. "That hurts my feelings," she said. I felt a little bit bad, but I certainly wasn't going to let on. "I didn't mean anything by it," I said. "Yes, you absolutely did," Celia said. "I think you're a bit of a cynic." Ruby, that fair-weather friend, pretended to hear the AD calling for her and took off. "I just have a hard time believing a woman the entire town is saying will be nominated next year is doubting her ability to play Beth March. It's the chewiest, most likable role in the whole thing." "If it's such a sure thing, then why didn't you take it?" she asked me. "I'm too old, Celia, but thank you for that." Celia smiled, and I realized I'd played right into her hands. That's when I started to take a liking to Celia St. James.
Let's pick up here tomorrow, Evelyn says. The sun set long ago. As I look around, I notice the remains of breakfast, lunch, and dinner scattered across the room. Okay, I say. By the way, she adds as I start to pack up, my publicist got an email today from your editor, inquiring about a photo shoot for the June cover. Oh, I say. Frankie has checked in on me a few times now. I know I need to call her back, update her on this situation. I'm just not sure of my next move. I take it you haven't told them the plan, Evelyn says. I place my computer in my bag. Not yet. I hate the slight tint of sheepishness that comes out when I say it. That's fine, Evelyn says. I'm not judging you, if that's what you're worried about. God knows I'm no defender of the truth. I laugh. You'll do what you need to do, she says. I will, I say. I just don't know what exactly that is yet. When I get home, the package from my mother is sitting just inside my building's door. I pick it up, only to realize that it's incredibly heavy. I end up pushing it across the tile floor with my foot. I pull it one step at a time up the stairs, and then I drag it into my apartment. When I open the box, it's filled with some of my father's photo albums. The front of each is embossed with James Grant in the bottom right-hand corner. Nothing can stop me from sitting down, right on the floor where I am, and looking through the photos one by one. On-set still photos of directors, famous actors, board extras, ADs, you name it, they are all in here. My dad loved his job. He loved taking pictures of people who weren't paying attention to him. I remember once, about a year before he died, he took a 2-month job in Vancouver. My mom and I went to visit him twice while he was up there, but it was so much colder than L.A., and he was gone for what felt like so long. I asked him why. Why couldn't he just work at home? Why did he have to take this job? He told me he wanted to do work that invigorated him. He said, "You have to do that too, Monique, when you're older. You have to find a job that makes your heart feel big instead of one that makes it feel small, okay? You promise me that?" He put out his hand, and I shook it, like we were making a business deal. I was 6. By the time I was 8, we'd lost him. I always kept what he said in my heart. I spent my teenage years with a burning pressure to find a passion, one that would expand my soul in some way. It was no small task. In high school, long after we'd said goodbye to my father, I tried theater and orchestra. I tried joining the chorus. I tried soccer and debate. In a moment of what felt like epiphany, I tried photography, hoping that the thing that expanded my father's heart might expand my own. But it wasn't until I was assigned to write a profile piece on one of my classmates in my composition class freshman year at USC that I felt anything close to a swelling in my chest. I liked writing about real people. I liked finding evocative ways of interpreting the real world. I liked the idea of connecting people by sharing their stories. Following that part of my heart led me to J School at NYU, which led to my internship at WNYC. I followed that passion to a life of freelancing for embarrassing blogs, living check to check and hand to mouth, and then eventually to the Discourse, where I met David when he was working on the site's redesign, and then to Vivant, and now to Evelyn. One small thing my dad said to me on a cold day in Vancouver has essentially been the basis of my entire life's trajectory. For a brief moment, I wonder if I would have listened to him if he hadn't died. Would I have clung to his every word so tightly if his advice had felt unlimited? At the end of the last photo album, I come across candids that don't appear to be from a movie set. They were taken at a barbecue. I recognize my mom in the background of some of them, and then, at the very end, is one of me with my parents. I can't be more than 4 years old. I'm eating a piece of cake with my hand, looking directly into the camera, as my mother holds me and my father has his arm around us. Most people still called me by my first name, Elizabeth, back then. Elizabeth Monique Grant. My mom assured me I'd grow up to be a Liz or a Lizzie, but my father had always loved the name Monique and couldn't help but call me by it. I would often remind him that my name was Elizabeth. Then he would tell me that my name was whatever I wanted it to be. When he passed away, it became clear to both my mother and me that I should be Monique. It eased our pain ever so slightly to honor every last thing about him. So my pet name became my real name, and my mother often reminds me that my name was a gift from my father. Looking at this picture, I am struck by how beautiful my parents were together, James and Angela. I know what it cost them to build a life, to have me. A white woman and a black man in the early 80s, neither of their families being particularly thrilled with the arrangement. We moved around a lot before my father died, trying to find a neighborhood where my parents felt at ease at home. My mother didn't feel welcome in Baldwin Hills. My father didn't feel comfortable in Brentwood. I was in school before I met another person who looked like me. Her name was Yael. Her father was Dominican, and her mother was from Israel. She liked to play soccer. I liked to play dress-up. We could rarely agree on anything. But I liked that when someone asked her if she was Jewish, she said, "I'm half Jewish." No one else I knew was half something. For so long, I felt like two halves. And then my father died, and I felt like I was one half my mother and one half lost, a half that I feel so torn from, so incomplete without. But looking at this picture now, the three of us together in 1986, me in overalls, my father in a polo, my mother in a denim jacket, we look like we belong together. I don't look like I'm half of one thing and half of another, but rather one whole thing, theirs, loved. I miss my dad. I miss him all the time. But it's moments like this, when I'm on the precipice of finally doing work that might just expand my heart, that I wish I could at least send him a letter telling him what I'm doing. And I wish he could send me one back. I already know what he would write. Something like, "I'm proud of you, I love you." But still, I'd like to get one anyway. "All right," I say. My spot at Evelyn's desk has become my second home. I've come to rely on Grace's morning coffee. It has replaced my usual Starbucks habit. Let's pick up where we left off yesterday. You're about to start Little Women. Go. Evelyn laughs. "You've become an old hand at this," she says. "I learn quickly."
A week into rehearsals, Don and I were lying in bed. He was asking how it was going, and I admitted that Celia was just as good as I'd thought she'd be. "Well, the people of Montgomery County is going to be #1 again this week. I'm at the top of my game again, and my contract is up at the end of this year. Ari Sullivan is willing to do whatever I want to make me happy. So just say the word, baby, and poof, she's out of there." "No," I said to him, putting my hand on his chest and my head on his shoulder. "It's okay. I'm the lead. She's supporting. I'm not going to worry too much. And anyway, there's something I like about her." "There's something I like about you," he said, pulling me on top of him, and for a moment all my worries completely disappeared. The next day when we broke for lunch, Joy and Ruby went off to get turkey salads. Celia caught my eye. "There's no chance you'd want to cut out and grab a milkshake, is there?" she asked. The nutritionist at Sunset would not have liked me getting a milkshake, but what he didn't know wouldn't kill him. 10 minutes later, we were in Celia's baby pink 1956 Chevy, making our way to Hollywood Boulevard. Celia was a terrible driver. I gripped the door handle as if it was capable of saving my life. Celia stopped at the light at Sunset Boulevard and Cahuenga. "I'm thinking Schwab's," she said with a grin. Schwab's was the place everybody hung around during the day back then, and everybody knew that Sidney Skolsky from Photoplay worked out of Schwab's almost every day. Celia wanted to be seen there. She wanted to be seen there with me. "What kind of game are you playing?" I asked. "I'm not playing any game," she said, falsely insulted that I'd suggest such a thing. "Oh, Celia," I said, dismissing her with a wave of my hand. "I've been at this a few more years than you. You're the one who just fell off the turnip truck. Don't confuse us." The light turned green and Celia gunned it. "I'm from Georgia," she said, "just outside of Savannah." "So?" "I'm just saying I didn't fall off a turnip truck. I was scouted by a guy from Paramount back home." I found it somewhat intimidating, maybe even threatening, that someone had flown out to woo her. I had made my way to town through my own blood, sweat, and tears, and Celia had Hollywood running to her before she was even somebody. "That may be so," I said, "but I still know what game you're running, honey. Nobody goes to Schwab's for the milkshakes." "Listen," she said, the tone of her voice changing slightly, becoming more sincere. "I could use a story or two. If I'm going to star in my own movies soon, I need some name recognition. And this milkshake business is all just a ruse to be seen with me." I found it insulting, both being used and being underestimated. Celia shook her head. "No, not at all. I wanted to go get a milkshake with you, and then when we pulled out of the lot, I thought we should go to Schwab's." Celia stopped abruptly at the light at Sunset and Highland. I realized at that point that was just how she drove. A lead foot on both the gas and the brake. "Take a right," I said. "What?" "Take a right." "Why?" "Celia, take the goddamn right before I open this car door and throw myself out of it." She looked at me like I was nuts, which was fair. I had just threatened to kill myself if she didn't put on her blinker. She turned right on Highland. "Take a left at the light," I said. She didn't ask questions, she just put on her blinker, and then she spun onto Hollywood Boulevard. I instructed her to park the car on a side road. We walked to C.C. Brown's. "They have better ice cream," I said, as we walked in. I was putting her in her place. I wasn't going to be photographed with her, unless I wanted to be, unless it was my idea. I certainly wasn't going to be pushed around by somebody less famous than I was. Celia nodded, feeling the sting. The two of us sat down, and the guy behind the counter came up to us, momentarily speechless. He said, "Do you want menus?" I shook my head. "I know what I want. Celia?" She looked at him. "Chocolate malt, please." I watched the way his eyes fixed on her, the way she bent forward slightly with her arms together, emphasizing her chest. She seemed unaware of what she was doing, and that mesmerized him even more. "And I'll have a strawberry milkshake," I said. When he looked at me, I saw his eyes open wider, as if he wanted to see as much of me as he could at one time. "Are you Evelyn Hugo?" "No," I said, and then I smiled and looked him right in the eye. It was ironic and teasing, with the same tone and inflection I'd used countless times when I was recognized around town. He scattered away. "Cheer up, Buttercup," I said as I looked at Celia. She was staring down at the glossy counter. "You're getting a better milkshake out of the deal." "I upset you," she said, "with the Schwab's thing. I'm sorry." "Celia, if you're going to be as big as you clearly want to be, you need to learn two things." "And what are they?" "First, you have to push people's boundaries and not feel bad about it. No one is going to give you anything if you don't ask for it. You tried. You were told no. Get over it." And the second thing? When you use people, be good at it. I wasn't trying to use you. Yes, Celia, you were, and I'm fine with that. I wouldn't have a moment's hesitation in using you, and I wouldn't expect you to have a second thought about using me. Do you know the difference between the two of us? There are a lot of differences between the two of us. Do you know the one in particular I'm talking about? I said. What is it? That I know I use people. I'm fine with the idea of using people, and all of that energy that you spend trying to convince yourself that you're not using people, I spend getting better at it. And you're proud of that? I'm proud of where it's gotten me. Are you using me now? If I was, you'd never know. That's why I'm asking. The guy behind the counter came back with our milkshakes. He appeared to have to give himself a pep talk just to give them to us. No, I said to Celia once he was gone. No what? No, I'm not using you. Well, that's a relief, Celia said. It struck me as painfully naive, the way she so easily, so readily believed me. I was telling the truth, but still. Do you know why I'm not using you? I said. This should be good, Celia said as she took a sip of her shake. I laughed, surprised by both the world-weariness in her voice and the speed with which she spoke. Celia would go on to win more Oscars than anybody else in our circle back then, and it was always for intense, dramatic roles. But I always thought she'd be dynamite in a comedy. She was so quick. The reason I'm not using you is that you have nothing to offer me. Not yet, at least. Celia took a sip of her shake again, stung, and then I leaned forward and took a sip of mine. I don't think that's true, Celia said. I'll give you that you're more famous than me. Being married to Captain Hollywood can have that effect on a person. But other than that, we're at the same place, Evelyn. You've turned in a couple of good performances, so have I, and now we're in a movie together, which both of us took on because we want an Academy Award. And let's be honest, I have a leg up on you in that regard. And why is that? Because I'm a better actress. I stopped sipping the thick shake through the straw and turned myself toward her. How do you figure that? Celia shrugged. It's not something we can measure, I suppose, but it's true. I've seen One More Day. You're really good, but I'm better. And you know I'm better. That's why you and Don almost had me kicked off the project. No, we didn't. Yes, you did. Ruby told me. I wasn't mad at Ruby for telling Celia what I'd told her. The same way you're not mad at a dog for barking at a mailman. That's just what they do. Oh, fine. So you're a better actress than me, and sure, maybe Don and I discussed getting you fired. So what? Big deal. Well, that's just my point exactly. I'm more talented than you, and you're more powerful than me. So? So you're right. I'm not very good at using people, so I'm trying this a different way. Let's help each other out. I sipped my milkshake again, mildly intrigued. How so? I said. After hours, I'll help you with your scenes. I'll teach you what I know. And I go with you to Schwab's. You help me do what you've done, become a star. But then what? I said. We both end up famous and talented, competing for every job in town? I suppose that is one option. And the other? I really like you, Evelyn. I looked at her sideways. She laughed at me. I know that's probably not something most actresses mean in this town, but I don't want to be like most actresses. I really like you. I like watching you on screen. I like how the moment you show up in a scene, I can't look at anything else. I like the way your skin is too dark for your blonde hair, the way the two shouldn't go together and yet seem so natural on you. And to be honest, I like how calculating and awful you kind of are. I am not awful. Celia laughed. Oh, you definitely are. Getting me fired because you think I'll show you up? Awful. That's just awful, Evelyn. And walking around bragging about how you use people, just terrible. But I really like it when you talk about it. I like how honest you are, how unashamed. So many women around here are full of crap with everything they say and do. I like that you're full of crap only when it gets you something. This laundry list of compliments seems to have a lot of insults in it, I said. Celia nodded, hearing me. You know what you want, and you go after it. I don't think there is anyone in this town doubting that Evelyn Hugo is going to be the biggest star in Hollywood one of these days. And that's not just because you're something to look at. It's because you decided you wanted to be huge, and now you're going to be. I want to be friends with a woman like that. That's what I'm saying. Real friends. None of this Ruby Riley backstabbing, talking about each other behind our backs crap. Friendship, where each of us gets better, lives better, because we know the other. I considered her. Do we have to do each other's hair and stuff like that? Sunset pays people to do that, so no. Do I have to listen to your man troubles? Certainly not. So what then? We choose to spend time together and try to be there for each other? Evelyn, have you never had a friend before? Of course I've had friends before. A real one, a close friend, a true friend. I have a true friend, thank you very much. Who is it? Harry Cameron. Harry Cameron is your friend? He's my best friend. Well, fine, Celia said, putting out her hand for me to shake. I will be your second best friend, next to Harry Cameron. I took her hand and shook it firmly. Fine. Tomorrow I'll take you to Schwab's, and afterward we can rehearse together. Thank you, she said, and she smiled brightly, as if she'd gotten everything she'd ever wanted in the world. She hugged me, and when we broke away, the man behind the counter was staring at us. I asked for the check. It's on the house, he said, which I thought was the dumbest thing, because if there is anyone that should be getting free food, it isn't rich people. Will you tell your husband I loved the gun at Point Doom? The man said as Celia and I got up to leave. What husband? I said as coyly as possible. Celia laughed, and I flashed her a grin. But what I was really thinking was, I can't tell him that. He'll think I'm making fun of him, and he'll smack me.
Sub Rosa, June 22nd, 1959. Cold, cold Evelyn. Why would a beautiful couple with a gorgeous 5-bedroom home not be interested in filling it up with a brood of children? You'd have to ask Don Adler and Evelyn Hugo that question. Or maybe you'd just have to ask Evelyn. Don wants a baby, and certainly we've all been waiting with bated breath to find out when the progeny of those two beautiful creatures will make his or her way into the world. We know any child they have would be sure to send us into fits of swooning. But Evelyn's saying no. Instead, all Evelyn talks about is her career, including her new movie, Little Women. More than that, Evelyn doesn't even attempt to keep a clean house or mind her husband's simple requests, and she can't be bothered to be kind to the help. Instead, she's out at Schwab's with single girls like Celia St. James. Poor Dawn's at home, yearning for a child, while Evelyn's out having the time of her life. It's all Evelyn, Evelyn, Evelyn in that house, and she's left a very unsatisfied husband.
Is this really happening? I said as I threw the magazine onto Harry's desk, but of course he'd already seen it. It's not that bad. It's not good. No, it's not. Why didn't anyone take care of this? I asked. Because Sub Rosa isn't listening to us anymore. What do you mean? They don't care about the truth or access to stars. They're just printing whatever they want. They care about money, don't they? Yes, but they will make way more by pontificating about the ins and outs of your marriage than we can afford to pay them. You are Sunset Studios. And, if you haven't noticed, we aren't making nearly as much money as we used to. My shoulders slumped. I sat in one of the chairs facing Harry's desk. There was a knock. "It's Celia," she said through the door. I walked over and opened it for her. "I take it you've seen the piece," I said. Celia looked at me. "It's not that bad." "It's not good," I said. "No, it's not." "Thank you. You both are a pair of aces." Celia and I had finished shooting Little Women the week before. The two of us, along with Harry and Gwendolen, had gone out for celebratory steaks and cocktails at Musso and Frank the day after we finished. Harry had given Celia and me the good news that Ari thought we were both shoo-ins for nominations. Every night after shooting, Celia and I would stay late in my trailer and rehearse our scenes. Celia was method. She tried to become her character. That wasn't really my speed, but she did teach me how to find moments of emotional truth in false circumstances. It was a strange time in Hollywood. There seemed to be two tracks running parallel to each other at the same time back then. There was the studio game, with studio actors and studio dynasties, and then there was the new Hollywood, making its way into the hearts of audiences. Method actors in gritty movies with anti-heroes and untidy endings. It wasn't until those evenings with Celia, the two of us sharing a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of wine for dinner, that I even started paying attention to the new stuff. But whatever influence she had on me was a good one, because Ari Sullivan thought I could win an Oscar, and that made me like Celia all the more. Our weekly outings to hot spots like Rodeo Drive weren't even feeling like a favor anymore. I did it happily, attracting attention for her simply because I enjoyed her company. So as I sat there in Harry's office, pretending to be pissed at both of them for not being very helpful, I knew I was with my two favorite people. "What does Don say about it?" Celia asked. "I'm sure he's going all around the lot trying to find me." Harry looked at me pointedly. He knew what might happen if Don read it in a bad mood. "Celia, are you shooting today?" he asked. She shook her head. "The Pride of Belgium doesn't start until next week. I just have some wardrobe fittings later after lunch." "I'll move your wardrobe fittings. Why don't you and Evelyn go out shopping? We can call over to Photoplay, let them know you'll be on Robertson." "And be seen out around town with single gal Celia St. James," I said. "That sounds like the perfect example of what I shouldn't do." My mind kept racing through the contents of that stupid article. She can't be bothered to be kind to the help. "That little rat," I said, when I figured it out. I hit my fist on the arm of the chair. "What are you talking about?" Harry said. "My damn maid." "You think your maid talked to Sub Rosa?" "I'm positive my maid talked to Sub Rosa." "All right, well, she's fired," Harry says. "I can have Betsy go over there today and let her go. She'll be gone by the time you get home." I thought about my options. The last thing I needed was America not wanting to see my movies because I wouldn't give Don a baby. I knew, of course, that most moviegoers would never say as much. They might not even realize they thought as much, but they would read something like this, and the next time one of my pictures came out, they'd think to themselves that there was something about me they never liked. They just couldn't put their finger on it. People don't find it very sympathetic or endearing, a woman who puts herself first. Nor do people respect a man who can't keep his wife in line. So it didn't look good for Don either. "I need to talk to Don," I said, standing up. "Harry, can you have Dr. Lopani ring my house this evening? Sometime around 6? "Why?" "I need him to call me, and when Paula answers, he needs to sound serious, like he has very important news to tell me. He has to sound concerned enough for her to be intrigued." "Okay." "Evelyn, what are you up to?" Celia said, looking up at me. "When I get on the phone, he has to say exactly this," I said, and I took a piece of paper and started scribbling. Harry read it and then handed the paper to Celia. She looked at me. There was a knock on the door, and without even being welcomed, Don came in. "I've been looking all over for you," he said. His voice showed neither anger nor affection. But I knew Don, and I knew that with him there was no lukewarm. The absence of warmth was a chill. "I assume you've read this bullshit?" He had the magazine in his hand. "I have a plan," I said. "You're goddamn right you have a plan. Somebody better have a plan. I'm not walking around this town looking like a henpecked asshole. Cameron, what happened here?" "I'm dealing with it, Don." "Good. But in the meantime, I think you should hear Evelyn's plan. I think it's important you're on board before she moves forward." Don took a seat in the chair opposite Celia. He nodded at her. "Celia?" "Don?" "With all due respect, I feel like this is a matter for the three of us to discuss," he said. "Of course," Celia said, stepping up from the chair. "No," I said, putting my hand out to stop her. "Stay." Don looked at me. "She's my friend." Don rolled his eyes and shrugged. "So what's the plan, Evelyn?" "I'm going to fake a miscarriage." "What on earth for?" "They'll hate me and probably lose respect for you if they think I won't give you a baby," I said, despite the fact that it was exactly what was going on between us. That was the elephant in the room, of course. That was all sort of true. "But they'll pity you both if they think she can't," Celia said. "Pity? What are you talking about, pity? I don't want to be pitied. There's no power in pity. You can't sell movies with pity." And then Harry spoke up and said, "Like hell you can't." When the phone rang at 6:10, Paula answered and then rushed into the bedroom to tell me the doctor was calling. I picked up the line with Don beside me. Dr. Lopani read the script written for him. I started crying as loudly as I could on the off chance that Paula had decided to mind her own business for once. A half hour later, Don went downstairs and told Paula we had to let her go. He wasn't nice about it. In fact, he was just mean enough to piss her off. "Because you might run to the tabloids to tell them about the miscarriage of your employers. But you'll definitely run to the tabloids and tell them about the miscarriage of the people who just fired you."
Sub Rosa, June 29th, 1959. Bless Dawn and Evelyn. They need it. The couple who has everything, but can't have what they truly want. In the home of Dawn Adler and Evelyn Hugo, things are not what they seem. It may appear that Evelyn is putting off Dawn's advances when it comes to baby-making, but the truth turns out to be quite a different tale. Because all this time we thought Evelyn was pushing Dawn away, it turns out she was working overtime. Evelyn and Dawn desperately want a little Dawn and Evelyn running around the house, but nature has not been kind. It seems every time they find themselves in the family way, things take a sad turn, a tragedy that has befallen them this month for the third time. Let's send Dawn and Evelyn our best wishes. It just goes to show that money can't buy happiness, folks.
The night after the new article came out, Don was not convinced that it had been the right move, and Harry was busy but wouldn't say with what, which I knew meant he was seeing someone. And I wanted to celebrate. So Celia came over to the house and we split a bottle of wine. "You've got no maid," Celia said as she was searching around the kitchen for a corkscrew. "No," I said, sighing. "Not until the studio is done vetting all the applicants." Celia found the corkscrew, and I handed her a bottle of Cabernet. I never spent much time in the kitchen, and it was sort of surreal to be there without someone looking over my shoulder, offering to make me a sandwich or find whatever I was looking for. When you are rich, parts of your house don't really feel like they are yours. The kitchen was one of them for me. I looked through my own cabinets, trying to remember where the wine glasses were. "Ah," I said when I found them. "Here." Celia looked at what I was handing her. "Those are champagne flutes." "Oh, right," I said, putting them back where I had found them. We had 2 other sizes. I showed one of each to Celia. "Which?" "The rounder. Do you not know glassware?" "Glassware, servingware, I don't know any of it. Remember, honey, I'm new money." Celia laughed as she poured our drinks. "I've either not been able to afford it or have been so rich someone would do it for me. Never anywhere in between." "I love that about you," Celia said as she took a full glass and handed it to me. She took the other for herself. "I've had money my whole life. My parents act as if there is a recognized nobility in Georgia, and all of my brothers and sisters, with the exception of my older brother Robert, are just like my parents. My sister Rebecca thinks my being in movies is an embarrassment to the family. Not so much because of the Hollywood aspect, but because I'm working. She says it's undignified. I love them and I hate them, but that's family, I guess." "I don't know," I said. "I don't have much family. Any, really. My father and the rest of the relatives I had back in Hell's Kitchen had not succeeded in contacting me, if they had even tried at all, and I hadn't lost one night of sleep thinking about them." Celia looked at me. She appeared to neither pity me nor feel uncomfortable for all that she'd had growing up that I didn't have. "All the more reason for me to admire you the way I do," she said. "Everything you have, you went out and got for yourself." Celia leaned her glass into mine and clinked. "To you," she said, "for being absolutely unstoppable." I laughed and then drank with her. "Come," I said, leading her out of the kitchen and into the living room. I put my drink down on the hairpin leg coffee table and walked over to the record player. I pulled out Billie Holiday's Lady in Satin from the bottom of the stack. Don hated Billie Holiday, but Don wasn't there. "Do you know her real name is Eleonora Fagan?" I said to Celia. "Billie Holiday is just so much prettier." I sat down on one of our blue tufted sofas. Celia sat on the one opposite me. She folded her legs underneath her, her spare hand on her feet. "What's yours?" she asked. "Is it really Evelyn Hugo?" I grabbed my wine glass and confessed the truth. "Herrera. Evelyn Herrera." Celia didn't react, really. She didn't say, "So you are Latin," or "I knew you were faking it," as I feared she might be thinking. She didn't say that it explained why my skin was darker than hers or Don's. In fact, she said nothing at all until she said, "That's beautiful." "And yours?" I asked. I stood up and moved over to the couch where she was sitting to close the gap between us. "Celia St. James." "Jameson." "What?" "Cecilia Jameson. That's my real name." "That's a great name. Why did they change it?" "I changed it." "Why?" "Because it sounds like a girl who might live next door to you. And I've always wanted to be the kind of girl you feel lucky just to lay your eyes on." She tilted her head back and finished her wine. "Like you." "Oh, stop." "You stop. You know damn well what you are, how you affect the people around you. I'd kill for a chest like that and full lips like yours. You make people think of undressing you just by showing up in a room fully clothed." I felt flushed hearing her talk about me like that, having her talk about the way men saw me. I'd never heard a woman talk about me that way before. Celia took my glass out of my hand. She threw the wine back into her own throat. "We need more," she said, waving the glass in the air. I smiled and took both glasses into the kitchen. Celia followed me. She leaned against my Formica counter as I poured. "The first time I saw father and daughter, do you know what I thought?" she said. Billie Holiday was now faintly playing in the background. "What?" I said, handing her her glass. She took it and put it down for a moment, then hopped up onto the counter and picked it up. She was wearing dark blue capri pants and a white sleeveless turtleneck. "I thought you were the most gorgeous woman who had ever been created, and we should all stop trying." She inhaled half the contents of her glass. "No, you did not," I said. "Yes, I did." I took a sip of my wine. "It makes no sense," I told her. "You admiring me like you're any different. You're a knockout, plain and simple, with your big blue eyes and your hourglass figure. I think together we really give the guys a wild sight." Celia smiled. "Thank you." I finished my glass and put it down on the counter. Celia took it as a challenge to do the same with hers. She wiped her mouth with her fingertips when she was done. I poured us more. "How did you learn all the underhanded, sneaky stuff you know?" Celia asked. "I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about," I said coyly. "You're smarter than you let on to just about anybody." "Me?" I said. Celia was starting to get goosebumps, so I suggested we go back into the living room where it was warmer. The desert winds had swooped in and turned this June night into a chilly one. When I started to get cold, too, I asked her if she knew how to make a fire. "I've seen people do it," she said, shrugging. "Me too, I've seen Don do it, but I've never done it." "We can do it," she said. "We can do anything." "All right," I said. "You go open another bottle of wine, and I'll start trying to guess how to get it started." "Great idea." Celia flung the blanket off her shoulders and ran into the kitchen. I knelt down in front of the fireplace and started poking the ashes, and then I took 2 logs and laid them perpendicular to each other. "We need newspaper," she said when she came back, "and I've decided there's no point in glasses anymore." I looked up to see her swigging the wine out of the bottle. I laughed, grabbed the newspaper off the table, and threw it in. "Even better," I said, and I ran upstairs and grabbed the copy of Sub Rosa that had called me a cold bitch. I raced back down to show her. "We'll burn this." I threw the magazine into the fireplace and lit a match. "Do it," she said. "Burn those jerks." The flame curled the pages, held steady for a moment, and then sputtered out. I lit another match and threw it in. I somehow managed a few embers and then a very small flame as some of the newspaper caught. "All right," I said. "I feel confident that this is slowly coming along." Celia came over and handed me the bottle of wine. I took it and sipped from it. "You have a little catching up to do," she said as I tried to give it back to her. I laughed and put the bottle back up to my lips. It was expensive wine. I liked drinking it as if it was water, as if it meant nothing to me. Poor girls from Hell's Kitchen can't drink this kind of wine and treat it like it's nothing. All right, give it back," Celia said. I teasingly held on to it, not letting it out of my grasp. Her hand was on mine. She pulled with the same force I did, and then I said, "Okay, it's all yours." But I said it too late, and I let go too soon. Wine went all over her white shirt. "Oh, God," I said, "I'm sorry." I took the bottle, put it down on the table, took her hand, and pulled her up the stairs. "You can borrow a shirt. I have just the perfect one for you." I led her into my bedroom and straight into my closet. I watched as Celia looked around, taking in the surroundings of the bedroom I shared with Don. "Can I ask you something?" she said. Her voice had an airiness to it, a wistfulness. I thought she might ask me if I believed in ghosts or love at first sight. "Sure," I said. "And you'll promise to tell the truth?" she asked as she took a seat on the corner of the bed. "Not particularly," I said. Celia laughed. But go ahead and ask the question, I said, and we'll see. Do you love him? She asked. Don? Who else? I thought about it. I had loved him once. I'd loved him very much. But did I love him any more? I don't know, I said. Is it all for publicity? Are you just in it to be an Adler? No, I said, I don't think so. What then? I walked over and sat down on the bed. It's hard to say I do or don't love him, or to say that I'm with him for one reason over another. I love him, and a lot of the time I hate him. And I'm with him because of his name, but also because we have fun. We used to have fun a lot, and now we still do sometimes. It's hard to explain. Does he do it for you? She said. Yes, very much. Sometimes I find myself aching to be with him so much it embarrasses me. I don't know if a woman is supposed to want a man as much as I find myself wanting Don. Don may have taught me that I was capable of loving someone and desiring him, but he also taught me that you could desire someone even when you don't like him, that you can desire someone especially when you don't like him. I believe today they call it hate-fucking, but it's a crude name for something that is a very human, sensual experience. Forget I asked, Celia said, standing up from the bed. I could tell she was bothered. Let me get the shirt, I said, walking toward the dresser. It was one of my favorite shirts, a lilac button-down blouse with a silvery sheen to it. But it didn't fit me well. I could barely fasten it around my chest. Celia was smaller than me, more delicate. Here, I said, handing it to her. She took it from me and looked at it. The color is gorgeous. I know, I said. I stole it from the set of father and daughter, but don't tell anyone. I hope you know by now that all of your secrets are safe with me, Celia said as she started unbuttoning to put it on. I think for her it was a throwaway line, but it meant a lot to me. Not because she said it, I suppose, but because when she said it, I realized I believed her. I do, I said. I do know that. People think that intimacy is about sex, but intimacy is about truth. When you realize you can tell someone your truth, when you can show yourself to them, when you can stand in front of them bare, and their response is, "You're safe with me." That's intimacy. And by those standards, that moment with Celia was the most intimate one I'd ever had with anyone. It made me so appreciative, so grateful, that I wanted to wrap my arms around her and never let go. I'm not sure it will fit me, Celia said. Try it on. I bet it will, and if it does, it's yours. I wanted to give her a lot of things. I wanted what I had to be hers. I wondered if this was what it felt like to love someone. I already knew what it meant to be in love with someone. I'd felt it, and I'd acted it. But to love someone, to care for them, to throw your lot in with theirs and think, whatever happens, it's you and me. All right, Celia said. She threw the shirt on the bed. As she pulled off her own shirt, I found myself looking at the paleness of the skin stretched across her ribs. I gazed at the bright whiteness of her bra. I noticed the way her breasts, instead of being lifted by the bra like mine, appeared as if the bra were there merely for decoration. I followed the tiny trail of dark brown freckles that ran along the side of her right hip. Well, hello, Don said. I jumped. Celia gasped and scrambled to put her shirt back on. Don started laughing. What on earth is going on in here? He teased. I walked over to him and said, absolutely nothing.
Photo moment, November 2nd, 1959. Life of the Party Girl. Celia St. James is really making a name for herself around town, and it's not just because she's proving to be a swell actress. The Georgia Peach knows how to make all the right friends, the most high-profile of which is everyone's favorite starlet, Evelyn Hugo. Celia and Evelyn have been seen all over town, shopping, chatting, and even finding time for a round or two of ladies' golf at the Beverly Hills Golf Club. And to make matters even more perfect, it seems the best friends will be going on plenty of double dates in the near future. Celia has been spotted at the Trocadero with none other than Robert Logan, close friend of Evelyn's hubby, Don Adler. A handsome date, glamorous friends, and talk of a statuette in her future. It's a good time to be Celia St. James.
"I don't want to do this," Celia said. She was wearing a tailored black dress with a deep V neckline. It was the kind of dress I could never wear out of the house, or I'd be picked up on a prostitution charge. She had on a diamond necklace that Don had persuaded Sunset to loan to her. Sunset wasn't in the business of helping freelance actresses, but Celia wanted the diamonds, and I wanted Celia to have anything she wanted. And Don wanted me to have anything I wanted, at least most of the time. Don had just starred in his second Western, The Righteous, after he had lobbied Ari Sullivan hard for one more crack at bat. This time, however, the reviews were telling a different story. Don had manned up. He was convincing everyone on his sophomore try that he was a formidable action star, which translated into Don having the #1 movie in the country and Ari Sullivan giving Don anything he asked for. That's how those diamonds made their way onto Celia's neck, the large center ruby resting at the top of her breasts. I was in emerald green again. It was a look that was starting to become my signature. This time it was off the shoulder and made of a pot de soie with a cinched waist, full skirt, and beading on the neckline. My hair was down in a brushed-under bob. I looked over at Celia, who was looking in the mirror at my vanity, fiddling with her bouffant. "You have to do this," I said. "I don't want to. Doesn't that count for anything?" I picked up my clutch, made to match my dress. "Not really," I said. "You're not the boss of me, you know," she said. "Why are we friends?" I asked her. "Honestly, I don't even remember," she said. "Because our whole is greater than the sum of our parts." "And so what?" "And so, when it comes to what acting roles to take and how to play them, who's in charge? I am. And now, when it's the opening of our movie, who's in charge then? I suppose you are." "You suppose right." "I really hate him, Evelyn," Celia said. She was messing with her makeup. "Put the rouge down," I said. "Gwen made you look gorgeous. Don't mess with perfect." "Did you listen to me? I said I hate him." "Of course you hate him. He's a weasel." "There's no one else?" "Not at this hour." "And I can't go alone?" "To your own premiere? Why can't you and I just go together?" "I'm going with Don. You're going with Robert." Celia frowned and turned back to the mirror. I saw her eyes narrow and her lips purse, as if she was thinking of how mad she was. I grabbed her bag and handed it to her. It was time to go. "Celia, would you cut it out? If you're not willing to do what it takes to get your name in the paper, then why the hell are you here?" She stood up, ripped the bag out of my hand, and walked out the door. I watched her go down my stairs into my living room with a grand smile, and then run into Robert's arms as if she thought he was the savior of all mankind. I walked up to Don. He always cleaned up nicely in his tux. There was no denying that he was going to be the most handsome man there. But I was tiring of him. What's that saying? Behind every gorgeous woman there's a man sick of screwing her? Well, it works both ways. No one mentions that part. "Shall we go?" Celia said, as if she couldn't possibly wait to show up to the movie on Robert's arm. She was a great actress. No one has ever denied that. I don't want to waste a minute more, I said, looping my arm into Don's and holding on for dear life. He looked down at my arm and then at me as if pleasantly surprised by my warmth. "Let's see our Little Women in Little Women, shall we?" Don said. I nearly smacked him across the face. He was owed a smack or two, or 15. Our cars picked us up and drove us to Grauman's Chinese Theater. Parts of Hollywood Boulevard had been blocked off for our arrival. The driver pulled up just behind Celia and Robert outside the theater. We were the last in a line of 4 cars. When you are one of an ensemble of female stars in a movie, and the studio wants to make a big show, they make sure you all show up at the same time in 4 separate cars with 4 eligible bachelors for dates. Except in my case, the eligible bachelor was my husband. Our dates stepped out first, each standing by and offering a hand. I waited as I watched Ruby step out, then Joy, then Celia. I waited just a beat longer than the rest of them, and then I stepped out, leg first, onto the red carpet. "You're the most beautiful woman here," Don said into my ear as I stood next to him. But I already knew he thought I was the most gorgeous woman there. I knew very acutely that if he did not believe that, he would not have been with me. Men were almost never with me for my personality. I'm not suggesting that charming girls should take pity on the pretty ones. I'm just saying it's not so great being loved for something you didn't do. The photographers started calling our names as we all walked in. My head was a jumble of words being thrown in my direction. "Ruby, Joy, Celia, Evelyn, Mr. and Mrs. Adler, over here." I could barely hear myself think over the din of cameras snapping and the crowd buzzing, but as I had long ago trained myself to do, I pretended as if I felt perfectly calm inside, as if being treated like a tiger at the zoo was my most comfortable situation. Don and I held hands and smiled for every flashing bulb. At the end of the red carpet stood a few men with microphones. Ruby was speaking to one, Joy and Celia were speaking to another. The third put his mic in my face. He was a short guy, with small eyes and a bulbous, gin-blossomed nose. A face made for radio, as they say. "Miss Hugo, are you excited for this picture to come out?" I laughed as kindly as I could to disguise what a stupid question he was asking. "I've waited my whole life to play Joe March. I'm incredibly excited for tonight." "And you seem to have made a good friend during filming," he said. "What's that?" "You and Celia St. James, you seem like you're great friends." "She's wonderful, and wonderful in the film, absolutely. She and Robert Logan seem to be getting hot and heavy." "Oh, you'd have to ask them about that. I don't know." "But didn't you set them up?" Don stepped in. "I think that's all for questions," he said. "Don, when are you and the missus going to start a family?" "I said it was enough, friend, and it's enough, thank you." Don pushed me forward. We got to the doors, and I watched as Ruby and her date, followed by Joy and hers, walked through. Don opened the door in front of us, waiting for me. Robert held the one on the other side for Celia, and I got an idea. I took Celia's hand and turned us around. "Wave to the crowd," I said, smiling, "like we're the goddamn queens of England." Celia smiled brightly and did exactly as I did. We stood there in black and green, redhead and blonde, one of us all ass and the other all tits, waving to the crowd as if we ruled them. Ruby and Joy were nowhere to be seen, and the crowd roared for us. We turned around and headed into the theater. We made our way to our seats. "Big moment," Don said. "I know. In just a few months, you'll win for this. and I'll win for the righteous, and then the sky's the limit." "Celia is going to be nominated too," I whispered into his ear. "People are going to leave this movie talking about you," he said. "I have no doubt." I looked over to see Robert whispering into Celia's ear. She was laughing as if he actually had anything funny to say, but it was me who got her those diamonds, me who got her that gorgeous picture of the two of us that would make headlines the next day. Meanwhile, she was acting as if he was about to charm her dress off. All I could think was that he didn't know about that line of freckles on her hip. I knew about them, and he didn't. "She's really talented, Don." "Oh, get over her," Don said. "I'm sick of hearing her name all the damn time. They shouldn't be asking you about her. They should be asking you about us." "Don, He waved me off, determining before I'd even said anything that whatever I had to say was useless to him. The lights dimmed, the crowd quieted, the credits started to roll, and my face appeared on the screen. The entire audience stared at me on screen as I said, "Christmas won't be Christmas without any presents." But by the time Celia said, "We've got Father and Mother and each other," I knew it was all over for me. Everyone was going to walk out of this theater talking about Celia St. James. It should have made me afraid or jealous or insecure. I should have been plotting to one-up her in some way by planting a story that she was a prude or sleeping around. That is the fastest way to ruin a woman's reputation, after all, to imply that she has not adequately threaded the needle that is being sexually satisfying without ever appearing to desire sexual satisfaction. But instead of spending the next hour and 45 minutes nursing my wounds, I spent the time holding back a smile. Celia was going to win an Oscar. It was as plain as the nose on her face, and it didn't make me jealous, it made me happy. When Beth died, I cried, and then I reached over Robert's and Don's laps and squeezed her hand. Don rolled his eyes at me, and I thought, he's going to find an excuse to hit me later, but it will be for this. I was standing in the middle of Ari Sullivan's mansion at the top of Benedict Canyon. Don and I had made it up the winding streets without saying much of anything to each other. I suspected he knew the same thing I did once he saw Celia in that movie, that no one cared about anything else. After our driver dropped us off and we made our way inside, Don said, "I need to find the John," and disappeared. I looked for Celia but couldn't find her. Instead, I was surrounded by brown-nosing losers, hoping to rub elbows with me while they drank their sugary cocktails and talked about Eisenhower. "Will you excuse me?" I said to a woman in a hideous bubble cut. She was waxing on about the Hope Diamond. Women who collected rare jewels seemed exactly the same as men who were desperate to have just one night with me. The world was about objects to them. All they wanted to do was possess. "Oh, there you are, Ev," Ruby said when she found me in the hallway. She had 2 green cocktails in her hand. Her voice was lukewarm, a bit hard to read. "Having a good night?" I asked. She looked over her shoulder, put the stems of both glasses in one hand, and then pulled me by the elbow, spilling as she did. "Ow, Ruby," I said, noticeably perturbed. She nodded covertly to the laundry room to the right of us. "What on earth?" I said. "Would you just open the goddamn door, Evelyn?" I turned the handle and Ruby stepped in and dragged me with her. She shut the door behind us. "Here," she said, handing me one of the cocktails in the dark. "I was getting it for Joy, but you have it. It matches your dress anyway." As my eyes adjusted, I took the drink from her. "You're lucky it matches my dress. You nearly poured half the drink on it." With one of her hands now free, Ruby tugged on the pull chain of the light above us. The tiny room lit up and stung my eyes. You have absolutely no decorum tonight, Ruby. You think I'm worried about what you think of me, Evelyn Hugo? Now listen, what are we going to do? What are we going to do about what? About what? About Celia St. James, that's what. What about her? Ruby hung her head in frustration. Evelyn, I swear, she gave a great performance. What can we do? I said. This is exactly what I told Harry would happen, and he said it wouldn't. Well, what do you want me to do about it? You're losing out too, or do you not see that? Of course I see it. I cared, obviously, but I also knew I could still win Best Actress. Celia and Ruby would be competing for Best Supporting. I don't know what to tell you, Ruby. We were all right about Celia. She's talented and gorgeous and charming, and when you've been bested, sometimes it's good to recognize it and move on. Ruby looked at me as if I had slapped her. I had nothing else to say, and she was blocking my way out of the room, so I put the drink to my mouth and downed it in 2 gulps. This is not the Evelyn I know and respect, Ruby said. Oh, Ruby, put a lid on it. She finished her drink. People have been saying all sorts of things about the two of you, and I didn't believe it, but now, I don't know. People have been saying all sorts of things like what? You know. I assure you I haven't the faintest. Why do you make things so difficult? Ruby, you've pulled me into a laundry room against my will, and you're barking at me about things I can't control. I'm not the difficult one. She's a lesbian, Evelyn. Until that point, the sounds of the party going on around us had been muted but still distinct. But the minute Ruby said what she said, the minute I heard the word lesbian, my blood started beating so fast that my pulse was all I could hear. I was not paying attention to what was flying out of Ruby's mouth. I could only catch certain words like girl and dyke and twisted. The skin on my chest felt hot. My ears burned. I did my best to calm myself, and when I focused on Ruby's words, I finally heard the other piece of what she was trying to tell me. You should probably get a better handle on your husband, by the way. He's in Ari's bedroom getting a blowjob from some harpy from MGM. When she said it, I did not think, oh my God, my husband is cheating on me. I thought, I have to find Celia.
Evelyn gets up off the sofa and picks up the phone, asking Grace to order us dinner from the Mediterranean place on the corner. Monique, what would you like, beef or chicken? Chicken, I guess. I watch her, waiting for her to sit back down and resume her story. But when she does sit, she merely looks at me. She neither acknowledges what she's just told me, nor admits what I've been suspecting for some time now. I have no choice but to be direct. Did you know? Did I know what? That Celia St. James was gay. I'm telling you the story as it unfolded. Well, yes, I say, but what? Evelyn is calm, perfectly composed. And I can't tell if it's because she knows what I suspect and she's finally ready to tell the truth, or because I'm dead wrong, and so she has no idea what I'm thinking. I'm not sure I want to ask the question before I know the answer. Evelyn's lips are together in a straight line. Her eyes are focused directly on me, but I notice as she's waiting for me to speak that her chest is rising and falling at a rapid pace. She's nervous. She's not as confident as she's letting on. She's an actress, after all. I should know well enough by now that what you see isn't always what you get with Evelyn. So I ask her the question in a way that lets her tell me as much or as little as she's ready to say. Who was the love of your life? Evelyn looks me in the eye, and I know she needs one more tiny push. It's okay, Evelyn, really. It's a big deal, but it is okay. Things are different now from how they were then, although still not entirely safe either, I have to admit. But still, she can say it. She can say it to me. She can admit it freely. Now, here. Evelyn, who was your great love? You can tell me. Evelyn looks out the window, breathes in deeply, and then says, Celia St. James. The room is quiet as Evelyn lets herself hear her own words. And then she smiles, a bright, wide, deeply sincere smile. She starts laughing to herself and then refocuses on me. I feel like I spent my entire life loving her. So this book, your biography, you're ready to come out as a gay woman? Evelyn closes her eyes for a moment, and at first I think she's processing the weight of what I've said, but once she opens her eyes again, I realize she is trying to process my stupidity. Haven't you been listening to a single thing I've told you? I loved Celia, but I also, before her, loved Don. In fact, I'm positive that if Don hadn't turned out to be a spectacular asshole, I probably never would have been capable of falling in love with someone else at all. I'm bisexual. Don't ignore half of me so you can fit me into a box, Monique. Don't do that. This stings hard. I know how it feels for people to assume things about you, to prescribe a label for you based on how you appear to them. I have spent my life trying to explain to people that while I look black, I am biracial. I've spent my life knowing the importance of allowing people to tell you who they are instead of reducing them to labels. And here I've gone and done to Evelyn what so many people have done to me. Her love affair with a woman signaled to me that she was gay, and I did not wait for her to tell me she was bisexual. This is her whole point, isn't it? This is why she wants to be so acutely understood, with such perfect word choices, because she wants to be seen exactly as she truly is, with all the nuance and shades of gray. The same way I have wanted to be seen. So, this is my fuck-up. I just fucked up, and despite my desire to blow past it or to reduce it to nothing, I know the stronger move here is to apologize. I'm sorry, I say. You're absolutely right. I should have asked you how you identify instead of assuming I knew. So let me try again. Are you prepared to come out in the pages of this book as a bisexual woman? Yes, she says, nodding. Yes, I am. Evelyn seems pleased with my apology, if not still slightly indignant. But we are back in business. And how exactly did you figure it out, I ask, that you loved her? After all, you could have found out she was interested in women and just as easily not realized you were interested in her. Well, it helped that my husband was upstairs cheating on me, because I was sickeningly jealous on both accounts. I was jealous when I found out Celia was gay, because it meant that she was with other women, or had been with other women, that her life wasn't just me. And I was jealous that my husband was with a woman upstairs at the very party I was at, because it was embarrassing and threatened my way of life. I'd been living in this world where I thought I could have this closeness with Celia and this distance with Dawn, and neither of them would need anything else from anyone else. It was this odd bubble that just up and burst. I would imagine back then it wasn't a conclusion you'd come to easily, being in love with someone of the same sex. Of course not. Maybe if I'd spent my whole life fighting off feelings for women, then I might have had a template for it, but I didn't. I was taught to like men, and I had found, albeit temporarily, love and lust with a man. The fact that I wanted to be around Celia all the time, the fact that I cared about her enough that I valued her happiness over my own. The fact that I liked to think about that moment when she stood in front of me without her shirt on. Now, you put those pieces together, and you say, 1 + 1 = I'm in love with a woman. But back then, at least for me, I didn't have that equation. And if you don't even realize that there's a formula to be working with, how the hell are you supposed to find the answer? She goes on. I thought I finally had a friendship with a woman, and I thought my marriage was down the tubes because my husband was an asshole. And by the way, both those things were true. They just weren't the whole truth. So what did you do? At the party? Yeah. Who did you go to first? Well, Evelyn says, one of them came to me.
Ruby left me there, next to the dryer, with an empty cocktail glass in my hand. I needed to go back to the party, but I stood there frozen, thinking, get out of here. I just couldn't turn the doorknob. And then the door opened on its own. Celia, the raucous, bright-lit party behind her. Evelyn, what are you doing? How did you find me? I ran into Ruby, and she said I could find you drinking in the laundry room. I thought it was a euphemism. It wasn't. I can see that. Do you sleep with women? I asked. Celia, shocked, shut the door behind her. What are you talking about? Ruby says you're a lesbian. Celia looked over my shoulder. Who cares what Ruby says? Are you? Are you going to stop being friends with me now? Is that what this is about? No, I said, shaking my head. Of course not. I would never do that. I would never. What then? I just want to know, is all. Why? Don't you think I have the right to know? Depends. So you are? I asked. Celia put her hand on the doorknob and prepared to leave. Instinctively, I leaned forward and grabbed her wrist. What are you doing? She said. I liked the feel of her wrist in my hand. I liked the way her perfume permeated the whole tiny room. I leaned forward and kissed her. I did not know what I was doing, and by that I mean that I was not fully in control of my movement, and that I was physically unaware of how to kiss her. Should it be the way I kissed men, or should it be different somehow? I also did not understand the emotional scope of my actions. I did not truly understand their significance or risk. I was a famous woman, kissing a famous woman, in the house of the biggest studio head in Hollywood, surrounded by producers and stars, and probably a good dozen people who ratted to Sub Rosa magazine. But all I cared about in that moment was that her lips were soft, her skin was without any roughness whatsoever. All I cared about was that she kissed me back, that she took her hand off the doorknob and instead put it on my waist. She smelled floral, like lilac powder, and her lips felt humid. Her breath was sweet, spiked with the taste of cigarettes and creme de menthe. When she pushed herself against me, when our chests touched and her pelvis grazed mine, all I could think was that it wasn't so different, and yet it was different entirely. She swelled in all the places Don went flat. She was flat in the places Don swelled. And yet that sense that you can feel your heart in your chest, that your body tells you it wants more, that you lose yourself in the scent, taste, and feel of another person, it was all the same. Celia broke away first. "We can't stay in here," she said. She wiped her lips on the back of her hand. She took her thumb and rubbed it against the bottom of mine. "Wait, Celia," I said, trying to stop her. But she left the room, shutting the door behind her. I closed my eyes, unsure how to get a handle on myself, how to quiet my brain. I breathed in. I opened the door and walked right up the steps, taking them 2 at a time. I opened every single door on the 2nd floor until I found who I was looking for. Don was getting dressed, shoving the tail of his shirt into his suit pants as a woman in a beaded gold dress put her shoes on. I ran out, and Don followed me. "Let's talk about this at home," he said, grabbing my elbow. I yanked it away, searching for Celia. There was no sign of her. Harry came in through the front door, fresh-faced and looking sober. I ran up to him, leaving Don on the staircase, cornered by a tipsy producer wanting to talk to him about a melodrama. "Where have you been all night?" I asked Harry. He smiled. "I'm going to keep that to myself." "Can you take me home?" Harry looked at me and then at Don, still on the stairs. "You're not going home with your husband?" I shook my head. "Does he know that?" "If he doesn't, he's a moron." "Okay," Harry said, nodding with confidence and submission. Whatever I wanted was what he would do. I got into the front seat of Harry's Chevy, and he started backing out just as Don came out of the house. He ran to my side of the car. I did not roll down the window. "Evelyn!" he yelled. I liked how the glass between us took the edge off his voice, how it muffled it enough to make him sound far away. I liked the control of being able to decide whether I listened to him at full volume. "I'm sorry," he said. "It isn't what you think." I stared straight ahead. "Let's go." I was putting Harry in a tough spot, making him take sides. But to Harry's credit, he didn't bat an eyelash. "Cameron, don't you dare take my wife away from me." "Don, let's discuss it in the morning," Harry called through the window, and then he plowed out into the roads of the canyon. When we got to Sunset Boulevard and my pulse had slowed, I turned to Harry and started talking. When I told him that Don had been upstairs with a woman, he nodded as if he'd expected no less. "Why don't you seem surprised?" I asked as we sped through the intersection of Doheny and Sunset, the very spot where the beauty of Beverly Hills started to show. The streets widened and became lined with trees, and the lawns were immaculately manicured, the sidewalks clean. "Don has always had a penchant for women he's just met," Harry says. "I wasn't sure if you knew or if you cared." I didn't know, and I do care. "Well, then, I'm sorry," he said, looking at me briefly before putting his eyes back on the road. "In that case, I should have told you." "I suppose there are lots of things we don't tell each other," I said, looking out the window. There was a man walking his dog down the street. I needed someone. Right then, I needed a friend. Someone to tell my truths to. Someone to accept me. Someone to say that I was going to be okay. "What if we really did it?" I said. "Told each other the truth? Told each other everything?" Harry looked at me. "I'd say that's a burden I don't want to put on you." "It might be a burden for you, too," I said. "I have skeletons." "You're Cuban, and you're a power-hungry, calculating bitch," Harry said, smiling at me. "Those secrets aren't so bad." I threw my head back and laughed. "And you know what I am," he said. "I do." "But right now you have plausible deniability. You don't have to hear about it or see it." Harry turned left, into the flats instead of the hills. He was taking me to his house instead of my own. He was scared of what Don would do to me. I sort of was, too. "Maybe I'm ready for that. To be a real friend, true blue," I said. "I'm not sure that's a secret I want you to have to keep, love. It's a sticky one." "I think that secret's much more common than either of us is pretending," I said. I think maybe all of us have at least a little bit of that secret within us. I think I just might have that secret in me, too. Harry took a right and pulled into his driveway. He put the car in park and turned to me. "You're not like me, Evelyn." "I might be a little," I said. "I might be, and Celia might be, too." Harry turned back to the wheel, thinking. "Yes," he said finally, "Celia might be, too." "You knew?" "I suspected," he said. "And I suspected she might have feelings for you." I felt like I was the last person on earth to know what was right in front of me. "I'm leaving Don," I said. Harry nodded, unsurprised. "I'm happy to hear it," he said, "but I hope you know the full extent of what it means." "I know what I'm doing, Harry." I was wrong. I didn't know what I was doing. "Don's not going to take it sitting down," Harry said. "That's all I mean." "So I should continue this charade? Allow him to sleep around and hit me when he feels like it?" "Absolutely not. You know I would never say that." "Then what?" "I want you to be prepared for what you're going to do." "I don't want to talk about this anymore," I said. "That's fine," Harry said. He opened his car door and got out. He came around to my side and opened my door. "Come, Ev," he said kindly. He put his hand out. "It's been a long night. You need some rest." I suddenly felt very tired, as if once he pointed it out, I realized it had been there all along. I followed Harry to his front door. His living room was sparse but handsome, furnished with wood and leather. The alcoves and doorways were all arched, the walls stark white. Only a single piece of art hung on the wall, a red and blue Rothko above the sofa. It occurred to me then that Harry wasn't a Hollywood producer for the paycheck. Sure, his house was nice, but there wasn't anything ostentatious about it, nothing performative. It was merely a place to sleep for him. Harry was like me. Harry was in it for the glory. He was in it because it kept him busy, kept him important, kept him sharp. Harry, like me, had gotten into it for the ego. And we were both fortunate that we'd found our humanity in it, even though it appeared to be somewhat by accident. The two of us walked up the curved stairs, and Harry set me up in his guest room. The bed had a thin mattress with a heavy wool blanket. I used a bar of soap to wash my makeup off, and Harry gently unzipped the back of my dress for me and gave me a pair of his pajamas to wear. "I'll be just next door if you need anything," he said. "Thank you for everything." Harry nodded. He turned away and then turned back to me as I was folding down the blanket. "Our interests aren't aligned, Evelyn," he said. "Yours and mine. You see that, right?" I looked at him, trying to determine if I did see it. "My job is to make the studio money. And if you are doing what the studio wants, then my job is to make you happy. But more than anything, Ari wants to make Don happy." Harry looked me in the eye. I got the point. "Okay," I said. "I see it." Harry smiled shyly and closed the door behind him. You'd think I'd have tossed and turned all night, worried about the future, worried about what it meant that I had kissed a woman, worried about whether I should really leave Don. But that's what denial is for. The next morning, Harry drove me back to my house. I was bracing myself for a fight, but when I got there, Don was nowhere to be seen. I knew that very moment that our marriage was over, and that the decision, the one I thought was mine to make, had been made for me. Don hadn't been waiting for me, hadn't been planning to fight for me. Don was off somewhere else, leaving me before I could leave him. Instead, right on my doorstep, was Celia St. James. Harry waited in the driveway until I made my way up to her. I turned and waved for him to go. When he was gone, and my beautiful tree-lined street was as quiet as you'd expect in Beverly Hills at just past 7 in the morning, I took Celia's hand and led her inside. "I'm not a," Celia said when I shut the door behind us. There was a girl in high school, my best friend, and she and I don't want to hear about it," I said. "Okay," she said. I'm not, there's nothing wrong with me." "I know there's nothing wrong with you." She looked at me, looking to understand exactly what I wanted from her, exactly what she should confess. "Here is what I know," I said. "I know that I used to love Don." "I know that," she said defensively. "I know you love Don. I've always known that." I said, "I used to love Don, but I don't think I've loved him for some time now. Okay? Now the only person I think about is you." And with that, I went upstairs and packed my bags. I hid out in Celia's apartment for a week and a half, in purgatory. Celia and I slept, chastely, side by side in her bed every night. During the day I stayed in her apartment and read books while she went to work on her new movie for Warner Brothers. We did not kiss. We occasionally lingered a little too long when our arms brushed, when our hands touched, never locking eyes. But in the middle of the night, after we both had appeared to fall asleep, I would feel her body against my back, and I would push myself into her, feeling the warmth of her stomach against me, her chin in the crook of my neck. Some mornings I would wake up in a pile of her hair and inhale deeply, trying to breathe in as much of her as I could. I knew that I wanted to kiss her again. I knew that I wanted to touch her. But I didn't know exactly what I was supposed to do or how it was supposed to work. It was easy to think of that one kiss in a dark laundry room as a fluke. It wasn't even that hard to tell myself that the feelings I had for her were simply platonic. As long as I only indulged my thoughts about Celia sometimes, then I could tell myself it wasn't real. Homosexuals were misfits. And while I didn't think that made them bad people, after all, I loved Harry like a brother, I wasn't ready to be one of them. So I told myself that the spark between Celia and me was just a quirk we had, which was convincing as long as it remained quirky. Sometimes reality comes crashing down on you. Other times reality simply waits patiently for you to run out of the energy it takes to deny it. And that is what happened to me one Saturday morning when Celia was in the shower and I was making eggs. There was a knock at the door, and when I opened it, I saw the only face I was happy to see on that side of the threshold. "Hi, Harry," I said, leaning in to hug him. I was careful not to get my runny spatula on his nice Oxford shirt. "Look at you," he said. "Cooking." "I know," I said as I moved out of the way and invited him in. "Hell has frozen over, I guess. Would you like some eggs?" I led him toward the kitchen. He peeked into the pan. "How well have you mastered breakfast?" he asked. "If you're asking if your eggs will be burned, the answer is probably." Harry smiled and put a large, heavy envelope on the dining room table. The thwop it made as it hit the wood was all the clue I needed to what it contained. "Let me guess," I said. "I'm getting a divorce." "It would appear you are." "On what grounds? I assume his lawyers didn't check the boxes for adultery or cruelty." "Abandonment." I raised my eyebrows. "Clever." "The grounds don't matter, you know that." "I know. You should read through it. Have a lawyer read through it, but there's essentially one big highlight." "Tell me." "You get the house, and your money, and half of his." I looked at Harry as if he was trying to sell me the Brooklyn Bridge. Why would he do that? Because you are forbidden to talk to anyone at any time about anything that happened during your marriage. Is he also forbidden? Harry shook his head. Not in writing, no. So, I can't talk, and he can blab all over town. What makes him think I'll go for that? Harry looked down at the table for a moment, and then back up at me, sheepish. Sunset's dropping me, aren't they? Don wants you out of the studio. Ari's planning to loan you out to MGM in Columbia. And then what? And then you're on your own. Well, that's fine. I can do that. Celia's freelance. I'll get an agent like her. You can, Harry said, and I think you should try, but... But what? Don wants Ari to blackball you from getting an Oscar nod. And Ari's agreeing to it. I think he's going to loan you out and purposefully put you in flops. He can't do that. He can, and he will, because Don's the goose that laid the golden egg. The studios are all hurting. People aren't going to the movies as much. They are waiting for the next episode of Gunsmoke. Sunset's been in decline from the minute we were forced to sell off our theaters. We're staying afloat because of stars like Don. And stars like me. Harry nodded. But, and I'm sorry to say it, but I think it's important that you see the big picture. Don's worth a lot more asses in the seats than you are. I felt about 2 inches tall. That hurts. I know, Harry said, and I'm sorry. The water in the bathroom turned off, and I heard Celia step out of the shower. There was a breeze coming in from the window. I wanted to shut it, but I didn't move. So that's it. If Don doesn't want me, no one does. If Don doesn't want you, he doesn't want anyone else to have you. I realize it's a subtle difference, but it is vaguely reassuring. Good. So that's his play. Don ruins my life and buys my silence with a house and less than $1 million. That's a lot of money, Harry said, as if it mattered, as if it helped. You know I don't care about money, I said. At least not primarily. I know. Celia came out of the bathroom in a robe, her hair wet and straight. Oh, hi, Harry, she said. I'll just be a minute. No need to hurry on my account, he said. I was just leaving. Celia smiled and walked into the bedroom. Thank you for bringing it, I said. Harry nodded. I did it once, I can do it again, I said to him as we walked to the door. I can build the whole thing back up from scratch. I have never doubted that you could do a single thing you put your mind to. Harry put his hand on the doorknob, ready to go. I'd like it if... I hope that we can still be friends, Evelyn. That we can still... Oh, shut up, I said. We're best friends, who may or may not tell each other everything. That doesn't change. You still love me, right? Even though I'm about to be on the outs. I do. And I still love you, so that's the end of it. Harry smiled, relieved. Okay, he said. It's me and you. Me and you, true blue. Harry walked out of the apartment, and I watched him go down the street and get into his car. Then I turned around and rested my back against the door. I was going to lose everything I had built my life on. Everything except the money. I still had the money. And that was something. And then I realized there was something else waiting for me. Something I wanted that I was free to have. It was there, with my back against the door of her apartment, on the brink of my divorce from the most popular man in Hollywood, that I realized that lying to myself about what I wanted took far more energy than I had. So instead of wondering what it meant and what it made me, I stood up and walked into Celia's room. She was in her robe still, drying her hair in front of her vanity. I walked up to her and looked into her gorgeous blue eyes, and I said, "I think that I love you." And then I took the tie of her robe and pulled it open. I did it slowly. I did it so slowly that she could have stopped me 1,000,000 times before it broke free. But she didn't. Instead, she sat up straighter, looked at me more boldly, and put her hand on my waist as I did it. The sides of the robe broke free of each other the moment the tension slacked, and then there she was, naked and sitting in front of me. Her skin was creamy and pale. Her breasts were fuller than I'd anticipated, her nipples pink, her flat stomach rounded just the littlest bit underneath her belly button. And when my eyes moved down to her legs, she parted them just the littlest bit. Instinctively I kissed her. I put my hands on her breasts, touching them the way I wanted to, and then the way I liked my own to be touched. When she moaned, I throbbed. She kissed my neck and the top of my chest. She pulled my shirt off over the top of my head. She looked at me, my breasts exposed. "You're gorgeous," she said. "Even more gorgeous than I imagined." I blushed and put my head in my hands, embarrassed by how out of control I felt, how out of my league it all was. She took my hands off my face and looked at me. "I don't know what I'm doing," I said. "It's okay," she said. "I do." That night, Celia and I slept nude, holding each other. We no longer pretended to touch by accident. And when I woke up in the morning with her hair in my face, I inhaled loudly and proudly. Within those 4 walls, we were unashamed.
Sub Rosa, December 30th, 1959. Adler and Hugo kaput. Don Adler, Hollywood's most eligible bachelor. Don and Evelyn are calling it quits. After 2 years of marriage, Don has filed for divorce from Evelyn Hugo. We are sad to see the lovebirds part ways, but we'd be lying if we said we were surprised. We've heard rumblings that Don's star is set to rise even higher, and Evelyn was getting jealous and catty. Luckily for Don, he's renewed his contract with Sunset Studios, which must have head honcho Ari Sullivan smiling wide, and has 3 films slated for release this year. That Don never misses a beat. Meanwhile, while Evelyn's newest movie, Little Women, showed boffo BO numbers and great critical reception, Sunset has pulled her out of the upcoming Joker's Wild and replaced her with Ruby Riley. Has the sun set on Evelyn's time with Sunset?
How did you remain so confident, so steadfast in your resolve? I ask Evelyn. When Dawn left me? Or when my career went down the tubes? Both, I guess, I say. I mean, you had Celia, so it's a little different, but still. Evelyn cocks her head slightly. Different from what? I say, lost in my own thoughts. You said I had Celia, so it was a little different. Evelyn clarifies. Different from what? Sorry, I say. I was in my own head. I have momentarily let my own relationship problems seep into what should be a one-way conversation. Evelyn shakes her head. No need to be sorry, just tell me, different from what? I look at her and realize that I've opened a door that can't really be shut. From my own impending divorce. Evelyn smiles, almost like the Cheshire Cat. Now things are getting interesting, she says. It bothers me, her cavalier attitude toward my own vulnerability. It's my fault for bringing it up. I know that. but she could treat it with more kindness. I've exposed myself. I've exposed a wound.
Have you signed the papers?
Evelyn asks.
Perhaps with a tiny heart above the I in Monique. That's what I would do.
I guess I don't take divorce as lightly as you, I say. It comes out flatly. I consider softening, but I don't.
No, of course not,
Evelyn says kindly.
If you did at your age, you'd be a cynic.
But at your age? I ask.
With my experience? A realist.
That, in and of itself, is awfully cynical, don't you think? Divorce is loss. Evelyn shakes her head.
Heartbreak is loss. Divorce is a piece of paper.
I look down to see that I've been doodling a cube over and over with my blue pen. It is starting to tear through the page. I neither pick up my pen nor push harder. I merely keep running the ink over the lines of the cube.
If you are heartbroken right now,
then I feel for you deeply, Evelyn says.
That I have the utmost respect for.
That's the sort of thing that can split a person in two. But I wasn't heartbroken when Dawn left me. I simply felt like my marriage had failed. And those are very different things. When Evelyn says this, I stop my pen in place. I look up at her, and I wonder why I needed Evelyn to tell me that. I wonder why that sort of distinction has never crossed my mind before. On my walk to the subway this evening, I see that Frankie has called me for the second time today. I wait until I've ridden all the way to Brooklyn, and I'm heading down the street toward my apartment to respond. It's almost 9 o'clock, so I decide to text her. Just getting out of Evelyn's now. Sorry it's so late. Want to talk tomorrow? I have my key in the front door when I get Frankie's response. Tonight is fine. Call as soon as you can. I roll my eyes. I should never bluff Frankie. I put my bag down. I pace around the apartment. What am I going to tell her? The way I see it, I have two choices. I can lie and tell her everything's going fine, that we're on track for the June issue, and that I'm getting Evelyn to talk about more concrete things. Or I can tell the truth, and potentially get fired. At this point, I'm starting to see that getting fired might not be so bad. I'll have a book to publish in the future, one for which I'd most likely make millions of dollars. That could, in turn, get me other celebrity biography opportunities. And then, eventually, I could start finding my own topics, write about anything I want with the confidence that any publisher would buy it. But I don't know when this book will be sold, and if my real goal is to set myself up to be able to grab whatever story I want, then credibility matters. Getting fired from Vivant because I stole their major headline would not bode well for my reputation. Before I can decide what exactly my plan is, my phone is ringing in my hand. Frankie Troop. Hello?
Monique,
Frankie says, her voice somehow both solicitous and irritated.
what's going on with Evelyn? Tell me everything.
I keep searching for ways in which Frankie, Evelyn, and I all leave the situation getting what we want. But I realize suddenly that the only thing I can control is that I get what I want. And why shouldn't I? Really? Why shouldn't it be me who comes out on top? Frankie? Hi. I'm sorry I haven't been more available.
That's fine, Frankie says, as long as you're getting good material.
I am, but unfortunately, Evelyn is no longer interested in sharing the piece with Vivant. The silence on Frankie's end of the phone is deafening. And then it is punctuated with a flat, dead. What? I've been trying to convince her for days. That's why I've been unable to get back to you. I've been explaining to her that she has to do this piece for Vivant.
If she wasn't interested, why did she call us?
She wanted me. I say. I do not follow this up with any sort of qualification. I do not say, she wanted me and here is why, or she wanted me and I'm so sorry about all this. She used us to get to you, Frankie says, as if it's the most insulting thing she can think of. But the thing is, Frankie used me to get to Evelyn, so... Yes, I say. I think she did. She's interested in a full biography written by me. I've gone along with it in the hopes of changing her mind.
A biography? You're taking our story and turning it into a book instead?
It's what Evelyn wants. I've been trying to convince her otherwise.
And have you?
Frankie asks.
Convinced her?
No, I say. Not yet. But I think I might be able to.
Okay, Frankie says. Then do that.
This is my moment. I think I can deliver you a massive, headline-making Evelyn Hugo story, I say. But if I do, I want to be promoted. I can hear skepticism enter Frankie's voice.
What kind of promotion?
Editor-at-large. I come and go as I please. I choose the stories I want to tell.
No.
Then I have no incentive to get Evelyn to allow the piece to be in Vivant. I can practically hear Frankie weighing her options. She is quiet, but there is no tension. It is as if she does not expect me to speak until she has decided what she will say.
If you get us a cover story, she says finally, and she agrees to sit for a photo shoot, I'll make you a writer-at-large.
I consider the offer, and Frankie jumps in as I'm thinking.
We only have one editor-at-large. Bumping Gail out of the spot she has earned doesn't feel right to me. I think you could understand that. Writer-at-large is what I have to give. I won't exert too much control over what you can write about, and if you prove yourself quickly there, you'll move up as everyone else does. It's fair, Monique.
I think about it for a moment further. Writer-at-large seems reasonable. Writer-at-large sounds great. Okay, I say. And then I push just a little bit further, because Evelyn said, at the very beginning of all this, that I have to insist on being paid top dollar, and she's right. And I want a raise commensurate with the title. I cringe as I hear myself asking for money so directly. But I relax my shoulders the moment I hear Frankie say, yes, sure, fine. I breathe out.
But I want confirmation from you tomorrow, she continues, and I want the photo shoot booked by next week.
Okay, I say, you've got it. Before Frankie gets off the phone, she says,
I'm impressed, but I'm also pissed off.
Please make this so good that I have to forgive you. Don't worry, I say. I will. When I walk into Evelyn's office the next morning, I'm so nervous that my back is sweating, and a shallow pool is forming along my spine. Grace puts down a charcuterie platter, and I can't stop staring at the cornichon as Evelyn and Grace are talking about Lisbon in the summer. The moment Grace is gone, I turn to Evelyn. We need to talk, I say. She laughs.
Honestly, I feel like that's all we do.
About Vivant, I mean.
Okay, she says.
Talk. I need to know some sort of timeline for when this book might be released. I wait for Evelyn to respond. I wait for her to give me something, anything resembling an answer. I'm listening, she says. If you don't tell me when this book could realistically be sold, then I'm running the risk of losing my job for something that might be years away. Decades, even.
You certainly have high hopes for my lifespan.
Evelyn, I say, somewhat discouraged that she still isn't taking this seriously. I either need to know when this is coming out, or I need to promise Vivant an excerpt of it for the June issue. Evelyn thinks. She is sitting cross-legged on the sofa opposite me, in slim black jersey pants, a gray shell tank, and an oversized white cardigan. "Okay," she says, nodding. "You can give them a piece of it, whatever piece you like, for the June issue. If, and only if, you shut up about this timeline business." I don't let my joy show on my face. I'm halfway there. I can't rest until I'm done. I have to push her. I have to ask, and be willing to be told no. I have to know my worth. After all, Evelyn wants something from me. She needs me. I don't know why or what for, but I know I wouldn't be sitting here if that weren't the case. I have value to her, I know that. And now I have to use it, just as she would if she were me. So here we go. "You need to sit for a photo shoot for the cover." No. It's non-negotiable. Everything is negotiable. Haven't you gotten enough? I've agreed to the excerpt. You and I both know how valuable new images of you would be. I said no. Okay, here we go. I can do this. I just have to do what Evelyn would do. I have to Evelyn Hugo. You agree to the cover photo, or I'm out. Evelyn sits forward in her chair. Excuse me? You want me to write your life story. I want to write your life story. But these are my terms. I'm not going to lose my job for you, and the way I keep my job is I deliver an Evelyn Hugo feature with a cover. So you either persuade me to lose my job over this, which is only possible if you tell me when this book is being sold, or you do this. Those are your options. Evelyn looks at me, and I get the impression that I am more than she bargained for. And I feel good about that. There's a smile forming that is hard to keep in. You're having fun with this, aren't you? She says. I'm trying to protect my interests. Yes, but you're also good at it, and I think you're delighting in it a bit. I finally let the smile out. I'm learning from the best. Yes, you are, Evelyn says. She scrunches her nose. A cover. A cover. Fine, a cover. And in exchange, starting Monday, I want you here every waking moment. I want to tell you all I have to say as soon as possible. And from now on, when I don't answer a question the first time, you don't ask it again. Do we have a deal? I get up from behind the desk, walk over to Evelyn, and put out my hand. Deal. Evelyn laughs. Look at you, she says. You keep this up. You might just rule your own part of the world one day. Why, thank you, I say. Yeah, she says, not unkindly. Sit down at the desk, start recording. I don't have all day. I do as I'm told, and then I look at her. All right, I say. So you're in love with Celia. You've divorced Don. It looks like your career is down the tubes. What's next? Evelyn takes a second to answer, and in that moment I realize that she has just agreed to the very thing she swore she would never do. A Vivant cover. Just so I won't walk. Evelyn wants me for something, and she wants it bad. And now I'm finally starting to suspect that I should be scared.
Gullible McReva.
Photo moment. February 1st, 1960. Evelyn, green's not your color. Evelyn Hugo showed up to the 1960 Audience Appreciation Awards on the arm of producer Harry Cameron last Thursday. In an emerald green silk cocktail number, she failed to wow like she has in the past. Evelyn's signature color is starting to seem like a signature bore. Meanwhile, Celia St. James dazzled in a stunning pale blue beaded taffeta shirt dress, updating the typical daytime look with a glamorous, fresh twist. But the icy Evelyn didn't say a single word to her old best friend. She avoided Celia all night. Is it because Evelyn can't handle the fact that Celia received the Most Promising Female Personality Award that night? Or is it that Celia's been nominated for an Oscar for Best Supporting Actress for their movie Little Women, and Evelyn didn't get a mention? Looks like Evelyn Hugo's green with envy.
Ari dropped me from any productions within Sunset and started offering to loan me out to Columbia. After being forced to do 2 forgettable romantic comedies, both of them so bad that it was a foregone conclusion they would fail spectacularly, the other studios didn't want much of me either. Don was on the cover of Life, gracefully coming out of the ocean onto the shore, smiling as if it was the best day of his life. When the 1960 Academy Awards came around, I was officially persona non grata. "You know that I would take you," Harry said when he called that afternoon to check in on me. "You just say the word and I'll come pick you up. I'm sure you have a stunning dress you can slip on, and I'll be the envy of everybody with you on my arm." I was at Celia's apartment, getting ready to leave before her hair and makeup people came over. She was in the kitchen drinking lemon water, avoiding eating anything so she could fit into her dress. "I know you would," I said into the phone, "but you and I both know it would only hurt your reputation to be aligned with me right now." "I do mean it, though," Harry said. "I know you do," I said. "But you also know I'm too smart to take you up on it." Harry laughed. "Do my eyes look puffy?" Celia asked when I got off the phone with Harry. She opened them bigger and stared at me as if this would help me answer the question. "I saw barely anything out of the ordinary. They look gorgeous. And anyway, you know Gwen will make you look fabulous. What are you worried about?" "Oh, for heaven's sake, Evelyn," Celia said, teasing me. "I think we all know what I'm worried about." I took her by the waist. She was wearing a thin satin slip, edged in lace. I was wearing a short-sleeved sweater and shorts. Her hair was wet. When Celia's hair was wet, she didn't smell like shampoo. She smelled like clay. "You're going to win," I said, pulling her toward me. "It isn't even a contest." "I might not. They might give it to Joy or to Ellen Matson." "They would no sooner give it to Ellen Matson than throw it in the L.A. River. And Joy, bless her heart, is no you." Celia blushed, put her head in her hands briefly, and then looked back at me. "Am I intolerable?" she said, "obsessing over this, making you talk to me about it when you're on the skids?" I was going to say blackballed. "If you are intolerable, let me be the one to tolerate you," I said, and then I kissed her and tasted the lemon juice on her lips. I checked my watch, knowing that hair and makeup would be there any moment, and grabbed my keys. She and I had been taking great pains not to be seen together. It was one thing when we really were just friends, but now that we had something to hide, we had to start hiding it. "I love you," I said. "I believe in you. Break a leg." When my hand turned the doorknob, she called to me. "If I don't win," she said, her wet hair dripping onto the spaghetti straps of her slip, "will you still love me?" I thought she was joking, until I looked directly into her eyes. "You could be a nobody living in a cardboard box, and I'd still love you," I said. I'd never said that before. I'd never meant it before. Celia smiled wide. "Me too. The cardboard box and all of it." Hours later, back at the home I used to share with Don but now could say was entirely my own, I made myself a Cape Codder, sat on the couch and turned the TV to NBC, watching all my friends and the woman I loved walk the red carpet at the Pantages Theater. It all seems much more glamorous on screen. I hate to break it to you, but in person the theater is smaller, the people are paler, and the stage is less imposing. It's all curated to make the audience at home feel like outsiders, to make you feel like a fly on the wall of a club you aren't good enough to get into. And I was surprised by how effective it was on me, how easy it was to fall for, even for a person who had just recently been at the very center of it. I was 2 cocktails in and drowning in self-pity by the time they announced Best Supporting Actress. But the minute the camera panned to Celia, I swear I sobered up and clasped my hands together as tightly as possible for her, as if the harder I pressed them together, the higher her chances of winning. And the award goes to Celia St. James for Little Women. I jumped up out of my seat and shouted for her, and then my eyes got teary as she walked up to the stage. As she stood there behind the microphone, holding the statuette, I was mesmerized by her fabulous boat-neck dress, her sparkling diamond and sapphire earrings, and that absolutely flawless face of hers. Thank you to Ari Sullivan and Harry Cameron. Thank you to my agent, Roger Colton, to my family, and to the amazing cast of women that I felt so lucky to be a part of, to Joy and Ruby, and to Evelyn Hugo. Thank you. When she said my name, I swelled with pride and joy and love. I was so goddamn happy for her. And then I did something mortifyingly inane. I kissed the television set. I kissed her, right on her grayscale face. The clink I heard registered before the pain, and as Celia waved to the crowd and then stepped away from the podium, I realized I chipped my tooth. But I didn't care. I was too happy, too excited to congratulate her and tell her how proud I was. I made another cocktail and forced myself to watch the rest of the spectacle. They announced Best Picture, and as the credits rolled, I turned off the TV. I knew that Harry and Celia would be out all night, so I shut off the lights and went upstairs to bed. I took off my makeup, I put on cold cream, I turned down the covers. I was lonely, living all alone. Celia and I had discussed it and came to the conclusion that we could not move in together. She was less convinced of this than I was, but I was steadfast in my resolve. Even though my career was in the gutter, hers was thriving. I couldn't let her risk it, not for me. My head was on the pillow, but my eyes were wide open when I heard someone pull into the driveway. I looked out the window to see Celia slipping out of a car and waving good night to her driver. She had an Oscar in her hand. "You look comfortable," Celia said once she'd made her way to me in the bedroom. "Come here," I said to her. She'd had a glass or 3. I loved her drunk. She was herself but happier, so bubbly I sometimes worried she'd float away. She took a running start and hopped into the bed. I kissed her. "I'm so proud of you, darling." "I missed you all night," she said. The Oscar was still in her hand, and I could tell it was heavy. She kept allowing it to tip over onto the mattress. The space for her name was blank. "I don't know if I was supposed to take this one," she said, smiling, "but I didn't want to give it back." "Why aren't you out celebrating? You should be at the sunset party." "I only wanted to celebrate with you." I pulled her closer to me. She kicked off her shoes. "Nothing means anything without you," she said. "Everything that isn't you is a pile of dog shit." I tossed my head back and laughed. "What happened to your tooth?" Celia asked. "Is it that noticeable?" Celia shrugged. "I suppose not. I think it's just that I've memorized every inch of you." Just a few weeks ago I had lain naked beside Celia and let her look at me, look at every part of my body. She had told me she wanted to remember every detail. She said it was like studying a Picasso. "It's embarrassing," I told her now. Celia sat up, intrigued. "I kissed the television screen," I said. "When you won, I kissed you on the TV, and I chipped my tooth." Celia laughed so hard she cackled. The statuette fell back to the mattress with a thump, and then she rolled over on top of me and put her arms around my neck. "That's the most lovable thing anyone has ever done since the dawn of man. I suppose I'll make a dentist appointment first thing tomorrow." "I suppose you will." I picked up her Oscar. I stared at it. I wanted one myself, and if I had stuck it out with Don a little longer, I could have had one tonight. She was still in her dress, her heels long gone. Her hair was falling out of the pins. Her lipstick was faded. Her earrings still glistened. "Have you ever made love to an Oscar winner?" she said. I'd done something very close with Ari Sullivan, but I didn't think that was the time to tell her. And anyway, the spirit of the question was if I'd ever experienced a moment like that one, and I absolutely had not. I kissed her and felt her hands on my face, and then I watched as she stepped out of her dress and into my bed. Both of my movies flopped. A romance Celia did sold out theaters. Don starred in a hit thriller movie. Ruby Riley's reviews for Joker's Wild called her stunningly perfect and positively incomparable. I taught myself how to make meatloaf and iron my own slacks. And then I saw Breathless. I left the theater, went straight home, called Harry Cameron and said, "I have an idea. I'm going to Paris." Celia was shooting a movie on location in Big Bear for 3 weeks. I knew that going with her wasn't an option, nor was visiting her on the set. She insisted she would come home every weekend, but it felt too risky. She was a single girl, after all. I was afraid the prevailing wisdom erred too close to the question, what do single girls have to go home to? So I decided it was the right time to go to France. Harry had some connections to filmmakers in Paris. He made a few calls on the sly for me. Some of the producers and directors I met with knew who I was. Some of them were clearly seeing me just as a favor to Harry. And then there was Max Girard, an up-and-coming new wave director who had never heard of me before. "You are une bombe," he said. We were sitting in a quiet bar in the Saint-Germain-des-Prés neighborhood of Paris. We huddled in a booth in the back. It was just after dinner time, and I hadn't had a chance to eat. Max was drinking a white Bordeaux. I had a glass of claret. "That sounds like a compliment," I said, taking a sip. "I don't know if I have before met a woman so attractive," he said, staring at me. His accent was so thick that I found myself leaning in to hear him. "Thank you. You can act?" he said. "Better than I look." "That cannot be so." "It is." I saw Max's wheels start turning. "Are you willing to test for a part?" I was willing to scrub a toilet for a part. "If the part is great," I said. Max smiled. "This part is spectacular. This part is a movie star part." I nodded slowly. You have to restrain every part of your body when you are working hard not to look eager. "Send me the pages and we'll talk," I said, and then I drank the last of my wine and stood up. "I'm so sorry, Max, but I should go. Have a wonderful evening. Let's be in touch." There was absolutely no way I was going to sit at a bar with a man who hadn't heard of me and let him think I had all the time in the world. I could feel his eyes on me as I walked away, but I walked out the door with all the confidence I had, which, despite my current predicament, was quite a lot. And then I went back to my hotel room, put on my pajamas, ordered room service, and turned on the TV. Before I went to bed, I wrote Celia a letter. My dearest Cece, please never forget that the sun rises and sets with your smile. At least to me it does. You're the only thing on this planet worth worshipping. All my love, Edward. I folded it in half and tucked it into an envelope addressed to her. Then I turned out my light and closed my eyes. 3 hours later, I was awakened by the jarring sound of a phone ringing on the table next to me. I picked it up, irritated and half asleep. "Bonjour," I said. "We can speak your language, Evelyn." Max's accented English reverberated through the phone. "I am calling to see if you would be free to be in a movie I am shooting the week after next." 2 weeks from now? Not even, quite. We are shooting 6 hours from Paris. You will do it? What is the part? How long is the shoot? The movie is called Bout en Train. At least that's what it is called for now. We shoot for 2 weeks in Lac d'Annecy. The rest of the shoot you do not need to be there. What does Bout en Train mean? I tried to say it the way he said it, but it came out over-processed, and I vowed not to try again. Don't do things you're not good at. It means the life of the party. That is you. A party girl? Like someone who is the heart of life. And my character? She is the kind of woman every man falls in love with. It was originally written for a French woman, but I have just decided tonight that if you will do it, I will fire her. That's not nice. She's not you. I smiled, surprised at both his charm and his eagerness. It is about 2 men who are petty thieves, and they are on the run to Switzerland when they are distracted by an incredible woman they meet on the way. The 3 of them go for an adventure in the mountains. I've been sitting here with my pages, trying to decide if this woman can be American. And I think she can. I think it's more interesting that way. It is a stroke of luck to meet you at this time, so you will do it? Let me sleep on it, I said. I knew I was going to take the part. It was the only part I could get, but you never get anywhere good by seeming amenable. Yes, Max said. Of course, you have done nudity before, yes? No, I said. I think you should be topless in the film. If I was going to be asked to show my breasts, wouldn't it be for a French film? And if the French were going to ask anyone, shouldn't it be me? I knew what got me famous the first time. I knew what it could do a second time. Why don't we discuss it tomorrow? I said. Let's talk tomorrow morning, he said, because this other actress I have, she will show her breasts, Evelyn. It's late, Max. I'll ring you in the morning. And I hung up the phone. I closed my eyes and breathed in deeply, considering both how beneath me this opportunity was and how lucky I was to be given it. It's a hard business, reconciling what the truth used to be with what the truth is now. Luckily, I didn't have to do it for very long. 2 weeks later, I was back on a film set, and this time I was free of all the buttoned-up, innocent girl stuff that Sunset had pinned on me. This time I was able to do whatever I wanted. It was clear for the entire shoot that Max wanted nothing more than to possess me himself. I could tell by the way he looked at me in stolen glances that part of my allure to Max the director was my allure to him as a man. When Max came to my dressing room on the second-to-last day of filming, he said, "Ma belle, aujourd'hui tu seras seins nus." I had picked up enough French by then to know he was saying he wanted to shoot my scene coming out of the lake. When you're an American movie star with huge boobs in a French movie, You quickly learn that when French men are saying seins nus, they are talking about you being topless. I was fully willing to take my top off and show my assets, if that was what it took to get my name back out there. But by that point I had fallen madly in love with a woman. I had grown to desire her with every fiber of myself. I knew the pleasure of finding delight in a woman's naked body. So I told Max I'd shoot it however he wanted, but that I had a suggestion that might make the movie even more of a sensation. I knew my idea was a good one, because I knew how it felt to want to tear a woman's shirt off. And when Max heard it, he knew it was a good one, because he knew how it felt to want to tear my shirt off. In the editing room, Max slowed down my exit from the lake to a snail's crawl, and then cut the footage a millisecond before you can see my full breasts. It simply cut to black, as if the film itself had been tampered with, as if maybe you'd just gotten a bad cut. There was so much anticipation, and it never paid off, no matter how many times you watched it, no matter how perfectly you paused the tape. And here's why it worked. Man, woman, gay, straight, bisexual, you name it. We all just want to be teased. 6 months after we finished shooting Bout en Train, I was an international sensation.
Photo moment, September 15th, 1961. Singer Mick Riva, Sweet, for Evelyn Hugo. Performing last night at the Trocadero, Mick Riva had a few minutes to indulge our questions. Armed with an old-fashioned that appeared not to be his first, Mick was awfully forthcoming. He revealed that he's happy to be divorced from siren Veronica Lowe because, he said, I didn't deserve a lady like that, and she didn't deserve a guy like me. And when asked if he's dating, he admitted he's been seeing quite a few ladies, but that he'd give them all up for one night with Evelyn Hugo. The former Mrs. Dawn Adler has proven to be a very hot commodity these days. Her appearance in French director Max Girard's new film Bout en Train has spent the summer selling out movie houses all over Europe, and now it's taking the good old US of A by storm. I've seen Bout en Train 3 times now, Mick told us, and I'll see it a 4th. I just can't get enough of her coming out of that lake. So would he like to take Evelyn out on a date? I'd like to marry her is what I'd like to do. You hear that, Evelyn? Hollywood Digest, October 2nd, 1961. Evelyn Hugo to play Anna Karenina. Talk of the town, Evelyn Hugo, has just signed on to play the title role in Fox's epic Anna Karenina. She has also signed to produce the picture with Harry Cameron, formerly of Sunset Studios. Miss Hugo and Mr. Cameron worked together at Sunset on such hits as Father and Daughter and Little Women. This will be their first project together outside of the Sunset umbrella. Mr. Cameron, who has made a name for himself in the biz for his great taste and even greater business acumen, is said to have left Sunset over differences with none other than studio head Ari Sullivan. But it appears Fox is eager to be in business with both Miss Hugo and Mr. Cameron, as they have ponied up a substantial fee and a stake in the box office. Everyone has been watching to see what Miss Hugo's next project will be. Anna Karenina is an interesting choice. One thing's for sure, if Evelyn so much as shows a bare shoulder in the flick, audiences will come running. Sub Rosa, October 23rd, 1961. Dawn Adler and Ruby Riley, engaged. Mary and Roger Adler threw a party this past Saturday that was said to have grown a bit out of control. The guests who showed up were surprised to learn that it wasn't just a party for Dawn Adler. It was to announce the engagement of Dawn and none other than Sunset Studios' reigning queen, Ruby Riley. Dawn and Ruby have become close after Dawn's divorce from bombshell Evelyn Hugo almost 2 years ago. Apparently, Dawn admitted he had eyes for Ruby way back when she and Evelyn were shooting Little Women together. We are so happy for Dawn and Ruby, but we can't help but wonder how Dawn feels about Evelyn's skyrocketing fame. She is the hottest thing under the sun right now, and if we had let her go, we'd be kicking ourselves. Regardless, best wishes to Dawn and Ruby. Hopefully, this one sticks.
I was sent an invitation to see Mick Riva perform at the Hollywood Bowl that fall. I decided to go, not because I cared about seeing Mick Riva, but because an evening outside sounded fun, and I wasn't above courting the tabloids. Celia, Harry, and I decided to go together. I would never have gone with just Celia, not with that many eyes on us, but Harry was a perfect buffer. That night, the air in L.A. was cooler than I had anticipated. I was wearing capri pants and a short-sleeved sweater. I had just gotten bangs and had started sweeping them to the side. Celia had on a blue shift dress and flats. Harry, dapper as ever, was wearing slacks and a short-sleeved Oxford shirt. He held a camel-colored knit cardigan with oversized buttons in his hand, ready for any of us who were too cold. We sat in the second row, with a couple of Harry's producer friends from Paramount. Across the aisle I saw Ed Baker, with a young woman who appeared as if she could be his daughter, but I knew better. I decided not to say hi, not only because he was still a part of the Sunset machine, but also because I never liked him. Mick Riva took the stage, and the women in the crowd started cheering so loudly that Celia actually put her hands over her ears. He was wearing a dark suit with a loose tie. His jet-black hair was combed back, but just slightly disheveled. If I had to guess, I'd say he'd had a drink or two backstage, but it didn't seem to slow him down in the slightest. "I don't get it," Celia said to me as she leaned into my ear. "What do they see in this guy?" I shrugged. "That he's handsome, I suppose." Mick walked up to the microphone, the spotlight following him. He grabbed the mic stand with both passion and softness, as if it were one of the many girls yelling his name. "And he knows what he's doing," I said. Celia shrugged. "I'd take Brick Thomas over him any day." I shook my head, cringing. "No. Brick Thomas is a heel, trust me. If you met him, within 5 seconds you'd be gagging." Celia laughed. "I think he's cute." "No, you don't," I said. "Well, I think he's cuter than Mick Riva," she said. "Harry, thoughts?" Harry leaned in from the other side. He whispered so softly I almost didn't hear him. "I'm embarrassed to admit I have something in common with these shrieking girls," he said. "I would not kick Mick out of bed for eating crackers." Celia laughed. "You are too much," I said, as I watched Mick walk from one end of the stage to the other, crooning and smoldering. "Where are we eating after this?" I asked them both. "That's the real question." "Don't we have to go backstage?" Celia asked. "Isn't that the polite thing to do?" Mick's first song ended, and everyone started clapping and cheering. Harry leaned over me as he clapped so Celia could hear him. "You won an Oscar, Celia," he said. "You can do whatever the hell you want." She threw her head back and laughed as she clapped. "Well, then, I want to go get a steak." "Steak it is," I said. I don't know whether it was the laughing or the cheering or the clapping. There was so much noise around me, so much chaos from the crowd. But for one fleeting moment, I forgot myself. I forgot where I was. I forgot who I was. I forgot who I was with. and I grabbed Celia's hand and held it. She looked down, surprised. I could feel Harry's gaze on our hands, too. I pulled my hand away, and just as I corrected myself, I saw a woman down the row from us stare at me. She looked to be in her mid-30s, with a patrician face, small blue eyes, and perfectly applied crimson lipstick. Her lips turned down as she looked at me. She had seen me. She had seen me hold Celia's hand, and she had seen me pull it back. She knew both what I had done and that I had not meant for her to have seen it. Her small eyes got smaller as she stared at me. And any hope I had that she did not realize who I was went right out the window when she turned to the man next to her, probably her husband, and whispered in his ear. I watched as his gaze moved from Mick Riva to me. There was a subtle disgust in his eyes, as if he was unsure if what he suspected was true, but that the thought in his head made him nauseated, and it was my fault for putting it there. I wanted to slap both of them across their faces and tell them that what I did was none of their business. But I knew I couldn't do that. It wasn't safe to do that. I wasn't safe. We weren't safe. Mick hit an instrumental part in the song and started walking toward the very front of the stage, talking to the audience. Reflexively, I stood up and cheered for him. I jumped up and down. I was louder than anyone there. I wasn't thinking clearly. I just wanted to make the two of them stop talking to each other or to anyone else. I wanted the gossip game of telephone that had started with that woman to end with that man. I wanted it all to be over. I wanted to be doing something else. So I cheered as loudly as I could. I cheered like the teenage girls in the back. I cheered as if my life depended on it, because maybe it did. "Do my eyes deceive me?" Mick said from the stage. He had his hand over his brow, shading the spotlight from his eyes. He was looking right at me. Or is that my dream woman right there in the front?
Sub Rosa, November 1st, 1961. Evelyn Hugo and Celia St. James slumber parties. How close is too close? Girl next door, Celia St. James, with her Oscar win and her trail of hits, has been a longtime friend of honey-blonde sexpot Evelyn Hugo. But lately, we're starting to wonder if these two aren't up to something. Insiders are saying the two are quite a pair of thespians. Sure, plenty of girlfriends go shopping together and share a drink or two, but Celia's car is parked outside Evelyn's home, the one she used to share with none other than Mr. Don Adler every night. All night. So what's happening behind those walls? Whatever it is, it certainly doesn't sound like it's on the straight and narrow.
I'm going out on a date with Mick Riva. Like hell you are. When Celia was angry, her chest and her cheeks flushed. This time they'd grown red faster than I'd ever seen. We were in the outdoor kitchen of her weekend home in Palm Springs. She was grilling us burgers for dinner. Ever since the article came out, I'd refused to be seen with her in Los Angeles. The rags didn't yet know about her place in Palm Springs, so we would spend weekends there together and our weeks in L.A. apart. Celia went along with the plan like a put-upon spouse, agreeing to whatever I wanted because it was easier than fighting with me. But now, with the suggestion of going on a date, I'd gone too far. I knew I'd gone too far. That was the point, sort of. "You need to listen to me," I said. "You need to listen to me!" She slammed the lid of the grill shut and gestured to me with a pair of silver tongs. "I'll go along with any of your little tricks that you want, but I'm not getting on board with either of us dating." "We don't have a choice." "We have plenty of choices." "Not if you want to keep your job. Not if you want to keep this house." Not if you want to keep any of our friends, not to mention that the police could come after us. You are being paranoid. I'm not, Celia, and that's what's scary. But I'm telling you, they know. One article in one tiny paper thinks they know. That's not the same thing. You're right. This is still early enough that we can stop it. Or it will go away on its own. Celia, you have 2 movies coming out next year, and my movie is all anyone is talking about around town. Exactly. Like Harry always says, that means we can do whatever we want. No, that means we have a lot to lose. Celia, angry, picked up my pack of cigarettes and lit one. So that's what you want to do? You want to spend every second of our lives trying to hide what we really do, who we really are? It's what everyone in town is doing every day. Well, I don't want to. Well, then, you shouldn't have become famous. Celia stared at me as she puffed away at her cigarette. The pink of her lipstick stained the filter. You're a pessimist, Evelyn, to your very core. What would you like to do, Celia? Maybe I should call over to Sub Rosa myself? Call the FBI directly? I can give them a quote. Yep, Celia St. James and I are deviants. We aren't deviants. I know that, Celia, and you know that, but no one else knows that. But maybe they would if they tried. They aren't going to try. Do you get that? No one wants to understand people like us. But they should. There are lots of things we all should do, sweetheart, but it doesn't work that way. I hate this conversation. You're making me feel awful. I know, and I'm sorry. But the fact that it's awful doesn't mean it's not true. If you want to keep your job, you cannot allow people to believe that you and I are more than friends. And if I don't want to keep my job, you do want to. No, you want to, and you're pinning it on me. Of course I want to. I'd give it all up, you know, all of it. The money and the jobs and the fame, I'd give it all up just to be with you, just to be normal with you. You have no idea what you're saying, Celia. I'm sorry, but you don't. What's really going on here is that you're not willing to give it up for me. No, what's going on here is that you're a dilettante who thinks if this acting thing doesn't work out, you can go back to Savannah and live off your parents. Who are you to talk to me about money? You've got bags of it. Yeah, I do, because I worked my ass off and was married to an asshole who knocked me around, and I did that so I could be famous, so I could live the life we're living, and if you think I'm not going to protect that, you've lost your mind. At least you're admitting this is about you. I shook my head and pinched the bridge of my nose. Celia, listen to me. Do you love that Oscar? The very thing you keep on your nightstand and touch before you go to sleep? Don't. People are saying, given how early you won it, you're the kind of actress who could win multiple times. I want that for you. Don't you want that? Of course I do. And you're going to let them take that away just because you met me? Well, no, but listen to me, Celia. I love you, and I can't let you throw away everything you have built and all your incredible talent by taking a stand when no one will stand with us. But if we don't try, no one is going to back us, Celia. I know how it feels to be shut out of this town. I'm just finally making my way back in. I know you're probably picturing some world where we go up against Goliath and win, but that's not going to happen. We'd tell the truth about our lives, and they'd bury us. We could end up in prison or in a mental hospital. Do you get that? We could be committed. It's not that far-fetched. It happens. Certainly you can count on the fact that no one would return our calls, not even Harry. Of course Harry would. Harry's one of us, which is precisely why he could never be caught talking to us again. Don't you get it? the danger is even higher for him. There are actually men out there who would want to kill him if they knew. That's the world we live in. Anyone who touched us would be examined. Harry wouldn't be able to withstand it. I could never put him in that position. To lose everything he's worked for? To quite literally risk his life? No. No, we'd be alone, two pariahs. But we'd have each other, and that's enough for me. She was crying now, the tears streaking down her face and carrying her mascara with them. I put my arms around her and wiped her cheek with my thumb. I love you so much, sweetheart, so, so much. And it's in part because of things like that. You're an idealist and a romantic, and you have a beautiful soul, and I wish the world was ready to be the way you see it. I wish that the rest of the people on earth with us were capable of living up to your expectations, but they aren't. The world is ugly, and no one wants to give anyone the benefit of the doubt about anything. When we lose our work and our reputations, when we lose our friends and eventually what money we have, we will be destitute. I've lived that life before, and I cannot let it happen to you. I will do whatever I can to prevent you from living that way. Do you hear me? I love you too much to let you live only for me. She heaved into my body, her tears growing inside her. For a moment I thought she might flood the backyard. I love you, she said. I love you too, I whispered into her ear. I love you more than anything else in the entire world. It's not wrong, Celia said. It shouldn't be wrong to love you. How can it be wrong? It's not wrong, sweetheart, it's not, I said. They are wrong. She nodded into my shoulder and held me tighter. I rubbed her back. I smelled her hair. It's just that there's not much we can do about it, I said. When she calmed down, she pulled away from me and opened the grill again. She did not look at me as she flipped the burgers. So what is your plan? She said. I'm going to get Mick Riva to elope with me. Her eyes, which already looked sore from crying, started to bloom again. She wiped a tear away, keeping her eyes on the grill. What does that mean for us? She said. I stood behind her and put my arms around her. It doesn't mean what you think it means. I'm going to see if I can get him to elope with me, and then I'm going to have it annulled. And you think that means they'll stop watching you? No, I know it means they will only watch me more, but they will be looking for other things. They will call me a tart or a fool. They will say I have terrible taste in men. They will say I'm a bad wife. I am too impulsive. But if they want to do any of that, they'll have to stop saying I'm with you. It won't fit their story anymore. I get it, she said, grabbing a plate and taking the burgers off the grill. Okay, good, I said. You'll do whatever you have to do, but this is the last I want to hear about it, and I want it to be over and done with as soon as possible. Okay. And when it's over, I want us to move in together. Celia, we can't do that. You said this would be so effective that no one would ever mention us. The thing is, I wanted us to move in together, too. I wanted it very much. Okay, I said. When it's over, we'll talk about moving in together. Okay, she said, then we have a deal. I put my hand out to shake hers, but she waved it away. She didn't want to shake on something that sad, that vulgar. And if it doesn't work with Mick Riva, she asked. It's going to work. Celia finally looked up at me. She was half smiling. You think you're so gorgeous that no one can possibly resist your charms? Yes, actually. All right, she said, rising slightly on her toes to kiss me. I suppose that's true. I wore a cream-colored cocktail dress with heavy gold beading and a plunging neckline. I pulled my long blonde hair into a high ponytail. I wore diamond earrings. I glowed. The first thing you need to do to get a man to elope with you is to challenge him to go to Las Vegas. You do this by being out in an LA club and having a few drinks together. You ignore the impulse to roll your eyes at how eager he is to have his picture taken with you. You recognize that everyone is playing everyone else. It's only fair that he's playing you at the same time as you're playing him. You reconcile these facts by realizing that what you both want from each other is complementary. You want a scandal. He wants the world to know he screwed you. The two things are one and the same. You consider laying it out for him, explaining what you want, explaining what you're willing to give him. But you've been famous long enough to know that you never tell anyone anything more than you have to. So instead of saying, "I'd like us to make tomorrow's papers," you say, "Mick, have you ever been to Vegas?" When he scoffs as if he can't believe you're asking him if he's ever been to Vegas, you know this will be easier than you thought. "Sometimes I just get in the mood to roll dice, you know," you say. Sexual implications are better when they are gradual, when they snowball over time. "You want to roll dice, baby?" he says, and you nod. "But it's probably too late," you say, "and we're already here, and here's okay, I suppose. I'm having a fine time." "My guys can call a plane and have us there like that," he snaps his fingers. "No," you say, "that's too much." "Not for you," he says. "Nothing is too much for you." You know what he really means is, "Nothing is too much for me." "You could really do that?" you say. An hour and a half later, you're on a plane. You have a few drinks, you sit in his lap, you let his hand wander, and you slap it back. He has to ache for you and believe there is only one way to have you. If he doesn't want you enough, if he believes he can get you another way, it's all over, you've lost. When the plane lands and he asks if the two of you should book a room at the Sands, you must demur. You must be shocked. You must tell him, in a voice that makes it clear you assumed he already knew, that you don't have sex outside of marriage. You must seem both steadfast and heartbroken about this. He must think, "She wants me, and the only way we can make it happen is to get married." For a moment you consider the idea that what you're doing is unkind. But then you remember that this man is going to bed you, and then divorce you once he's gotten what he wants, so no one is a saint here. You're going to give him what he's asking for, so it's a fair trade. You go to the craps table and play a couple of rounds. You keep losing at first, as does he, and you worry that this is sobering both of you. You know the key to impulsivity is believing you are invincible. No one goes around throwing caution to the wind unless the wind is blowing their way. You drink champagne because it makes everything seem celebratory. It makes tonight seem like an event. When people recognize the two of you, you happily agree to get your picture taken with them. Every time it happens, you hang on to him. You are telling him in no small way, "This is what it could be like if I belonged to you." You hit a winning streak at the roulette table. You cheer so ebulliently that you jump up and down. You do this because you know where his eyes are going to go. You let him catch you catching him. You let him put his hand on your ass as the wheel spins again. This time, when you win, you push your ass against him. You let him lean into you and say, "Do you want to get out of here?" You say, "I don't think it's a good idea. I don't trust myself with you." You cannot bring up marriage first. You already said the word earlier. You have to wait for him to say it. He said it in the papers. He will say it again, but you have to wait. You cannot rush it. He has one more drink. The two of you win 3 more times. You let his hand graze your upper thigh. and then you push it away. It is 2 a.m. and you are tired. You miss the love of your life. You want to go home. You would rather be with her, in bed, hearing the light buzz of her snoring, watching her sleep, than be here. There is nothing about here that you love, except what being here will afford you. You imagine a world where the two of you can go out to dinner together on a Saturday night and no one thinks twice about it. It makes you want to cry, the simplicity of it, the smallness of it. You have worked so hard for a life so grand, and now all you want are the smallest freedoms, the daily peace of loving plainly. Tonight feels like both a small and a high price to pay for that life. "Baby, I can't take it," he says. "I have to be with you. I have to see you. I have to love you." This is your chance. You have a fish on the line, and you have to gently reel him in. "Oh, Mick," you say, "we can't. We can't." "I think I love you, baby," he says. There are tears in his eyes, and you realize he's probably more complex than you have given him credit for. You're more complex than he's given you credit for, too. "Do you mean it?" you ask him, as if you desperately hope it's true. "I think I do, baby, I do. I love everything about you. We only just met, but I feel like I can't live without you." What he means is that he thinks he can't live without screwing you, and that you believe. "Oh, Mick," you say, and then you say nothing more. Silence is your best friend. He nuzzles your neck. It's sloppy, and it feels akin to meeting a Newfoundland, but you pretend you love it. You two are in the bright lights of a Vegas casino. People can see you. You have to pretend that you do not notice them. That way tomorrow, when they talk to the papers, they will say that the two of you were carrying on like a couple of teenagers. You hope that Celia doesn't pick up a single rag with your face on it. You think she's smart enough not to. You think she knows how to protect herself, but you can't be sure. The first thing you're going to do when you get home, when this is all over, is to make sure she knows how important she is, how beautiful she is, how much you feel your life would be over if she were not in it. "Let's get married, baby," he says into your ear. There it is, for you to grab. But you can't look too eager. "Mick, are you crazy?" "You make me this crazy." "We can't get married," you say, and when he doesn't say anything back for a second, you worry that you've pushed slightly too far. "Or can we?" you ask. "I mean, I suppose we could." "Of course we can," he says. "We're on top of the world. We can do anything we want." You throw your arms around him and you press against him to let him know how excited, how surprised you are by this idea, and to remind him what he's doing it for. You know your value to him. It would be silly to waste an opportunity to remind him. He picks you up and sweeps you away. You whoop and holler so everyone looks. Tomorrow they will tell the papers he carried you off. It's memorable. They will remember it. 40 minutes later, the two of you are drunk and standing in front of each other at an altar. He promises to love you forever. You promise to obey. He carries you over the threshold of the nicest room at the Tropicana. You giggle with fake surprise when he throws you onto the bed. And now, here comes the second most important part. You cannot be a good lay. You must disappoint. If he likes it, he'll want to do it again. And you can't do that. You can't do this more than once. It will break your heart. When he tries to rip your dress off, you have to say, "Stop, Mick. Christ, get a hold of yourself." After you take the dress off slowly, you have to let him look at your breasts for as long as he wants to. He has to see every inch of them. He's been waiting for so long to finally see the ending of that shot in Bout-en-Train. You have to remove all mystery, all intrigue. You make him play with your breast so long he gets bored. And then You open your legs. You lie there stiff as a board underneath him. And here is the one part of this you can't quite come to terms with, but you can't quite avoid either. He won't use a condom. And even though women you know have gotten hold of birth control pills, you don't have them because you had no need for them until a few days ago when you hatched this plan. You cross your fingers behind your back. You close your eyes. You feel his heavy body fall on top of you, and you know that he is done. You want to cry, because you remember what sex used to mean to you before you realized how good it could feel, before you discovered what you liked. But you push it out of your mind. You push it all out of your mind. Mick doesn't say anything afterward, and you don't either. You fall asleep, having put on his undershirt in the dark because you didn't want to sleep naked. In the morning, when the sun shines through the windows and burns your eyes, you put your arm over your face. Your head is pounding. Your heart is hurting. But you're almost at the finish line. You catch his eye. He smiles. He grabs you. You push him off and say, "I don't like to have sex in the morning." "What does that mean?" he says. You shrug. "I'm sorry." He says, "Come on, baby," and lies on top of you. You're not sure he'd listen if you said no one more time, and you're not sure you want to find out the answer. You're not sure you could bear it. "Okay, fine if you have to," you say, and when he lifts himself off you and looks you in the eye, you realize it has accomplished what you had hoped. You have taken all the fun out of it for him. He shakes his head. He gets out of bed. He says, "You know, you're nothing like I imagined." It doesn't matter how gorgeous a woman is to a man like Mick Riva. She's always less attractive after he's had sex with her. You know this. You allow it to happen. You do not fix your hair. You pick at the mascara flakes on your face. You watch Mick step into the bathroom. You hear him turn on the shower. When he comes out, he sits down next to you on the bed. He is clean. You have not bathed. He smells like soap. You smell like booze. He is sitting up. You are lying down. This, too, is a calculation. He has to feel like the power is all his. "Honey, I had a great time," he says. You nod. "But we were so drunk." He speaks as if he's talking to a child. "Both of us. We had no idea what we were doing." "I know," you say. "It was a crazy thing to do." "I'm not a good guy, baby," he says. "You don't deserve a guy like me. I don't deserve a girl like you." It's just so unoriginal and laughably transparent, feeding you the same line he fed the papers about his last wife. "What are you saying?" you ask. You put a little spin into it. You make it sound like you might start crying. You have to do this because it is what most women would do. And you have to appear to him the way he sees most women. You have to appear to have been outsmarted. "I think we should call our people, baby. I think we should get an annulment." "But Mick," he cuts you off, and it makes you mad because you really did have more to say. "It's better this way, honey. I'm afraid I can't take no for an answer." You wonder what it must be like to be a man, to be so confident that the final say is yours. When he gets up off the bed and grabs his jacket, you realize there's an element of this that you hadn't accounted for. He likes to reject. He likes to condescend. When he was calculating his moves last night, he was thinking of this moment, too. This moment where he gets to leave you. So you do something you hadn't rehearsed in your mind. When he gets to the door and turns to you and says, "I'm sorry it didn't work out between us, baby. but I wish you all the best. You pick up the phone on the side of the bed and throw it at him. You do it because you know he'll like it, because he's given you everything you came for. You should give him everything he came for. He ducks and frowns at you as if you're a small deer he has to leave in the forest. You start crying, and then he's gone. And you stop, and you think, if only they gave out Oscars for this shit.